pads to sit on, not a bad idea at all. Those chairs are plenty hard out there. So, and thanks some of you. I saw were here all day long yesterday. Special thanks for anybody that sits out there all day long. That's quite a feat. So anyway, thank you. Bring the meeting to order. First thing we're going to have is responses to the first quarter two, written only. Look through your sheets there, and then we're going to have Stephen Anderson, and he's going to be virtual. He's in Washington, D.C. So, Stephen, are you there?
Yes, sir, I am.
Very good. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Chairman Carpenter and members of the committee. I am Steve Anderson, Inspector General. I appreciate the opportunity to appear today, though virtually, and discuss the Office of Inspector General. Our budget was supplemented to allow for addition of 6 staff members during the recent legislative session. We have successfully onboarded 4 of those people. We're in the process of hiring the remaining 2. This will allow us to enhance our ability to conduct audit investigative work involving the Kansas Cash Food and Health Assistance Programs. The support of this committee and members of the legislature is greatly appreciated. As always, the number of complaints we get involving fraud, waste, abuse, and legal acts concerning the Kansas programs continues to go up. So far this year, we've processed over 892 complaints, and that's 69 complaints ahead of last year's pace. And there's a chart that shows what our past has been on that. Also have a chart that shows all of the audits and interim reports that we've done since 2021, and has the various amounts and numbers of recommendations and findings we've had along with that. Any of our reports that anybody would like to see are available at our website that's listed in the link on our presentation there. I want to talk about ongoing audits. We have just kicked off an audit involving the Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinics. This performance audit is being conducted to determine the following: are services provided by the CCBHCs to beneficiaries accurately reflected in medical claims? Also, are beneficiaries able to reliably access multiple CCBHC services in a single visit? Are there adequate oversight mechanisms in place to ensure the prospective payment system per diem rates are accurate and prevent excessive executive or administrative expense claims? And also, does the per diem reimbursement rate model accurately reflect the CCBHC's total cost of care? We do know that the post-legislative audit group is also looking at the program, but we're coordinating with them to make sure we're not basically being redundant work. So we're coordinating with them to make sure we're looking at different things. Another audit we have started is the complex wheelchair audit. This performance audit is being conducted to determine, did the exemption of prior authorizations and designated clinic rules for seating assessments for complex wheelchairs and repairs increase overall Medicaid spending? Did the change make it easier for Medicaid beneficiaries to receive services and repairs? And were there trends, anomalies, or high-risk billing patterns in complex wheelchair utilization that indicated potential waste, improper program exploitation, or control vulnerabilities? We have an ongoing audit involving the DCF and KDHE data sharing, and we were looking to see if data was shared between DCF and KDHE involving Medicaid and the SNAP program. We were looking to see, do DCF and KDHE review data collection pages and image documents that are housed within the key system to determine if reported eligibility information is accurate? Do DCF and KDHE maximize system sharing capabilities to alert each other when there is a status change with a mutual member that could have indirect impact on eligibility? And what procedures and policy changes are needed to take advantage of available data? We also are finishing up the pregnant woman eligibility audit, and we were looking to see if there were women who were on the program and not eligible per eligibility standards. Do pregnant women beneficiaries have pregnancy-related claims that confirm their pregnancy? And then further, are beneficiaries being transitioned from the Medicaid's pregnant woman program to appropriate Medicaid programs per eligibility standards if they're eligible? We had published a report previously, an interim report that showed that there were about the older 45 and older women with pregnancies. We've also been looking at the pregnancies for people under 15 or under 16, 15 and under. And we found that there were 42 cases of underage pregnancies that were looked at. We determined that 12 of them had not been reported to Child Protective Services as required by law. The medical professionals that examine them are considered mandatory reporters and have a duty to report the issue to local police and protective services. We also found in our review that 20% of the people aged 16 to 44 also had zero claims for that would be related to pregnancies. So that's 20% of the approximately 29,000 people who are on the Pregnant Women Program had no claims. And those are the people between 16 and 44 years old. We're also actively working on our HCBS2 audit, we call it, and we're looking at a lot of the wait list, and we had talked about issues with that previously. Additionally, while we were conducting our work on the IDD and PD waiver wait list, we learned that the autism waiver has a provisional beneficiary list, which appears to be operating as a form of an HCBS wait list. We'll be completing an interim report on that provisional list, which currently holds 889 recipients for a waiver that has a capacity of 65 beneficiaries. But just to be clear, we're looking at every one of the wait list, and I know there's been some changes to that, but that's part of the audit. And then the last audit we have or review going on is the dispensing fees for over-the-counter medications that are filled by prescription and dispensed to Medicaid beneficiaries. We found in our preliminary results is that over $8 million was spent on over-the-counter dispensing fees during the 3-year review period. And it was found that dispensing fees made up 53% of the total over-the-counter drug cost. So it costs more to dispense the drug than the drugs actually cost. And our review revealed that, for example, aspirin that's available for purchase at Walmart or Amazon, the MCOs end up paying 1,650% more than a Medicaid beneficiary would spend if they just went and bought the drug directly from the retailer. So the state of Kansas is paying through the MCOs is paying quite a bit of money. We found that 5 of the 6 top prescribed over-the-counter drugs cost the MCOs on average 759% more than retail costs. And that's Zyrtec, Miralax, Claritin, low-dose aspirin, Colace, and iron. Investigations-wise, we currently have 359 cases under review and investigation. The case mix includes providers, state of Kansas employees, and child care centers. We have 5 state level cases and 1 federal level case has been accepted for prosecution and we'll see something soon. We have obviously others that are queued up and ready to go as soon as they're accepted for prosecution. We've had 3 cases that were come to some sort of conclusion, and the Tamara Powers one, I've talked about that before. She was finally sentenced. She basically had stolen the identity of a deceased relative who had died in 1977 to obtain Social Security income, LEAP, supplement, and SNAP, as well as Medicaid benefits. She was sentenced to 15 months in federal prison, followed by 2 years of supervised release. She was also ordered to pay restitution to Social Security of over $137,000, over $13,000 in LEAP funds, $27,000 in SNAP, and $273,000 in Medicaid funds. Another case involving eligibility, Barbara Bennett pled guilty on June 16th to providing false information on her KanCare application. This resulted in the state of Kansas paying over $17,000 in capitation payments for her. She also received food assistance benefits based on false information she provided on her application. She is scheduled for sentencing on August the 18th. Mercedes McLaughlin entered into a diversion agreement on July the 1st based on making a charges of false claims to the Medicaid program. She falsely claimed to be living in Kansas and provided a false address on her Medicaid app. She actually lived in Oklahoma and had been denied for Medicaid when she was in Oklahoma, so she applied for Kansas Medicaid. She has agreed to pay restitution of $2,944 to Medicaid based on those capitation payments. She also voluntarily canceled her Medicaid coverage, saving Medicaid approximately $3,000 in capitation payments. She also canceled her enrollment in the child care program, saving an additional 1-year savings of $5,951. I appreciate the time of this committee, and I'm always happy to stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Very good, Stephen. Thank you for that. Committee questions. Representative Bueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Stephen, could you go back to your comments on the TA waiver audit. I didn't catch the trigger for that. And I know you said you were looking at all the HCBS waivers, but what specifically is it with the TA waiver?
With the TA waiver, make sure I'm quoting that correctly. Okay. We're talking about the autism waiver.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry.
All right. Yeah, on the autism waiver, we had material that we had gotten from KDADS about that, showed that they had a wait list for their program, and it was they call it a provisional list, and it has 889 recipients on that. And as part of our review of every one of the wait lists and the waiver programs, and it was interesting that we received that information showing there were these recipients on there. We're trying to determine if they're receiving Medicaid benefits or not, but they are on this wait list. It appears to be being handled as they call it a provisional list, but it looks like it's being operated as a wait list.
Okay, and again, I'm just trying to figure out what the trigger was for that, or what alerted you to that.
Well, it was just our looking at all of them, and when we'd requested the information from KDADS about every one of their waiver programs, they provided that information to us.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Committee, further questions of Stephen? Stephen, I have one. Oh, Senator Petty.
Thank you. And this kind of goes along with the last question. So what exactly does trigger your office to look into, like, for example, the autism or whether pregnancy? What is the trigger for this?
Sure, Senator Petty, happy to answer that question. We look at our, various audit issues throughout the year. We have a complete list of various audits that we're considering, and based upon prior experience and the fact that we'd done an HCBS audit previously, and we were actually requested to do another one recently. So we fired off for example, the HCBS 2 audit, we call it, just to look further into those programs. And we look to see where there may be vulnerabilities, where there's risks. And we know from the previous audit where there was a tremendous amount of wasted funds on that first audit that was concluded in 2022, that we had a lot of systemic problems. And so we decided to do a secondary audit. We were also, that audit was brought up during a meeting, I think, of the KOJ meeting or committee, and suggested that perhaps another audit would be in order. So that's what triggered that.
So it comes from the KOJ committee meetings or any other committee meeting or any legislator? I'm just trying to
It can come
understand.
from a variety of sources. Some of it, we develop audit ideas when we're doing other audits. We'll say, that's an issue that appears to be a problem. Perhaps we need to audit that area. It can come from audit suggestions from the Bethell committee, for example. We've certainly done that. The one we did on continuing care retirement centers was a result of a recommendation from the Bethell committee. So we are, because of our independence, we are not tied to anything. We're not like a post-legislative audit where they have to get specific requests from that committee. We're able to self-determine what audits we want to perform.
Thank you for that. And lastly, I didn't quite understand when you were talking about concerning pregnancy, you said something about no claims, and I thought it was between 16 and 44 years of age. I didn't know what you were referring to there.
Sure. The people who are on the pregnant woman program that fall between ages 16 and 44, which is outside of the group. And we broke the groups up into 15 and under because those are underage and those should be reported to Child Protective Services. And we'd previously done a interim report on 45 and older, leaving the group that was 16 to 44 to be looked at. And we, in our review of those people, we found that of those 29,000 people, 20% of them have zero claims that are related to anything that's seen with pregnancy. And it's just a potential finding. And again, people who are on the pregnant woman program, because of the self-attestation piece of it, that the state of Kansas is required by CMS. And I know that KDHE is working with CMS to try to get a resolution to this problem. That if a person says they're pregnant and they may not be pregnant, they're still on the Medicaid program because we have to accept them, their word for it that they're pregnant. And typically you would expect to see some sort of claims that would support a pregnancy. But in 20% of the cases, there have been no claims of pregnancy at all throughout the period where they would be pregnant.
And that's within that group of 16 to 44, that 20, you're saying 20% of that 29,000 had no claims related to pregnancy. So you're talking about OBGYN visits, I mean, those kinds of
Right.
things.
Well, yeah, that's right. That's correct.
And then last time you gave us a figure, and you didn't mention this time, concerning the pregnancy, and it was a number that I had never heard, and actually the secretary mentioned it as well. Did you do any further investigation? It was a pretty large number of abuse when it came with pregnancy.
I think you're talking about the age group 45 and older, where we had found that
Yes,
there were over
yeah.
$800,000 was spent. We are currently looking at that, and we are as we're able, we're opening investigations to look to see if there's actual criminal fraud there that would be appropriate to refer for prosecution.
So you'll provide us if that was an erroneous number?
I will certainly let you know if that number changes.
Thank you.
Committee, further questions? Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Steve, for this update. I'm looking at the chart of every audit and interim report completed since 2021 that you shared in your testimony. If I'm looking at that right, it looks like you and your department have identified through fraud, waste, overpay, and potential savings, if I'm looking at it right, over $713 million. Is that correct?
Correct. That is correct.
You've made 180 recommendations. Can you tell me how much of that 713 million has either been recovered, or the issue that led to that issue that somehow we lost 713 million? How much have we recovered? How many of your recommendations have been implemented?
Very few recommendations have been implemented. And as far as money being recovered, some of it is unrecoverable at this point. For example, and it's one of the bigger numbers, the HCBS audit that we did in 2022, there's $193 million in waste that was identified, and no effort was made to recover that money at that time. And since then, it'd be unrecoverable at this point.
If I may, Mr. Chair, follow up. Why?
At the time, KDHE leadership opted not to take action. And we don't have the authority to force them to take action on something like that.
Who does have the authority?
Well, it should have been KDHE leadership.
Who has authority over KDHE leadership?
I assume the governor.
I'm hoping that my colleagues are listening very hard to this. $713 million. And Mr. Anderson's doing his job. We need to do ours. Thank you, Steve.
Senator Gossage.
That was my question. Thank you.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. What's the percentage of that amount of money that you have talked about fraud, out of all the money that we actually appropriate? What's the percentage in fraud according to what you found?
We have, if you look at the columns, we've identified about $89 million of that as fraud. Waste is $533 million. Overpayments were $6 million. And then savings we've identified is $83 million.
And what's that percentage of the total amount of money allocated?
I don't know. I'd have to do some calculations to get to you if you like.
I would appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr.
You
Chair.
bet.
Committee, further questions? Senator Petty.
Thank you. That just led to, of those dollars, and I am looking at the chart, what of those dollars that this chart shows with the fraud, waste, overpayment, and savings are state dollars?
In most cases, it is under FMAP, so approximately 60% of that is going to be federal dollars and approximately 40% of it would be state dollars. There are a few examples like on the CCRC issue, that is all state dollars. So 100% of that state general funds.
I'm sorry, which one did you say again?
It would be audit number 24-03 CCRC.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My apologies. Steve, on page 4, where we're talking about this overpayment for over-the-counter medications, in your opinion, and we will ask this of the MCOs, if we had an HRA-style smart card, for example, they could purchase certain over-the-counter drugs, as like some that are mentioned here, the most popular ones, the Zyrtec, Miralax, whatever, that's been prescribed by a physician. If they were to purchase those with an over-the-counter card, they would be purchasing those at the over-the-counter rate. And so again, we'd be eliminating this dispensing fee, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
All right. So I just wanted to verify that. And then when the MCOs come up, I would like to ask you about that possibility as well as the department. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Committee, further questions? Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick follow-up. I hope I'm not hearing this, but Mr. Anderson, how much of that $713 million are taxpayer dollars?
100%.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Committee, further questions? Steve, I have one. I have several, actually. So on this fraud, this 700 do you know what percentage of that is overpayment to the MCOs?
I honestly do not, off the top of my head, couldn't tell you how much of it is overpayment to the MCOs. Certainly they benefit from some of this, but we don't calculate it like that, but we could try to work something out to get a number to you, sir.
Is that why you haven't been able to recoup that, is because of the MCOs and the time lapse?
Some of it is a result of its payments to the MCOs and again, KDHE opting not to try to recover that money. And at one point, KDHE had a policy that they only had a 3-month look back on overpayments to the MCOs, which we had recommended that was one of our recommendations, that 3-month look back needed to be gotten rid of.
Yeah, I remember we had quite a discussion of that. There is, in fact, no limit to the time. Is that what I remember, was that there is no limit to do the look backs?
It's on certain issues. Yeah, there's no limit. On other things, they do have a 3-month look back, but it depended on what it was about. And I'd have to research the topic again to get you a clear answer.
Yeah, I'd be curious if you could get that together for the committee, how much of it is past the 3-month look back and also the percentage of overpayments to MCOs. I would be curious about that. Now, on to another subject that you tossed out there last year, I think it was our last meeting. It was 80%, if I remember right, it was 80% of the people on the wait list are on the wait list for no reason. Is that have you changed your figures on that?
No, sir, we haven't. We had looked at that, saw there was approximately an 80% error rate involving that wait list for there, and our number has not changed on that one bit. That will be part of our final report that comes out about people that are on the wait list, and they're on there for a variety of reasons, and they shouldn't be, which constitutes that 80% error rate.
So you will have a final report on that as to why they're on that wait list?
Yes, sir. We sure will.
And when will that be?
We hope to have it out before the next Bethel meeting. We unfortunately have had some delays in getting data from our auditees, which has unnecessarily delayed our audit reports being published.
Do you have anything preliminary at all that you could release to the committee?
Right now, no, I do not, that I would be comfortable releasing because we haven't vetted the numbers completely. But we will have an interim report on the waitlist issue out before the next committee meeting.
Very good. Thank you. Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to follow up. I had asked for the percentage. I'm trying to decide, what's the total number of people you're actually reporting on? Is it 66 or is it 180? What's the total number of those that you have found fraudulent?
Representative Ballard, where are you drawing your numbers from? Is that on the chart?
Yeah, is it?
That's just the number of findings and recommendations. That has nothing to do with the number of people.
Have you reported the number of people? What is that number? What's your total number of people that you're reporting on at this time that you have found to be fraudulent?
Oh, as far as now, if we're looking at investigations, we've been handling that number differently. For audits, that isn't always based on a number of people. Sometimes it's a greater issue. Sometimes it's an organizational issue and it doesn't break down to individual people. So that would be an impossible number to give you as far as how it breaks down by individual.
If that number is difficult to report, then when you come up with the figure of 713 million, you have to have some kind of number in order to arrive at that amount.
Well, and I'll go back to the CCRC thing again. That was an organizational thing. It was based on nursing homes, how they were reporting their status. So it doesn't tie back to an individual. It ties back to companies that were falsely applying to be continuing care retirement centers. So it doesn't tie to a person. Some of these, yes, we could certainly get you numbers. The original HCBS audit report, where there was a waste of 193 million, there were approximately 2,840 people that were on services that shouldn't have been. And that's what drove that number. If that's kind of what you're looking for, we can certainly do that.
So out of that 2,000, that number, out of what total number are you arriving at that 2,000? How many
Well, the
people
total
actually are on it?
Sure. Yeah, the total Medicaid population is over 500,000 people. And I don't remember off the top of my head how many are actually on waiver services at that time, but we could give you a percentage if that's what you're looking for.
Yes, I would be, because actually I am asked that question occasionally, not very often, about what number, how do we come up with that number out of the whole number of those that are allocated. And I understand there's taxpayers' money, but I mean, all of us in this room are taxpayers as well. So it's not like there's another group of people out there paying money. Everybody's paying money. So I think we all have an interest in that percentage. And when I see a number of how many people you have actually talked, that's out of how many. It doesn't, you would say one is too many, but on the other hand, if we just throw out a number, it looks as if everybody is not playing by the rules, and that is not the case. That's why I'm asking that number and the percentage. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Committee, further questions? Seeing none, Stephen, you're off the hook this morning. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your stay in Washington.
I appreciate that.
Okay, committee, next we have Haley. Haley, welcome to committee.
Good morning. All right, I do have a presentation for you, so make sure we have that to follow along. All right, Good morning, Haley Ordoin, State Long-Term Care Ombudsman here. So we're going to shift our topic to seniors and the adult care home population. Since it's back to school season, I thought I'd start us off with just kind of some review of some numbers and figures to gain perspective of why, when I'm here, why I bring up certain things and how it's relevant. I wanted to start off first with you understanding the types of homes that we serve. And I apologize on my numbers here. I should have that I wanted you to have the perspective of the breakdown of when I say adult care homes, that it's a mixture of federally licensed and state licensed homes. There's two differences. You hear this a lot, federal and SLO, state licensed only, and what that means. So the 289 is the federal license. Those abide by not only your state regulations, but your federal regulations. And on the state licensed only side, we have 550. So that is the breakdown right now of you understanding the percentages. I did break it down a little bit further of the population we serve. Of that 289 that are the federally licensed homes, 20 of those are long-term care units inside the hospital. You hear them called intermediate or swing bed. That's those. They abide by those regulations also. And then 269 of those are nursing facilities. So you'll see LTC, long-term care, SNF, skilled nursing facility. That's what makes those, and that's the percentages there. Now, your state licensed only homes is where it gets a little bit more, not complex, but there's a little bit more meat to it. And that is the 550 state licensed only homes. 229 of those are assisted living. So that's 41% there in the blue. One boarding care home, that's a very interesting kind of off the wall one that we have. There's only one of them in the state. They market themselves as assisted living. And why is that important? So it has to do with your capacity. On the assisted living side, the requirement for that category is 6 or more. So that's kind of unlimited. You have to have 6 people, not related or more. On the board and care home, it's 10 or less. So it's a much smaller amount there of their capacity. But the next that makes up our highest percentage is that Home Plus. Now, this last year, there was a bill to increase that, that many of you heard me oppose. But nonetheless, here we are. And that increases. Yes, increase it to 16. So the capacity there is 16 or less on that. So that's still on that smaller side there. And then you have the residential healthcare facility that is 6 or more. So you might be asking, okay, what's the difference with all these types? So really, the residential healthcare facility and the assisted living are pretty darn much the same thing. The only difference really in their language, it has to do with kind of a kitchenette and kitchen access within the apartments. And then there's some differences of requirements of the bathroom layout and like the square footage of space. What I want you to understand with these two is that I think a lot of times when I'm listening to debates on the floor of you guys talking about different structures, everyone, and what it used to be, I'll quote that, back in the day, it used to be that your nursing facility was always the highest level of care, and then you kind of step down to, assisted living needs, a little bit less. They're a little bit more independent than you have your independent living. Well, with these structures now, based on the service agreements that are negotiated, they can be receiving that high level of care in the same setting, in the state licensed only setting. Your memory care, a lot of those homes fall under the Home Plus category. So you're dealing with dementia in all of these. You're dealing with higher level of needs if they bring in additional supports. All right. I wanted to track and trend too, and I apologize that my dots don't have the defining numbers on there. I have that information for you if you would like. But what I want you to see is this is the facility number. So this is the licensed building numbers here that we're seeing. And you can see that the state licensed only, the beginning of when we captured this was in 2009. That's the last number that I have. And then kind of, you can see the skip in there. I wanted to show the last 5-year trend. So we are very much trending, as you can see, that the state licensed, that the nursing facilities started at 298 in 2009. It actually climbed to 314, and now it's a dip down again. So we've had a total loss. We had a gain of 16, but a loss of 29 homes during that time. And then the state licensed only homes started at 282 in 2009, climbed up to 482 in 21. And since then, it's continued to increase to 550. So not quite, but almost double in that time frame. We've gone to the state licensed only homes. The next slide, I have that actual breakdown of bed capacity because that makes a difference in here of homes versus the actual number of people that they can serve in that. And as you can see, the nursing facilities are decreasing. The state licensed only are increasing. Now, you may hear, providers will say, we are responding to market demands and the consumer demands. I would absolutely agree with that, actually, because most of your state licensed only homes are smaller. They serve a smaller amount of individuals. They have smaller units, better staffing ratios with that. I would agree. That's normally what everyone's, utilizing and looking for, especially that Home Plus. That Home Plus is kind of the largest area that's increasing. That's capped at 16. Again, your smaller area, smaller percentages. However, I would say I think that this year might be our year. 26, 27, I think you're going to see the state licensed only beds now be more than the nursing facilities. Why that's semi-problematic is because your state licensed only homes don't always accept Medicaid and they don't accept Medicare. So if someone has a stroke, God forbid, falls and breaks a hip, and they need skilled services, that's going to be on those skilled nursing facilities. That's not normally something that you can always receive in those other types of settings. So I wanted you to have that perspective to kind of talk about the numbers, but then also to understand the regulatory difference. When I say this, I say a lot about regs and requirements. So those federally licensed homes are subject to both state and federal regulations. I have the references put up in the slide, but that includes a total of about 196 federal or F tags, broken into 22 categories. So when the surveying agency comes in, KDADS, and investigates or does their survey, that's what they're comparing that to. Now on the state licensed only side, it's about half, and those are broken out by the different category types. I threw adult daycare in there because they're regulated and they're inspected too. We do serve that population also. The Home Plus and the assisted living or residential healthcare facility is listed in that too. So when you hear me talk about the citation differences on this next slide, just for comparison, I took the categories that are listed there, and you can kind of see on the Home Plus, for example, they don't have the regulation for staff development topics, staff development of dementia. But then on the federally licensed side, you can see all the regulations that are in there. Why is that important? Well, when we come to the state serving agency, we're bringing a complaint, filing a complaint on behalf of a resident or on our office. It'll be investigated. It's investigated to what there's regulations for. So I'll talk about the major relevance of that here with involuntary discharges, because that's really where we see a lot of that. Because if there's not language for them to cite to, it's not cited. And a lot of times what we hear from the residents, from their families that we're serving, is that if it's not cited, it kind of feels a little gaslighty to them of like, what happened didn't happen. And they really feel like a victim in those sort of situations. I'm not coming before you asking for additional red tape. I know that that is not what anyone's looking for. I just want you to have the perspective of understanding so that we are speaking the same language. So how do we differ from surveyors? We get this a lot because, you walk in and you say, I'm from the state and I'm here to help. Well, everyone's like, who are? Yeah, haha, thank you. So who are you? What do you do? How do you differ? Because we get that with the residents a lot. They think we're the state surveyors. They think we're going to be there enforcing action, citing individuals. So just kind of a couple differences of how we differ from those state and federal surveying agents. Surveyors, primarily are there to inspect, enforce the state federal rules. They do unannounced inspections, conduct those investigations, they investigate complaints, and then they issue the citations and ensure that a home is back into compliance with those required quality standards. Whereas our office, we come in, we advocate for the residents, ensure that their rights are not being violated, that they're free of abuse, neglect, and exploitation. And then we act as a mediator, go-between for them, sometimes if that needs to be with the home, if that needs to be with family member, caregiver, guardian, power of attorney, outside resources. We've had to go to physicians and talk about just different services. We act on their behalf as a voice of empowerment and to advocate towards their wishes. Who do we both work for? Surveyors represent the state and federal government, whereas we represent that resident, or in instances where the resident's not able to give us consent, I say it's their surrogate decision maker. So that may be the guardian, that may be their power of attorney. Actions taken, as I said, we cannot cite a deficient practice. Even if we see, what we believe is in violation, we have to then report that to the surveyors. They come in, they do their investigation. So that's probably one of the biggest main differences right there. Timing and method. I want you guys to really hear this because I've come before this committee numerous times, as have several, talking about timeliness of investigations. The state surveying agency, they target those investigations anywhere from 9 to 20 months. For like the annual investigation, they have complaints that are then triaged in between that. Some of those we know are taken pretty immediately based on their scale of their triage, and I can't answer for that. I would deflect that to them on how that all completely works. But others are put off until the next annual survey if they're triaged low enough. And some of that can mean, that 9 to 20 months. I know in instances we've had years where it's been closer to 24 months. So a complaint may be filed and it may not be investigated for 2 years. Our office, we come in anywhere from weekly to quarterly. We do have some volunteers that go into homes on a weekly basis. I know those homes really love that. But we appreciate it, and so do the residents. And we are in those settings on a quarterly basis to just have routine access to them, let them know about us, let them know about services afforded to them. We are in there very frequently. And when you get to budgeting time, you will see that I've asked for an enhancement for additional staff because what we do, I feel, is so important. We are in there so frequently, and we're inundated. Our cases are taking longer because they're getting more complex, and that just means that the longer we take on a case, the less time we have to bring on another case and continue working for them. Homes are being built left and right, really in that Johnson, Wyandotte, Sedgwick County area, where they're more densely populated. So our goal is to ask for budget enhancement to hire one additionally in each of those areas. And then finally, that enforcement power. We don't have any. we don't have the authority to fine or to cite a home. We refer it on to KDADs. So then it's then in their hands to investigate if there's deficient practice occurring. But we do not exercise any direct police or regulatory power. All right. So now that we kind of have a little bit of a landscape of understanding, I'm going to, bring the concerns that we are hearing from your constituents. State licensed only discharges and reporting. Now, a lot of work was developed on the reporting mechanisms of that, and I thank many of you that I've had conversations with and been directly involved with, because we are really this is still our primary push. This is our number one complaint that we get is related to involuntary discharges. There are state and federal regulations for involuntary discharges of how they're supposed to be conducted. I say how they're supposed to be conducted because obviously we're getting complaints because they're not. We have the reporting that is being required now by our office for complaints that we receive, comparing that to KDAD's. There's a few things that weren't exactly on our radar that have started to come on our radar related to that. And some of that has arisen and gained a little bit more perspective in some meetings with hospital dumping that's occurring. So when we say hospital dumping, when you hear that term in the industry, what that means is a home will discharge to the hospital for a mental health crisis, medical crisis. You're supposed to go to the hospital for an acute emergency, sudden onset. You're supposed to be stabilized and then return back to the setting. Well, the homes won't allow them to return. They'll say, no, you're discharged. They'll issue the 30-day discharge upon that. They're supposed to go back and assess. We get calls from hospitals, from social workers a lot based on this. We can only report what's reported to us. So our fear is that there is a larger percentage and a larger population of individuals that are impacted by that we know nothing about. We're only being told about the ones that the social workers call us on, that the families know to call us on, or if a home, as in some examples that we came across, as a home accepts them for admission, and then they report that another home, that the previous home that they came from was doing this involuntary discharging. Again, with us not having any authority, that's really our scope of what we can do. We can report it, but what I feel like we run into a lot, especially on these state licensed only homes, is when it comes to that regulatory compliance. That part down here of why this is occurring. You have state and federal regulation differences, and you have fine and citation differences. I have personally called homes and said, you can't do this. Like there's definitions that you were supposed to transition. You're supposed to ensure a safe transition for these individuals. And we hear a lot, homes are willing to take the lower state fine and have called it the cost of doing business. Because based on these regulations on this slide here, the fine and the citation is much lower. On a federal home, if someone were to be discharged, their fine the upper range is anywhere from $3,000 to $10,000 per day, or $1,000 to $10,000 per instance. So in 24, those average fines were $57,000 per instance, or $11,000 per day, or per instance, I'm sorry, per day and per instance. Your federal homes hold to a higher standard and higher level of accountability with that. And also, their citation is scoped at an immediate jeopardy. There's been increases in the federal guidance on that, that constitutes an immediate jeopardy, and the red stop sign goes up on their facility listing in the KanCare report. So, for consumer transparency, it says, stop, this home has been in violation of these things. We don't have a state licensed only mechanism of tracking. The closest thing we have is KDAD's has an adult care home directory. We have to navigate the consumer very often, where to find that, how to find it, how to read the deficiencies, how to find those citations. I will tell you that this is a problem because just this last week in Sedgwick County alone, our office had one home issued 3 involuntary discharges, 1 with a mental health need, and 2 for non-payment. And after they issue that 30-day discharge, on day 31, they go to the court and get an eviction for the landlord-tenant portion of this, and they have sheriff's office come and evict that person. We have had people in the heat that we are experiencing, wheelchairs, oxygen, discharged out into parking lots, discharged to homeless shelters, discharged to motels. And I'm actively working with these individuals to bring their voices to you when we are back in session or at our next quarterly meeting so that you can hear directly from them, so that it's not just my word, because that is not a safe transition. And our state regulations, my understanding, and I reserve the right to be wrong, but I can't answer for this, my understanding from KDADS is that we've never cited an immediate jeopardy situation on an unsafe discharge. I don't know about you, but I don't consider that a safe discharge at all. You know, when I've got a 93-year-old calling me from a parking lot on their cell phone in a wheelchair who needs oxygen. Tell me how that's safe. And this is what our office deals with. I wish I could be here and bring all the sunshine and rainbows to you, you know, but we get called for the problems. I've said this before to this committee and to several of you. Not all homes are bad, but not all homes are good. It's these ones that are not good, that are doing it the wrong way, that keep us busy on a daily basis. All right. Well, as if that didn't fire you up, pull out your Mr. Potato Head angry eyes because I'm back. if you have your angry eyes. Great. Maybe we can borrow a pair. Because the pharmacy provider of choice. I was here to you guys the same time last year. I know several of you were fired up in the blue, but wait, it gets worse. Last year I was here telling you it was somewhere between $150 to $300 per month. Out of respect to that home, I did blank out their name, but this is specifically from their letter. The residents at blank assisted living who require licensed nurses or certified medication aides to administer their medication must provide their medication in bubble packaging through a pharmacy of their choice. They're allowing the resident to get the pharmacy of choice. However, bubble packaging promotes accuracy and safety during medication passes. Okay, I won't disagree with that. Residents who choose to provide medication in bottles will be charged a monthly medication pass fee of $750 per month. You know who dispenses medications in bottle form? The VA. Thank you, veterans. Here's your thanks. As if you're not already paying enough monthly to receive your care. Here's an addition. That's an additional slap in the face as far as I'm concerned. All right, next. Frail and elderly waiver and wait list. You guys heard a lot about it. You're gonna continue to probably hear a lot about it. I want you to be aware that there is not another waiver that really supports this population. I know some had suggested the community supports waiver. That is specifically for the IDD population. That does not apply for these individuals. This is really going to cause residents of adult care homes to have to move to higher level of care. We're already getting those calls. You are already getting those calls because I've been speaking to several of you about this. And it's going to make a move into the nursing facility against their wishes because there's not the funding for them to stay. So you have people that are in assisted living, that are in independent living, that are, you know, in those types of settings, their needs are being met. And you also have the other population of individuals that are at home wanting to age in their home in the community. If there's not funding for those resources don't exist, they're going to go into the nursing facility. And as you saw, the nursing facility bed capacity is decreasing in our state. We have a big problem. I know that back in the early 2000s when I worked on the IDD side with case management, the joke, but not joke, was that when someone is born with a developmental disability, as soon as they're born, you get them on that wait list because of how long it took. We've seen that train wreck. That train has derailed, it's crashed, and now we're trying to pick up the pieces. These other waivers, you've got another train on the same track. and it's coming. I'm really concerned that when people in our state hit the age of 65, their other welcome is going to be, hey, by the way, here's your Medicare card, get on the frail elderly wait list, because by the time you need it, you're going to need it. I know that we have a crisis exemption plan, but based on that language, I feel like I'm not an attorney, and I feel like I could argue every single one of them is a crisis. I don't personally operate my life, and I don't think many of you do, in crisis mode. I don't think it's proactive. When we have someone in an emergency room, is that the appropriate time? Because you can't tell me on a Saturday night at 10 o'clock p.m. That people are going to be ready and able and working to get that crisis exemption granted. Those things take time too. In the meantime, what do? They go to a nursing home because it's easier to get someone into that setting than it is to transition them out. I will tie on, adding to this, you're going to hear about, if you haven't already, the Money Follows the Person program. That's also a problem because that was another resource that our residents had, that our seniors had to utilize. Right now, that money isn't following the person. And we're talking about fraud and waste and abuse, and that's money left on the table to be able to help these people. I have multiple people that I can think of that would really benefit from, needing a ramp built for them to be able to be at home, maybe some adaptation to their environment, transitioning their care, adaptive equipment for that. That's what we really need that. And between the Money Follows the Person and the frail elderly wait list, that's honestly 2 strikes against our seniors. And I don't want to see our state turn into an unfriendly, aging state due to lack of services. The Dementia Truth in Advertising, you guys kind of heard about this yesterday, and I've talked very much with Representative Bueller about this. We were a proponent of the bill, of the language, when it came this last session. I know it didn't get a hearing with the intent to be worked through. I will say that we were saddened to hear that we weren't invited to the table for this conversation. I stand very willing and ready. We have our concerns with the language. The Alzheimer's Association has been transparent about that, which I appreciate from Jamie. And we have concerns that we would love to address. We're ready and willing at any time to address those because I think that there's a lot in there that the intent is good. I want to guide some of the concerns that we are hearing from residents and their designated decision makers. So we look forward to that opportunity. All right. At the end of the day, we are the only resource that really brings that resident voice, the voice of their surrogate decision maker, representing them to the conversation. So we feel very adamantly, based on our experiences and the frequency that we're there to see these things, that we should be at the table for conversations, for decisions being made. I have that kind of bottom part. And like I said, I'm not saying that all homes are bad. Not all homes are good. We need to be there to have safety parameters and limitations there for the ones that are the bad actors, because I know it's business for some, but it's a matter of livelihood and life for those others. And really, accountability is the difference that separates the two. The ones that are doing it good and are doing it right hold themselves accountable, and the ones that aren't are using those loopholes and are using that lack of accountability to continue on. So people are worth more than any dollar of revenue generated, and they should be treated as such. You have our office's contact information, and I did include in there also a map of our state breakdown and individuals, so you can see where we're at. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Senator Gossage.
Really, thank you for everything you do, and thank you so much for being here. I know I've shared with you before of when I had to put my mother temporarily in a facility in Gardner. It was absolute horrible. So I could think of other words, terrible. Nasty, dirty, filthy place. And everybody in there was, I happened to have my pen on when I took my mother there, stopping me going, please report this place, please report this place. I did report that place. I'm wondering if it would be helpful, I'm wondering how many of those residents have any idea that they could contact you? How do people know how to get a hold of you? Would it be helpful if we had a bill that required that when a patient went into any of these facilities, that part of the paperwork that they were given was your name? If you have any concerns or questions, here is somebody that you could contact. Because I don't know that they would give it voluntarily, and I say that in a kind way. Because they don't necessarily say, here you go, you want to report us, or you want to say something you don't like. It's more like, tell us first. And I get that, but I think they need to know if there is an outside source that they feel like that they could call to say, not necessarily, hey, I ran out of toilet paper yesterday, but something about a real concern about a facility.
Thank you. I would absolutely support that. I would be happy to get you any materials that would be, part of that, because what we do run into, it is a requirement for our information to be posted. However, it's normally, down the hall, to the right, to the other right, across from this, small print, we do provide materials. That's why we're in there on those routine access visits, to try to make ourselves known. But unfortunately, and I say this unfortunately, like, I feel like we're the best kept secret, and we shouldn't be. People should know that they have rights and that they have the ability to come to someone independent who doesn't represent the facility, because, it is a complex matter. I understand, the grievance process and everything. Some of those state licensed only homes, yes, they can have a grievance process, but they're not required to have a resident council. They're not required to have a family council like they are on the federally licensed homes. And those are opportunities to self-correct and self-direct. We're involved with them frequently, but a lot of places don't even know that they could start them up. So there's a lot of educational opportunity that I believe, yes, upon admission would be the ideal time.
Well, and I've also shared with you that I was able to get my mother into an amazing facility. I can't say enough good things about them in Lawrence, and I'm very, very pleased with that. So there are some amazing facilities, and they're not so great facilities, and if they're only being checked once a year, that gives me concern. And if residents feel like that they can speak up, and you could determine if this was just a surface thing. Do you, let's say that I'm a resident, I come to you and say, not just me, but other people are having this issue. They're not giving us our medications on time, or whatever it may be. I know I'm supposed to take this one at night. They don't ever give it to me at night, or whatever. What do you do with that information?
Yeah. So we conduct an investigation first to see, finding of facts, things along those lines. So for that person, we oftentimes do have what starts as one ends up widespread. So we will investigate with that person, look at their records, look at medication. We will interview staff. We will interview other residents if we hear that this is all widespread. And a lot of times we will run into a case where that resident may want to remain anonymous, and that's perfectly fine. We can investigate still anonymously, but then I do have the jurisdiction within my office and authority that if I see a concern for widespread all involved, that I can file a complaint on behalf of our office for everyone involved.
File the complaint with whom?
KDADS.
KDADS.
Yep.
And are you finding that KDADS is following up on complaints that you give to them?
I'll tell you that is probably the number one complaint that we've received from consumers and from our office too, is that unfortunately, when it comes to that, the most we really get is a complaint code number. We are not given a time frame for when that will be conducted. Like we're not told the triage of where that'll be. We're just given the code, and then sometimes the resident or the complainant isn't interviewed based on the complaint. I would think you'd want to gain that perspective. That's, again, my opinion. But then the follow-up is you receive a piece of paper in the mail or email. We've seen email that basically states the finding of whether it was substantiated, and I know that's not their term, and this is my term, basically substantiated or not substantiated. And that's really it.
Do you keep a record of, we submitted these complaints, and this is the follow-up?
I would have to go back into our office for that. We do.
do keep a record
Yes,
of
we do. We keep record, and then we frequently try to follow up for any update. And a lot of the times we'll hear it's ongoing.
and ongoing. So then is there follow-up with the person who gave the complaint?
Some cases we have heard no.
Like, has this been followed up? Have you seen a change?
We do follow up with them to see if they've been interviewed, if an investigation has been conducted that they're made aware of. Sometimes the investigation, we're told from KDADS, is done, but the resident or the complainant was never spoken to. So their understanding is that it hasn't been addressed and the case has already been closed.
Thank you, Haley. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today. I have many of the similar concerns that you just heard from Senator Gossage. The involuntary discharges, I get those phone calls too. In fact, they even came to my door, the mother of the person, because I knew her, but that's it. The wait list for elderly and elderly, I guess I could rail a while on that one, but the one that I'm gonna really ask you about is the pharmacy provider of choice. Is there any proof that this works a hardship for them to be able to handle that medication because they're not with the pharmacy that this particular facility has decided is their choice? If they could prove that they have to hire a person to count the pills, to distribute them, and yet it didn't come from their pharmacy, what do we do about it? Is it in the contract that you signed that you will follow my pharmacy or whatever? Because that's the one that if I'm going to take on something, that's the one that I'm going to give the fight for, because that is unfair when you're being paid to live in this facility.
I will tell you what I know. And what I know is how come, I guess my answer is a form of a question. If it causes undue hardship, then why aren't individuals with Medicaid being charged that? Well, because legally they can't. Based on that reimbursement rate, it's all inclusive for their care. It seems to be another opportunity over here. And I am not a medication aide. I am not a nurse. However, I know that there's metrics and standards that they have to go through when it comes to medication administration. They do need to be checking that it's, the right pill, the right route, all the right resident, all those things. And as part of that, it is checking themselves for the administration. So in my opinion, they are already doing it. They have already been doing it. When I operated a home, my nurses, they were already doing it. So that process hasn't changed. I feel what's changed is that they're charging for it.
Now that upsets me more than fraud, because that is another form of fraud. And we're not talking about that.
I feel like it's an opportunity to nickel and dime the consumer, unfortunately.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Haley, thank you so much for your presentation. It's always very informative, and I really like how you broke down between the nursing home and the state-owned nursing homes. I share your concern about the fact that the state nursing homes are going to be, there are going to be more of those facilities, and what concerns me about that, not only thing, there's a lot, are the fines. So those fines are low enough that those nursing homes can say, well, it's just a part of doing business. So do you know who sets those fines? Is that a federal, or is it, or the state set the
So on
fine?
the state side, my understanding, I do believe that is through KDADS, that KDADS sets that rate.
And is there any reason why you cannot give this committee the names of the nursing homes that you have been asked to look into regarding like the involuntary discharges or the overpayments for the dispensing, the pharmacy fees?
For any complaint, we are resident directed, so it would be verifying with the resident that we have permission to release that information.
Okay. And could that be a question that you could asked routinely?
There's actually been conversation with my team that I've actually started contemplating, seeking legal counsel, making sure we're abiding, we're not violating anything federally with our office too. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for this, Haley. Certainly a lot to be concerned about here. One question that I had, do you notice a consistent difference between for-profit and not-for-profit nursing homes as you're doing these investigations? And can you enlighten us at all as it relates to some of these concerns and whether they lean one way or another?
I thank you for that question, and I'm writing that down because I had actually semi-anticipated that would probably be a question, and I do want to go back to you. I do want to get back to you with the factual evidence of that and percentages and breakdowns, because what I will tell you is several of the homes that I feel like we have this with are for-profit chains. But we've experienced it with both, I will tell you. So I really do want to get you factual information of the breakdown of percentages for that.
Representative Bryce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Haley. I wanted to go back to what Representative Ballard was discussing about the pharmacy. That's almost unbelievable, $750 a month. And I want to just dig into that a little bit more. And do you know if the pharmacy of choice has a contract with the nursing home, and are they paying the nursing home to be pharmacy of choice?
Okay, so to answer that question, the homes do normally have a contract to provide emergency services for the residents, their e-kits, their emergency dispensing on off hours when maybe their local pharmacy is. So yes, they do have a contract. What we have been told, and we have not investigated, this may be something for my predecessor that was just presenting, is that we have been told that those pharmacies do have quotas to serve the home, and the homes are kind of pushing to instill these because a lot of people can't pay that $750. That then brings that person online for that. So there's that. As far as are they paying the home to be their pharmacy provider of choice, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. I'd be interested in that, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Bueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Haley, for being here. And I just want to draw attention for the committee back to the slide on the slow discharges and reporting. And your top bullet point is the concern of underreporting, and the bullet point says hospital dumping is occurring, but the other side of it's occurring well, and it's called granny dumping. And I have been working on that with Representative Dale Hellwig since the middle of May, and it's the exact opposite. It's where law enforcement or a hospital or somebody else dumps granny for lack of, and that's the way they described it in the meeting, so I'm not trying to be rude, but will dump a person on a long-term care provider's doorstep and expect them to care. Now, in Representative Hellwig's case, the provider's Comfort Care, I think is the name of it, they have 4 homes in Pittsburgh that care only for dementia patients. The problem with that is that person is dumped unceremoniously at the doorstep. They take them in, and then they begin the process of benefits determination eligibility. And what happens in those cases is it's at least 118 days at a minimum that facility is going to eat the cost for caring for that person. They have instances of where it's been 2 to 3 years. So if we're going to look at this issue, we need to look at it holistically and know that it's one of these things. There is incoming fire on both sides. And why it's problematic is if you look at the chart that Haley presented and you see the decrease in either state or federal licensed facilities and the rate at which the state is aging, this is a problem we got to fix. And so it involves not just sending granny to the hospital, or it's vice versa. It's okay, we're done. Send them to the nursing facility. So just so that everybody knows that it's not a one-way street. And I don't know if you want to add to that, because I think you were in the last meeting where you're not.
It was, yes, and thank you for the opportunity to participate. We touched a little bit more on that after you had to leave for your next one. But you're right, it's both and, because as far as, you know, like for the example, comfort care homes, they are taking that person in. They'll look back, like on a nursing home on the federal side, they can look back and they can get, I believe it's 3 months of the reimbursement for the services they provided. So they can get paid for that in the rear. On the HCBS side with those waivers, they can't. And that's where we're running into the issue with the frail and the elderly waiver, is that it takes that time, even when someone's been determined to be eligible. Now you have a wait list. So now you have that additional hiccup of services being needed, and, you know, and God bless those homes that are doing that. This is why I say there's ones out there that are doing it good, but they're providing free care.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Haley.
Senator Petty.
Actually, my question and point was along the same lines of the fact that I do think that we need to be looking at both sides, whether it's the hospital dumping or the granny dumping. And then that goes back to the fact when you talked about the federally licensed, are we losing them more in rural areas?
Definitely.
So that's the other issue. Then there's nowhere for families to have their, or for even for an elderly person to make a choice, because there's nothing available within their communities. And I think all these things work together because they all involve a cost, whether you're, the conversation about pharmacy of choice, if you have a facility that has 200 residents, and there is a cost involved with that pharmacy of choice. So I think that's a factor that has to really be considered for how do we want them to be able to best provide service and to maintain a cost that's affordable for residents. You know, if we're talking about, I mean, I actually visited a facility in my area that has had assisted living, and it was $6,000, which was unbelievable because most assisted living now is, you know, 8,000 or above. So I think all these things do come in, and it really, you can't look at just one thing. You have to look at it holistically on the impact of having the facility available, having them have staff, having them be able to provide good service, and yet we want to make everything so patient-centered, but in order to be patient-centered, you have to have the staff to do it.
Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure how he did it, but I think Representative Bryce was looking over my shoulder at my notes here. So he did ask the majority of my questions. I noticed with the little snippet that you provided in your testimony, though, that looks like it was kind of a public form or an intake form. That wasn't a confidential document, was it?
It's part of it was part of the admissions agreement from that home.
Yeah, okay,
resident.
so that kind of walks a gray line. I was going to say, if that's a public document, by golly, let's air the dirty laundry here. But that does kind of walk the line, doesn't it? All right, well then I will leave it to you to investigate that. But I really would like to find out who that is and what the relationship with the pharmacy is. That's something that I think is definitely a rabbit hole to run down. Thank you.
Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Waited and most of my questions have been asked, but you indicated on the hospital dumping, and I realize this is a two-way street, but KSA 39965 says may assess a civil penalty not to exceed $1,000. So my question, would you prefer if it was shall and set a minimum amount instead of a maximum amount? Because you indicated just the cost of doing business. So if we increased that significantly and made it a mandatory so dads can't look the other way for some of their friends?
I do believe that enforcing a higher shell penalty would be a bigger hindrance to that. And I believe also shoring up some additional laws related to this, because it seems like people go to the courts then. And we've attempted to go to the district courts and have meetings, especially, like I said, in Sedgwick County. We've requested meetings 3 times with the judge to discuss this, to make them aware. I do believe that some stricter reinforcement on landlord-tenant, because I guess I don't look at it as it's a landlord-tenant. Like, yes, they are landlord in some aspects, but they're providing a medical services too. So I think it's two-way street on that, but I do think that increasing the penalty for that and taking it a little more serious would be a hindrance.
Thank you. And that might be a question, Mr. Chairman, or a recommendation or suggestion we might throw in, because it is the legislature that changes the law, not the courts, not government agencies. Another question, just briefly, on the pharmacy provider. 200, 300 per month. You're talking $2,500, $3,500 a year. Plus this one that you mentioned at the bottom, $750 a month. Are those two inclusive or exclusive? In other words, could it be I'll just go in the middle, $250 per month for the outside pharmacy you choose, you want a pharmacy outside. And that pharmacy, they just don't do the bubble wrap. And this facility could charge the $750. So would it be the $250 and the $750, meaning $1,000 a month?
No, I'm sorry for that confusion. We started getting the complaints of the fees being in the range of 200 to 300, and now we're getting it all the way up to 750. So we're seeing a range. Each home can individually assess their own rate that they are going to charge for that medication dispensing fee.
Well, you indicated here medication administration and setup, $250, and then the other if the medication is not bubble wrapped, which to me sounds like a separate issue. Maybe it's not, but I'm seeking clarification.
Yeah, our understanding from this home is that it's both. It's the 750 if they do not bubble pack it the way that home is wanting. We are also seeing, based on that resident using the pharmacy of their choice, we're also seeing homes that are charging that $200 to $300 a month just using a different provider. So it is both of those in this instance with this home. It's just for that bubble packaging.
Okay, that's what I was thinking, and that's where I was wanting to go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Haley. Real quick, on the pharmacy issue, is there a pharmacy that is monopolizing these contracts with these homes?
I have not investigated to that extent of if I'm seeing consistency with the pharmacy. We're looking at the fee and the right at that point. So we have not conducted the investigation to see if it's a specific trend of a certain pharmacy provider.
That would be very interesting information. Thank you.
Representative Ballard.
Senator Erickson just asked a question. I'm going to follow up on that question. I'm not going to give the answer. But there's another problem. There's the struggle between the independent pharmacies and the large chain pharmacies. And that's having a lot to do, especially in small areas, rural areas, and other in the combination. But when I'm looking at this, is this more a legal question of whether they can charge that as part of their service in this facility? I ask that because I actually have 2 attorneys in Lawrence looking into that, because I've gotten 5 complaints. The other thing I would say, when you said granny, I wasn't offended by it, but you also could put grandpa too, because because in my cases, grandpa's being dumped, along those lines. But I'm just looking at that in terms of how much leeway does a nursing facility really have? Because in many ways, they know that it's being very difficult to place your loved one. And so therefore, they can charge anything. And when they're dumping, in some cases, they're dumping because they're creating space for someone who's going to pay more, because there's levels that they charge. You know, this one you're on this level, and it doesn't have to be Medicaid, because some of them don't even take it. But this person came in on this one, but now this particular family is more desperate to have the person there, and they're willing to pay a higher cost to get them there. So if you happen to go to the hospital and then they want to bring you back, they don't really have to take you back, but they do have to take you back. So how do we handle that situation? Because it's not only the pharmacy that has me really upset about it, but also the involuntary, because if I want more money, I know where they can go and get it. Would you address that, please?
Yeah, so I will tell you the answers that I have been given in my search for this. I have asked KDADS if there's any regulatory language. There's not that restricts that. It's based off of each person's individualized negotiated service agreement, each home's admissions agreement that they're given upon admission. That kind of spells that out. So there's not as far as that. When I have contacted the Attorney General's office, because I went to the consumer protection side, they also told me that there wasn't anything in there preventing that.
Any further?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, we're going to have to move on because we're 30 minutes over, but I do have some comments here. We did hear that bill, 2718. You know, we get into sometimes a fine line between free market and government regulation, and I believe that's kind of how it ended up, was what business do we have to regulate a business? And so, and then, you know, there is an expense for dispensing drugs, you know, an employee or whatever, you know. So, and I'm not making any excuses. I think $750 is just outrageous. And maybe that's what, but I think the nursing home folks came out and said, you know, there is a legitimate expense for dispensing this medication. No excuses for $750. And I'm hoping that they'll police themselves before this does become an issue. If I was going to be back, I would hear that bill again and probably push it out just to send a message. But there is that fine line that we deal with. Back to the FE waiver, and I got to take some responsibility for this. And I think the legislature in general, you know, we've been trying to hold the line on our budget. And it all boils down to money. All this stuff boils down to money, very simply. And, you know, looking at the social services budget and looking at the budget, we looked at it and our projections, looking back at the timeline of how the FE waiver was going to, we gambled and we lost. And this is not a good thing because it's very expensive. These folks that aren't on the FE waiver are going to go to nursing homes. And it's $60,000, $70,000 a year for a nursing home. And it's $30,000 to have them in their home with services that is provided by the FE waiver. The next legislature is going to have to deal with that. It's a money issue there, and it's going to have to be solved. We cannot have wait lists on the FE waiver trying to keep these folks in around. Not only quality of life, but that. So I do take some responsibility. I think that what's happened, and kudos to KDADS, they've kind of manipulated and not done a wait list before and used money from the ID&DD waiver to backfill that. And this wait list would have started last year. They've been threatening us for a couple of years on this wait list. And we were gambling and we lost. And we just didn't put the money in there, didn't want to have the fight because it's been a pretty contentious year as far as the budget goes. And we're spending $500 million more than we're taking in now. And so we're trying to cut the budget. We took a gamble, we lost. That's going to have to be corrected because it's a money-saving issue. And so I'm going to get off my soapbox.
No, stay on it.
But that's just the cold, hard facts of where we're at here. So anyway, Committee, further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here,
I
Haley.
thank you. And while you may not have the opportunity with this bill, I will be back with it.
All right, very good. Committee, Suzanne Leckert is written only. I'll bring your attention to her report in your agenda. Next we have, and I apologize for being late, but we have Gregory. Gregory, welcome to committee. That just had to be fleshed out. That was as you heard, that was a lot of large issues there that we need to deal with, and it needs to be on our radar screen. So, but now we're on to you. So thank you very much for being here.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members. My name is Greg Bethell. I'm a First Assistant Attorney General, a criminal prosecutor. More importantly, and the reason I'm here this morning is I am the Director of the Medicaid Fraud Control Unit for the state of Kansas. I was asked to come before the committee this morning to talk about the HHSOIG 2025 Annual Mafuku Report. And I think before we get into that report, it's important for the committee to understand what Mafuku even is. I think we are a well-kept secret. Prior to this year, I'm not sure anyone really understood who we are, but we've been in the national news a lot this year. In order for a state to receive Medicaid funds, each state must have a functioning Medicaid fraud control unit. Has to be approved by HHS in order for the state to receive the federal participating funds for Medicaid. Any state that is certified, has a certified Mafuku, the federal government funds 75% of our unit. And so our unit has been certified since 1995 when the legislature created us, and we are funded 75% by the federal government. Consequently, I work with the federal counterparts as much as I do with state counterparts, probably more. We are in constant contact with Health and Human Services Office of Inspector General. They have an Office of Evaluations and Enforcement. Additionally, HHS has an Office of Investigations in which they have federal agents that investigate Medicare fraud. They're also authorized to investigate Medicaid fraud, but because the state Mafukus investigate Medicaid fraud, they have less of an interest in investigating Medicaid fraud. Kansas, we are fortunate. We have an embedded federal agent in our unit, and so we work alongside our federal partners on almost a daily basis on our investigations. We investigate both fraud and neglect and abuse. The neglect and abuse is related only to Medicaid beneficiaries and any individual that is in a facility that receives Medicaid funds. So even if they are private pay, if they are in a facility that is receiving Medicaid funds, we have the jurisdiction to investigate those complaints. We receive direct complaints from KDADs, KDHE, as well as the public, law enforcement, local law enforcement agencies. We receive between 6,000 and 9,000 referrals a year. Not all of those referrals turn out to be criminal. We take a look at each and every one of them, and those that are criminal, we then decide whether we can open a case or not. We have limitations in opening cases based on the staffing that we have. We're authorized to have 8 special agents, 8 sworn law enforcement officers. We currently have 6. The expansion to 8 occurred following a 2018 on-site inspection by HHSOIG. That time we had 4 agents. They recommend us to have 8. We've never been able to fill all 8 of those positions. We are recertified annually. Beginning this year, HHSOIG has been doing conditional recertifications. We anticipate that staffing will be one of the issues that we face in our conditional recertification. And what we anticipate is a requirement to have a working plan within 30 days of our October 1 recertification and correct the deficiencies within 6 months. Because all Mafukus investigate both fraud and neglect and abuse, we're constantly looking at what the ratio is. In Kansas, it's about 80% fraud, 20% neglect and abuse. I'll note that one of the things that is included in that neglect and abuse are death investigations, primarily from IDD group homes. We've worked approximately 7 death investigations in the last year. We attempt to look at any death that occurs in an IDD group home or a resident of a IDD group home to make certain that it is a natural death, that it was not caused by neglect of that individual. So we have an agent. Of the 6, we have 1 agent that works almost full-time in the neglect and abuse area. Healthcare fraud investigations are complex. They're more complex than even banking fraud, because you take the same financial data that accompanies any fraud investigation and you start throwing in healthcare information, you start throwing in waivers and such, and it just adds to the complexity of it. It takes us approximately 6 to 12 months to take a new agent and spool them up in order to be able to fully investigate a case on their own. Of the 6 agents we currently have, 3 of them are all new to us within the last 12 months. I'll switch briefly to the HHS-OIG annual report. It's 13 pages long. What that data is accrued from is the annual statistical report that all Mafukus are required to submit November 30th. That data point is based on the federal fiscal year. That way, HHS has a defined, finite point in time that they can look at from a year-to-year basis. And what they're looking at they're looking for trends. If you look at the HHS-OIG annual report, you'll see that I believe it's $4.64 per dollar invested by the federal government is returned to the program. But that's a skewed number, and I want to point that out. If you look deeper into the report, you'll see that Virginia had a sole recovery in one case of $650 million. Additionally, Indiana had another large recovery. And so those numbers are skewed versus the smaller states, Kansas, South Dakota, North Dakota, that have smaller Medicaid budgets, that have, frankly, fewer fraud schemes than what some of the bigger states have, because there's less opportunity in Kansas. That does not mean that fraud is not occurring in Kansas. It is. There is so much fraud that we have a minimum threshold, and I don't really want to say this out loud, but we have a minimum threshold before we'll even open a fraud case, because we simply don't have the resources to investigate all of the fraud cases that are occurring in the state of Kansas. A lot of the fraud is committed by personal care attendants, and sometimes that is in association with the beneficiary that they are serving. A beneficiary may be entitled to, say, 40 hours of services a week, and he or she not need those 40 hours. And they'll concoct a scheme that will say you're working those 40 hours, but give me the 10 hours that I really need and we'll split the rest of the money. That's not an uncommon scheme. In fact, we have an active case in southeastern Kansas right now where that was the very scheme that they were utilizing. Sometimes those are low dollar schemes, but other times, if it's undetected for a period of time, it can be in the tens of thousands of dollars. I don't know how much you really want to get into the fraud. Most of the fraud occurs, they're low-level felonies. But we recently sentenced a woman to 8 years in prison because it was $650,000 in round numbers fraud. And she'll be serving 8 years in Department of Corrections. She had been previously convicted of a low-level felony Medicaid fraud and cost of doing business, if you will, taking from the previous presenter. She continued to do it, and this time we were able to send her to prison. We currently have ongoing investigations that involve 6 figures, 7 figures. The 7-figure one is getting close to being presented to a grand jury. We work regularly with the U.S. Attorney's Office. We are limited. We are limited by federal regulations to what we can investigate. Like I said, it has to be a Medicaid nexus. We do not investigate eligibility. That's the Inspector General's job, and that is by federal regs. But otherwise, if it's criminal fraud, if it is criminal neglect or abuse, we investigate it. We're also authorized, in fact, we are expected by HHS-OIG to do civil enforcement. That is something Kansas has never had a strong presence in terms of the Medicaid Fraud Control Unit. And I have been the director for just under 2 years, and that was one of the things I identified early on was a deficiency in the unit. We do have a posting for a civil enforcement attorney, but our Oklahoma counterparts, it took them 12 months to find a civil attorney. And so we're still looking for that, Jim. Not knowing exactly what information the committee wanted to know, I've tried to give you just an overview, but I am happy to answer any questions that the committee has about what we do, why we don't do something, anything that the committee would like to know.
You may regret that. Senator Gossage.
Thank you so much for being here. I was just sharing with a couple of our folks with the agency this morning that I recently met with folks from HHS and Dr. Oz from CMS about fraud. And one of the things that we discussed was the fraud and the waste is so huge. I'm trying to help them go after bad actors in the agent world, because there are people out there that are signing up people for plans they don't even know about or that they were going to have, making phone calls to elderly people who don't know what they're signing up for. I mean, we're seeing all kinds of fraud in that regard and waste in that regard. So I'm trying to help on that end, but I'm glad that you are here. So question I have is, how is this fraud reported to you? Is that typically from the MCO that they see this billing for something that they feel like is awry?
The MCOs do send us some referrals. So most of the Medicaid fraud is sent to us through the MCOs. Occasionally we receive directly from KDHE. They have a program integrity unit that does data mining. We previously within the unit had a data mining waiver. We weren't utilizing it because of the lack of resources. So we've given that up, but there is a push within HHS for us to get back onto the data mining waiver and find the resources to utilize it. Because anytime that we're looking at data, we're looking for outliers. And so that's what MCOs are looking for. That's what KDHE is looking for. And sometimes there's a reason for an outlier, but it takes investigation to determine that.
And so so you have access to the Medicaid data then?
Yes, we have direct access to the KMIMS data.
Good. And then another question I have, you mentioned civil enforcement. So up until now, you can just report that to the department and it's up to them to do the enforcement. Is that right? Is there anyone at the Attorney General's office that can enforce this, arrest this person?
So the civil enforcement, essentially what would happen is that if we conducted a criminal investigation and determined for any variety of reasons that it was not a viable criminal case, what would happen is we would either return that case to the MCO or to KDHE and indicate that we are not able to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. Please take whatever recoupment efforts you deem appropriate. what we have begun trying to do, and we have one attorney who has a limited amount of civil background. She has, in 2 cases so far, we're about to do a 3rd one. I'm very excited, but we've done demand letters, and utilizing the False Claims Act, if we actually had to file against these individuals, we would be entitled to seek up to 3, treble damages, 3 times damages. And so there's a big hammer and a carrot that when we send them a letter that says, hey, give us $10 or we're going to go after 30. In one case, it was send us a few $1,000s or we'll go after $1 million. We're finding that this is, I don't want to say that it's easy money to recover, but it's the hammer is there that it's big enough that we are having some limited success with the limited cases that we're able to process so far. My goal is to have a full-time person who is doing that so that we're not sending it back to the MCOs, not sending it back to KDHE, so that we're going out and saying, you got this money. It may not be criminal, but you were not entitled to get this money from Medicaid, from the state of Kansas. Give it back. And we're not there yet, but we're working on it, Senator.
And I do know of a doctor that's been in prison now for several years, but it took like 3 years tracking, and this person from Kansas, that they were tracking and realizing how they were fraudulently filing all these claims for Medicaid and Medicare, and he ended up in prison, rightfully so. But was any of this money ever recovered? Do we know? And I'm not going to say the person's name, but if that does happen, is any of the money recovered, or it's not going to happen anymore?
Generally speaking, and I can, whether it's Medicaid fraud or, burglary of a house, I mean, my experience goes, when you're convicting a criminal defendant, the chances of restitution are very low. Now, we have an individual, she was a mental health provider, and I'm doing this from top of my head. It was about $180,000 restitution order, and she's paying, I believe it's $1,500 a month. And she's making those payments, but again, that will take years to get it back. The benefit of civil enforcement is typically, even in situations where an entity or an individual isn't able to pay it all immediately, they're in a better financial position to actually, we have confidence that it will get paid back. So a lot of the criminal recovery, even in, like, you look at the annual report and it says $600 million or whatever was recouped. It's recouped on paper, but whether it's actually recouped in dollar bills is a different story.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to figure out the relationship between you and Mr. Anderson, both in the AG's office. Sounds like you do a lot of similar work, but my question would be, you indicated fraud. You didn't tell the level, which is fine. I don't need to know the minimum level. You said you just don't have the resources to go after some if they don't meet a certain threshold. Those smaller, is what I'm going to presume, cases, are they referred to Mr. Anderson, the Kansas Inspector General?
No, they are not. And the reason for that is that, again, it's a resource issue. The difference, if you will, when we identify an individual who's committing Medicaid fraud, but we also believe they're committing other types of fraud, SNAP, housing assistance, those types of things, we do not have the authority to investigate those. Those are referred to Mr. Anderson, to the Inspector General's office. The low-level fraud cases are sent back to the MCOs and advised to attempt to recoup those funds. And again, it's simply a resource. He's got 3 agents, I have 6 agents, and he's got additional responsibilities in terms of Medicaid fraud is not the primary responsibility that he has. Medicaid eligibility fraud is one of his primary responsibilities. But what we have found over the years is that sometimes when he is investigating Medicaid eligibility fraud or, prior to the expansion of his jurisdiction, he was finding that SNAP and housing benefits and other things were, if they were stealing from one program, they were often stealing from another. And Medicaid fraud was added to his jurisdiction simply because if he finds it in SNAP, in housing benefits, and Medicaid fraud, then they do not have to refer it to us, which is what they used to have to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much. The root cause of this is, in my opinion, bad actors. But my question is, as policymakers, can you tell us, is there a state that is doing really well in minimizing the ability of bad actors to commit these crimes? And do you find it's predominantly in Kansas? Is it because of a lack of policy, enforcement of policy? Are there loopholes in policies? Is it agency? Can you kind of help me say, what can we do? Because we're going to have bad actors.
Yeah.
What can we do to minimize the damage? Thank you.
So I don't believe that there is a single state that is doing everything well. And I'm drawing a blank as I'm standing here. I was having a conversation with my counterpart in Oklahoma, and I don't recall what waiver program it was, but he said everyone from Texas was coming to Oklahoma to commit fraud in Oklahoma because Texas had changed their policies and clamped down on it. And so he was working with his state system to get them to adopt the policies that Texas had. And I said, thanks, that means they'll come to Kansas next. So what I will say this, we communicate, and we being the directors, the 53 directors hold monthly meetings as well as in-person meetings twice a year. Because what's happening in Minnesota, what's happening in Texas, it's going to move around. And so by knowing what's happening in other states, seeing how they're reacting to it, we're able to adapt to it. I don't want to overstate this, but generally speaking, when something is new, that's where we will see the most fraud. Peer review or peer support services right now, we're seeing an explosion of fraud in that program because it was expanded in 2023. We're actually meeting with KDHE tomorrow to have a discussion about how we can perhaps tighten the controls on that. And we work with KDHE well. They have suspended or put on prepayment review several programs associated with that program to try to slow or stop that fraud. So it's a mixture of things. I don't think that it's any one thing, but anytime we have expansion of services, there's usually a policy, well, I won't say policy, but a regulatory vacuum that the fraudsters, they take advantage of that.
Senator Petty.
Thank you. So I was just looking at some of the charts, and I noticed you have this one, I think it's page 11, the non-global and the global civil recoveries. So, and this one specifically, you mentioned 3 states, Indiana, New York, and Georgia. So did those 3 states then work together for these civil recoveries, or are you just saying that the largest number came from those 3 states?
Largest number came from those 3 states. I can't tell you the exact date, but a number of years ago, the state of New York moved away from criminal prosecution in general and went to civil enforcement. So, and I've talked to people from New York and I still can't wrap my head around it, but they have a death investigation. They're not investigating that criminally. They're investigating it. What can we get in civil penalties? And so New York has done, New York generally has a higher proportion, if you will, of civil recoveries because they're not looking at criminal penalties. Now, HHSOIG this year actually decertified the New York Mifuku because they said you can't do that. You need to do both criminal and civil. Colorado was recently cited as being one of the top states as well in civil enforcement, but they're a state that does both civil and criminal enforcement. But those are the three states that have had the highest civil recoupments in total dollars as individuals. We are regularly part of the global cases. Those cases data mine, if you will, the expenses that each of the state's Medicaid programs have paid out. And then those are generally created, or those generally started from a qui tam in a state that allows a qui tam suit, where a whistleblower, if you will, files a lawsuit. And then the federal government and then the states get involved and intervene in those lawsuits.
And so then on another chart where it mentions about the civil settlements and judgments, you're saying that they've increased by 37%. Is that based on any one thing?
No, and the civil settlements in particular have, they probably have more volatility than the criminal cases do, if you will. Just because you may stumble into if you're stumbling into a pharmaceutical program where there's fraud, those are often large dollar settlements, where if it's a durable medical equipment provider, it still may be a significant settlement, but it's not going to be nearly as much money as a pharmaceutical company. And so on a year-to-year basis, those numbers go up and down fairly regularly.
Yeah, because this chart, it shows that the highest is in 2016.
Right. And that relates back to the opioid crisis and all of the lawsuits that related around the opioids.
Thank you.
Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for being here. I understand the staffing issues and I understand the necessity for it, but I still have a philosophic problem with letting people get away with fraud so long as they're not all that big. So can I call it the broken window mentality, if you will? Do those cases get referred, you said they were referred back to the MCOs, but that doesn't necessarily get back to the state. Are those also referred to KDHE for review or for attention?
If it came from the MCO, it goes back to the MCO. And doing this from the top of my head, I don't believe that they are copied to KDHE. I think if the referral came from MCO, it goes back to the MCO. If it came from KDHE, it goes to KDHE.
Okay. Just kind of seems like maybe we ought to all have our cards on the table and be looking at it from a number of different directions.
I will say this, we have a monthly meeting with KDHE Program Integrity as well as all of the MCO Program Integrity units. We host that. And so there is a frank discussion in that meeting of fraud schemes and the types of things that we are seeing and the back and forth, cases open, cases closed. And so while it may not be as broad as what you're suggesting, there is some back and forth communication.
Well, that is comforting. All right. And do you feel like some of those cases are actually rectified?
Once it goes back to them, we don't
No idea.
know.
See, that's
Yeah.
the sort of thing. Okay. All right.
I will just add that your heartburn is my heartburn as well. I hated putting a dollar threshold on it, partly because I believe that there is a benefit to, let's just make up a number, $2,500, where an individual in a community in Great Bend or Coffeyville or, I live in Lawrence now, but if we're able to convict that person of $2,500 fraud, even though it is not going to have a major impact on state dollars and such, it sends a message to the community of don't do this. So I agree with you 100%, but at the same time, when we're chasing dollars, we're trying to get the maximum return for the investment that we're making. So it's a catch-22.
Sure, and I get that. I understand I mean, I am a little bit pragmatic in that regard. I get it. I just don't like it. And 2,500 this year is very likely 10,000 next year and 25,000 the year after that.
I will say this, one of the things that we do, we call them alpha cases, just using the $2,500. Let's say that we have, someone who's alleged to have committed a $2,500 fraud. We look at it and it's like, okay, we're not going to open it. If we get a second referral of that person, one of the things that we always do is we look at our database. Do we have prior referrals on this? And so even though it might not meet the dollar threshold now, we're looking at, okay, this is a repeat offender, let's go after them. So I hate to say it's one bite at the apple that we'll give them, but in some ways that's what it ends up being. We do track them, and if we see them come back up again, we're more likely to go after them that second time, because it's like, you didn't learn the lesson the first time and you got a pass. This time you're not going to get a pass.
Very good. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. It's called good money after bad. So, yeah. Committee, further questions? Well, thank you very much. And, this fraud deal is, we're talking about a wait list on frail and elderly and that much money and stuff like that. If it's for the bad actors, we would have that money.
Right.
And that's what makes me the angriest, is that they're taking away from people that really need it. And we're struggling with funding that, and yet these people are stealing from us. And so, very frustrating. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. We're going to have the MCO presentations on the CCBH impact. And Samuel. Samuel, welcome to committee.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Sam Gutchess. I'm United Healthcare Community Plan at Kansas's Behavioral Health Director. And I have brought with me.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Diane Kunde-Allen. I'm the CCBHC Director for United Healthcare.
Thank you.
Diane and I appreciate the chance to share a managed care perspective on the impact of certified community behavioral health clinics, or CCBHCs, in Kansas. Today's discussion focuses on what we are seeing in claims and utilization data, and where the model appears to be succeeding, and where we believe further consideration or refinements are possible to better align financing with outcomes. And next slide. So first, we'll provide an executive summary and discuss the CCBHC payment model. We'll then review utilization and care pattern trends, including how services are being delivered and billed under the PPS structure. Next, we'll examine outcomes, including access costs and acute care utilization. We'll conclude with several policy considerations. Next slide. So this section looks at the CCBHC PPS model and highlights our key findings. Next slide. To understand the rest of this presentation, it's important to understand how the payment model works. High level, CCBHCs are paid through a prospective payment system, or PPS. Kansas currently uses the PPS-1 methodology. Rates are based on each clinic's allowable costs divided by projected visits. Rather than billing individually for every service, clinics receive a predetermined daily rate intended to cover the full scope of required services. The average PPS payment is approximately $355 per day. In the first quarter of 2026, the average clinic received roughly $1.7 million in PPS payments. The core idea is that clinics receive stable funding to provide comprehensive whole person behavioral health care through a bundled rate. Next slide. So again, at a high level, access expanded substantially. Peer support more than tripled and therapy participation increased over 70%. However, total CCBHC spending increased 362%, far faster than member growth did. We also found signs that engagement intensity appears to be declining in some of the most labor-intensive community services. Notably, among members attributed to a CCBHC, emergency room and inpatient behavioral health utilization continued to rise rather than decline. Taken together, the data suggests that broader access has not yet translated into reduced reliance on higher cost acute care. Next slide. In this section, we'll focus on how services are being delivered and how the PPS
Samuel?
payment. Yes.
Just for a second here.
Sure.
As we move through this, you might stop just periodically to answer questions. If not, we're going to get lost in
Sure.
the whole report. So at periods, certain periods, just stop and we'll answer any questions so that the committee, and this is especially for me because I get lost easily, but thank you.
Absolutely.
Already. Senator Erickson.
Already, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, apologies, but I'm looking at your key findings in a glance. And looking at those, I think we've tried to get at this, at least in our discussions yesterday. I think you're hitting on some metrics that we've been asking for. So I want to take just a moment and pause on that because I'm looking at your blue kind of summary of that information. And taken together, it says access expanded sharply while per member intensity thinned and acute care costs kept climbing. And as I look at this, what I'm kind of getting out of that as a layperson is we have a lot more service and a lot more a sharp increase in that, but the quality, am I seeing quantity versus quality? Is that a fair way to look at it? Because I think we've talked about we can have all the inputs, but we're concerned about the quality of outputs. Is this speaking to that, or am I misreading this?
I would say that what we're seeing is that more folks are being served, but there are certain services where we have seen a decline in per unit utilization for those services. And I wouldn't go so far as to say that that means that the services aren't quality.
Follow up, Mr. Chair, because I'm looking at your specific bullet. Emergency room. You say it has the opposite, the intended effect of expanded community care. Inpatient care. Higher acuity use did not fall as access expanded. So I'm looking at those bullet points, and I think it's worth pausing because I think this is what's been a topic of discussion. And I don't want us to lose sight of that. You know, it's just part of a bigger presentation. So Mr. Chair, I'll yield. But I think this is key data that we need to focus on.
And I don't disagree. What I want to make sure is that we're talking about dealing with just the CCBHCs versus overall emergency room, you know, all lumped in there. We need the answers, but we need them to be conclusive about CCBHCs. So my question on that, and I'm going to go on too, but is that all emergency rooms that the MCOs are paying for?
This is CCBHC attributed members.
It's only CCBHC attributed members.
Correct.
The emergency room visits for anybody in a CCBHC setting is up 23%.
Correct.
Not all emergency rooms over.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, just want to make sure, and that's what we have to be careful of, committee, is making sure that we actually have, you know, the information and not it's a conglomerate. Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question was similar. So when you're talking about emergency room, we're talking about psychiatric, ER because of acute psychiatric services, or is it gallbladder problems?
It's
is
ER
there-
in general.
Okay, so you're lumping them all in there, whether it's a acute psychiatric or not?
Correct.
Okay, and also just, you're very soft-spoken, and I don't hear well. If you can please either raise the microphone or speak more into it, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, committee, sorry for the, Senator Petty.
And this is 1 year. This is a rolling, it's just from 4/25 to 3/26. Is this correct?
That's correct, yes.
And so, okay, thank you.
Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Senator Erickson focusing on this slide. I was looking at this as well, because it seems what we've been told that there's a lot of money going into the CCBHC program. We're just trying to find out, what are we getting, what's the bang for the buck? What are we seeing? What we're told is, well, ER visits are down. We're told inpatient is down, but you're showing me up by 23%, and that inpatient is up by 34%. That's very costly. We would think that that it would be this. If we're seeing these access to services, we're seeing more services, the idea was to keep people out of ER, keep people out of admissions, but we're seeing this. And you're just reporting what you've seen, and you're just reporting what has been reported to you, right? Your data.
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Bueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first, I have two questions, or they're kind of related. So when you talk about the key trends, what is the pre-CCBHC baseline? Are we talking all the way back to 2020 or 2021?
So pre-CCBHC is based on and Diane, feel free to correct me if I misspeak here, but it's a 1 year prior to them onboarding. So that number is, for each CCBHC, we looked at the 1 year for each of them and then aggregated that together.
So that's an agglomeration of data that, and with 25 CCBHCs, that is, I'd like to see that data, how that was put together, because I'm not disputing the data, but I'm trying to figure out how you do a pre-CCBHC baseline that's fair to all of the CCBHCs, and then based on what's actually happening. So that's a little, I appreciate the effort that you did that, and it gives us a starting point. The second thing is, when we go back to the emergency room visits, so are these behavioral health only when in your data? So you're referencing the emergency room, these are behavioral health only visits?
Emergency room is general.
Okay, so I think that's key for it's key for us to understand that if you can't associate this with just a behavioral health only thing. So this is all emergency room visits. Yes, it is. So is that correct?
It's,
He asked the
Yeah,
question.
no, I did.
it's,
You asked that question, and we were told it was based on behavioral health.
so this is CCBHC attributed members, and then ER, those members who went to
So it
the
could
ER.
be medical or behavioral,
That's correct.
correct? And so then what follow-up does the MCO do on any kind of non-medical type treatment? You have any data on that? So you just know that it was, I'm trying to figure out the relevance of, well, I may have to come back to this one, but I've got a thought formulating in my head, probably not fully baked at this point.
If I could, I'll try to help a little bit. Part of the reason that we included all of the admissions in emergency rooms and the inpatient data is because the CCBHC model is to integrate care. And so part of what we're doing, my team does to support the CCBHCs, is we are giving them this data. We're letting them know, hey, the member who's been seen at your facility has had an emergency room visit, and this is why. And could you please help them connect with their primary care doctor or close that loop?
So that gets me back to my baseline question. How were you able to capture all the baseline data that's the pre-CCBHC models? I don't think you're comparing.
We use the same HC, so we use the same 10.
Okay. Yeah, I'm having a hard time saying that one MCO can pull that together into, and again, I'm not disputing it, and I understand the reason why we're here and talking about it, but it doesn't feel like that pre-CCBHC baseline, unless you can show us how you came up with it. I would like to see that. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, and another question, and we need to move on, but would this be normally in a primary care situation, this would be an emergency situation that would not have been caught without the CCBHC model? You know what I'm saying? Therefore, saving us thousands or millions of dollars if this situation, if they didn't go to the ER and get caught. I'm just saying. So it's very complicated. Senator Petty.
Just quickly, what does thinner engagement mean?
That refers to decreased utilization. So if you have somebody who is getting, say, peer support, and previously they got 4 units of that, and then now we're seeing they're getting 1 unit. So that's what decreased engagement is looking at.
With the CCBHC, but yet it's based on a pre-CCBHC baseline?
So the baseline looks at those members who are attributed to the CMHC, which is currently all of our CCBHCs are also our CMHCs. And so that's the population that we looked at before this model.
Okay, thanks.
Any further questions? Okay. Representative Reeves.
Thank you
And I would
for
remind
indulging
the
me.
committee that you're eating into your lunch hour again, so figure it out.
I will forego it. This is too important. So I'm kind of wondering about how you're deriving the data. So this is emergency room again. So anyone who is associated with a CCBHC ends up in your data.
Correct, yes.
Okay, regardless if they have Medicaid or not.
No, I don't have access to that. So this is based on our claims data. So this is only our Medicaid recipients.
Okay, so there is no way to capture all of the folks who are being seen through the CCBHCs who don't have Medicaid but are receiving services.
Correct. So if somebody was self-pay, I would not know about them.
Okay, thank you.
Sam, continue on, please.
Okay. All right. Care pattern shifts. In this section, we'll focus on how services are being delivered and how the PPS payment structure may be influencing billing patterns. These findings help explain some of the cost and utilization trends we'll talk about later. Next slide. One of the most notable findings in our review involves PPS trigger events. More than 84% of PPS daily rate claims during the first quarter of 2026 were triggered by a single 15-minute service code. The examples shown here are actual de-identified documentation examples and illustrate the types of activities that may trigger the full PPS daily payment. Our intent is not to suggest these activities lack value. Rather, it is to highlight that under current policy, relatively brief interactions may generate the same payment as much more intensive clinical engagement. And I'd like Diane to talk briefly about a couple examples.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. So we pulled out, part of what our team does is we collaborate with the CCBHCs and we look at their charts with them with the intent to help them make sure that they are meeting the certification criteria and be sustainable in the model. So a few of these examples were pulled directly from some of the charts that we looked at. I want to help you understand a couple of the abbreviations. So TCM is targeted case management, and that is a service in the behavioral health realm where a person with serious mental illness or a emotional disturbance is assisted to gain access to necessary services, guide and connect them rather than providing a direct service. So often that is not done with a member face-to-face. It is done by a case manager at the agency to support the member in their journey. CPST is Community Psychiatric Support and Treatment. This is a face-to-face service that is offered to members in the community. It is direct by the staff to work on skill building, symptom management, and it's driven by their treatment plan. So just to call out a couple of the examples, one of the claims that triggered the PPS rate was a targeted case management 15-minute intervention in which the staff reviewed medications that needed to be refilled. And that triggered the average PPS payment that Sam spoke to earlier, around $355. Another example is a CPST 17-minute, which is rounded down. I think someone spoke to yesterday the rounding of the billing, where they practice symptom management in the community, access community resources, and discussed budget impact. So these services weren't accompanied or bundled with any other services in that day. They simply were the only claim that triggered that PPS rate. I'll stand for any questions on that.
Yes, thank you for that. And one thing that I found throughout this deal that's important is there's a huge disparity in the daily rate. It runs from the way I think it was like $250 in some places to $600 in some other places. Is that correct?
I think it's a little less than 500 is the
Okay.
highest payment now.
But there is a disparity.
There
It's
is.
not across the board. Senator Gossage.
Thank you. So when we're talking about medications, if someone takes an ADHD medication, they have to go see a doctor every 3 months to make sure that they can get a refill, just as an example. And that typically has to be someone that has that's not just a medical doctor, correct?
Typically, a medical doctor can prescribe ADHD.
Okay, so if this is the case and they go see their psychiatrist or their psychologist, they're not necessarily part of a CCBHC. Is it the same rate if they go in and they have a visit with their doctor, say for 8 minutes or whatever it was, reviewing their medication? Is that the same rate that's paid, whether they're a CCBHC or whether it's a separate private doctor?
Are you asking specifically about the medication appointment?
Right.
Yeah, those would be different rates. It would be a fee-for-service in the community.
Fee-for-service rate, which is?
Oh, I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
Maybe Chris? No.
Nobody knows. All right, thank you. Thank you,
thank
Mr. Chair.
Sam, continue on, please.
Next slide. This pattern is not isolated to a single organization. Across all 25 Kansas CCBHCs, most PPS claims were triggered by a single service code. While rates varied somewhat by center, the overall trend was consistent. That consistency suggests the behavior is more likely the result of system design than the actions of any individual providers. And next slide. This slide highlights targeted case management, which is abbreviated as TCM, billed under T1017. Before CCBHC implementation, these services generated relatively small payments. Today, a single unit of T1017 can trigger the full PPS daily payment. Claim volume increased roughly 28%, while total payments increased approximately 41-fold. Again, this is less a provider issue than a payment structure issue. The current policy allows relatively brief administrative activities to activate a significantly larger daily payment. And I'll pause there for any questions.
Representative Reeves.
Has TCM been able to be built this entire time prior to the transitioning from the CMHCs to the CCBHC?
Correct.
They have been able to build TCM?
Yes.
Have there been any changes made to how or how they can build the 15 for those 15 minutes for those TCMs? I always thought that there was an issue that they weren't allowed to build TCM.
I'm not aware of any changes.
Senator Gossage.
I'm sorry, just so many questions here. So what this is saying is that they bill for 15 minutes, because we heard yesterday, about billing every 15 minutes and how time consuming that could be, et cetera, et cetera. But what we're seeing here is billing for 15 minutes can trigger the full day rate. Can you explain to us how that is triggered? What does that mean?
So I'll talk a little bit about how the claims are formed. So we have a code that all the CCBHCs utilize, and that's T1040. Underneath that code, there has to be a triggering service. And there's a list of services that are things that can be performed in order to bill that T1040, which is the daily rate. Included in those things are what we've been talking about. So TCM or the CPST, psychosocial rehab, medication management therapy, those kind of visits.
So who is this some kind of an agreement between the MCOs and CCBHCs about these codes? Or how are these codes determined?
They're set in state policy.
Set state policy. Okay, thank you.
And just to elaborate a little bit on this, this is how they were set up. It's not uncommon, and I think a lot of states have already done this after a 2-year period. It's not uncommon to do these adjustments and see where they need to be adjusted. So we're not in territory that other states haven't already dealt with, and that is not expected in our situation. But that was how it was originally set up. If there needs to be some adjustments in it, we certainly understand that. So, good. Right, in the CCBH contracts. Representative Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It feels to me like there's an implication here that a billing for TCM isn't as valuable as other services. Is that what you're implying?
I would say that TCM as a service is more of an administrative service than a direct clinical service. And so I wouldn't say that I'm implying that it's lacking in value.
Just a suggestion from the Oversight Committee that we get an education of TCM, because it's not just an administrative kind of service.
Okay.
We need to have a definition of what TCM is.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Continue on.
Next slide. When we examined therapy utilization, growth occurred across all visit lengths. However, the fastest growth occurred in shorter sessions, particularly the 30-minute visits. This matters because shorter encounters create more opportunities to generate the PPS trigger days. It's important to note that shorter visits may be entirely clinically appropriate. The observation here is that the payment structure may create stronger financial incentives around visit volume than visit intensity. Next slide. Now we'll examine outcomes. We'll look at access, engagement intensity, costs, and acute care utilization. Next slide. So this is the strongest success story in the data. Every major service category reached more Kansans than before CCBHC implementation. Peer support experienced the largest increase, followed by psychosocial rehabilitation, abbreviated as PSR on the slide, therapy, targeted case management, community psychiatric support, which is abbreviated as CPST on the slide, and office visits. Next slide. At the same time that we've seen the expanded access, we also noted decreased intensity in these services, or in some of these services. When we measured average service units delivered per member per week, several high-touch services showed declines. Peer support, CPST, TCM, and psychosocial rehab all experienced meaningful reductions in intensity. This suggests that providers are serving larger populations, but members may be receiving less engagement on an individual basis. I'll pause there.
Questions, committee, on that slide? Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the rate we're going, we may not get lunch today, and that'll be all right. We'll figure it out. But this is really, really important stuff, right? So help me understand from the MCO's perspective, right, as I look at the data, because I've learned if COVID taught us one thing, it's that we've got to be skeptical of data, where data is coming from, what the intent of the data is, right, who's bringing forth the data. And the data can say one thing to one group and mean something. So help me understand, is there any, as I look at this and the MCOs responsible for being the payer source, did the MCOs adequately prepare for the effects of the CCBHCs and the increased costs that appear to be what you're showing, is that there's a significant increase in cost while not getting the same maybe the expected results. We heard yesterday as we talk about, right, the forward-looking planning of our MCOs. Did they plan for this type of expectation, or did they plan for something different? And maybe you're not the right one to ask that question. Maybe somebody will be up a little bit later that can answer that question for me.
Yeah, sure. Chris Gard, UHC CFO. So I'm trying to interpret the question there. So when you say or ask, did we prepare? We had certainly lots of discussions in the planning period. We've wanted to better understand desired outcomes, where we thought utilization would go. There was obviously a series of conversations that we had with KDHE and KDADS, as well as Optimus, who's in the room with us, to get an understanding of what this might look like. But it was certainly what might this look like? This is unprecedented. We're kind of on the cutting edge of a lot of this effort. So when we look at maybe the utilization patterns that we see here from a finance perspective, economics perspective, this makes sense. We are incentivizing providers to bill these trigger codes for these PPS rates. And the response to that will be to do that quickly, right? That's just kind of the economic response that we see. And so providers inherently are going to try and reach as many members as they can. That does mean that in a limited 40-hour week that you see people less time. And so that's just inherently what's coming through in the data. So when you ask if we prepared for this from a policy perspective, certainly I'd say we were prepared for that from working with KDHE and KDADS, absolutely. The impact of it is what we are trying to measure, and that's what we're here sharing with you guys today.
Right. And I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. I just, as I look through the data, I recognize that, we're all trying to make the best decisions that we can based on the performance of the new CCBHC model, right? And we've heard some good, we've heard some maybe not so good. And I just want to make sure that I'm understanding the MCO's perspective on the CCBHC model, and whether, it's not fair to say whether they support the model or don't support the model, but at the end of the day, the MCO makes money. It's a for-profit entity, right? I mean, maybe not for-profit entity, but it is an entity intended to make profit. Then is there a reverse incentive, right, for the data to not be shared in a way that benefits the MCO?
I'm trying to think of a situation. So prior to my role in finance, was in analytics for over a decade. And so I can appreciate the idea that data can be construed in such a way to really tell any story that you want. And I've seen that many times.
We all have.
I am trying to think of any way that this would be displayed from what we're sharing that would be disingenuous. And I don't believe that to be the case. From our incentive, we want to make sure that the data is understood and the costs of the program are understood so that when we pass that information to to Seth and Optimus, that they can incorporate that into the rates. It is hard, especially with this type of program where it is very new, and there's been a cascade of new CCBHCs coming online over a several-year period, whether it be starting 2 years ago or 4. There's been kind of an ongoing inclusion of new populations here, and so those costs have been ratcheting up, increasingly so each year. And so we pass that data back to Optimus, they incorporate that, and then there's more utilizing members because there's more providers, or going back to that economics perspective, the CCBHCs get better at understanding the program and working with the members in the capacity that we're seeing here. Broader reach, less depth.
I appreciate it. I've beat that horse. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And I think that's where we're going. So in a nutshell, the MCOs aren't trying to get rid of the CCAB program?
Absolutely not. No, we are stewards of Kansas. We are trying to work at the behest of KDHE and KDADS as best as we can. So we are partnering with them, bringing data to them, insights on how to guide this program as best as possible, ensure that there are outcomes that are desired. To understand what the desired outcomes are, there's a conversation that's ongoing. So, I mean, we're paid to work with these members, and we're doing that to the best of our abilities under the guidance that's in front of us.
Thank you for that. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real quick, because it seems to me like it's easy for us to get caught up in, well, you're pro-MCO or pro-CCBHC. Based on the questions we're asking, I want to make it clear from my perspective, I am pro-Kansan and pro this legislative body getting the results that we are and the intent of the legislature. So I challenge us not to get caught up into, well, you're pro-MCO or pro-CCBHE. I'm going where the data is showing, and I think that's what the intent is. And so I just want to make that clear, because I think we assign motives to how we're looking at things. I'm pro-Kansan. I'm pro our Kansans getting the services that they need and that what the legislature is paying for. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And thank you for that. And I hope that you understand that's what this is about. This is fact-finding, because there's a lot of misinformation out there. We are fact-finding. We have done, and we will have a follow-up at the next KanCare meeting to address some of these issues, but we're in a fact-finding stage. But, it's normal to impugn, like the good senator said, I've seen figures don't lie, liars figure. I mean, but you can move stats and stuff, so that's what we're trying to get to the bottom of. I can take this same stat and skew it, and a lot of people can. I'm not that smart, but a lot of these guys that are can do this. So that's what we're trying to find out is, what are the facts? And are we doing a good job as being a good steward, like the good senator said, of the people's money and getting the required outcomes for our folks? So don't let anybody think any different, but we just have questions to flesh that out. Representative Bryce first, and then Representative Bueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One thing that Senator Erickson said previously is still kind of bothering me. I think it was on page 5, and it relates to page 12 that we just saw. My computer just went dead. But on page 12, we have all the increased services, the increased numbers of encounters for different categories. But on page 5, we had double the expenses of emergency room visits and increased 61%, I believe, of the inpatient care of psychiatric or behavioral health patients. How do we not see that, or I don't want to see it this way, but how do we not see that as the more we spend on this, the less benefit we have? Maybe that's a larger question than you all are, but than your position is. But that really bothers me, and I know these are specific categories, emergency room visits and inpatient psychiatric care. Maybe there are other places where there are huge benefits from the hundreds of millions of dollars we're spending. But I would really like to understand how we can spend more and have worse outcomes. Is there some explanation of that that's benevolent, I guess?
Yeah, if that's a question to me, now that we're talking about emergency room, I did want to clarify something. There was some conversation earlier about emergency room data here, including both physical and behavioral health diagnostic information. And again, finance person, my understanding of claims is that, especially when we're talking about ED, emergency department, that looking and including both physical and behavioral health is the right decision, because there's oftentimes when people are turning up to an emergency room with a primary diagnosis of a physical concern, but the underlying diagnosis, the secondary, tertiary one, would be behavioral. And so when looking at a pre-post, looking at a before and after, for this data, it does make sense to say, all right, how much has emergency room use grown for this population? And we've looked at the emergency room use, inpatient use, for pre-post of those in a CCBHC, and then similar timelines, those not. And we've seen similar outcomes where those in CCBHCs do have increased utilization of inpatient, ED, among other levels of care, as compared to what would be considered a control group, those who don't currently, at the time of the analysis, have access to a CCBHC, but otherwise do have access to the CMHCs.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Representative Bueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this may not be a question to the group here, but maybe just a reminder for the committee that when we think of this issue, the other thing we need to think about is, you start with people in crisis. Do they wind up in our local jails? Are they in holding cells? We build a new state hospital in Wichita. I think we need to consider going forward, or when we think about this topic going forward, we need to make sure that we include all of those aspects that the CCBHC model was designed to be a part of. And there are certainly costs that we aren't talking about today, or maybe the reduced incidences of engagement with law enforcement and those kind of things that were happening to this too. But just a reminder for the committee, that's one of the other things that was very relevant to the CCBHC model. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It's very hard to quantify. Representative Sutton, finally. He's been
He puts me at the end of the line. I'm used to it anymore. And this is probably a remedial question, but if you could, I'm looking at the charts between 12 and 13, and if you could just describe to me what this looks like in reality, rather than just in a bar chart. I see the peer support up 227%, unduplicated members, and that's great. I can firm grasp on that one. But then I look at page 13, and I see peer support is down 49%. What does this mean?
Yeah.
What does this look like in real life?
So what slide 12 is telling us is that the number of people receiving peer support is up 227%. However, the time that people are actually getting peer support is down. So on average, people are getting half the time that they were previously, but there's more people getting it.
Okay.
So as where before, say, 100 people were coming in, now we're seeing, 300 or so coming in and getting peer support. But whereas before I was getting half an hour of peer support, I'm getting 15 minutes instead. It's a lower intensity level.
Interesting. Okay, very good. That's all I had. I waited in line a long time for that question, but I just wanted to know what that looked like in real life. I am a patient guy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I just want you to know there's a reason for you waiting in line a long time. Representative Ballard.
I won't comment at all. But, actually, I just want to make a comment. I think all of us sitting here are pro-Kansas. And I have to make that comment because that implies that perhaps there's some people not. But I think we all are. What I believe the issue is whether or not all of us feel this program is effective in terms of how much money we are spending. And if it is effective, in what ways is it effective is what I think is being asked about that. And I personally feel that CCBHC is an effective program. Now, there may be others here that don't feel as much, but I have a lot of experience in psychological and counseling and everything else. So I'm looking at it from a different perspective. And I think that's what I've been hearing since yesterday, that is it worth what we are investing? Is the investment paying off? And if so, in what ways is it paying off? And I think you're answering some of those questions today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And I think on that subject, we are interested in that, but are there better ways to do it? Ways that we can tweak it? Ways that are being maybe one period, 15 minutes for an entire day's billing if we required, and we looked at this, briefly, but 2 services or 3 services or something. And I think that's going to be in some of the recommendations at the end, but it's not about that. It's about tweaking it so that it does do what we expected and we can understand it. So, committee, for Representative Ruiz, again, we're eating into our lunch hour, but maybe have to.
It's okay, I'll just starve.
But it's good discussion.
Thank you for what you just said, Mr. Chair, because you're correct with all of that. And the data is data, and it's numbers, and it's great, and we need it. And we need to, we need to be able to figure out how can we measure using the data. So I'm grateful for the data. What the data doesn't tell us is the people behind the data. It doesn't tell us that somebody with schizophrenia who has been living with schizophrenia for 10 years and is finally agreeable to coming into or receiving services when it's taken a case manager doing a quick touch with them every single day, trying to convince them to please receive services, and then finally 2 years later, because this has happened to me, 2 years later, they agree to it. So you're going to have all these little 15-minute increments over and over and over and over until you finally able to break through. So we don't have that. We don't have those stories behind the data. And so I don't want us to lose that there are people, there are circumstances behind the data. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. Committee, further questions? Oh, Representative Petty. Or Senator Petty, sorry.
I was a representative one time. Just to follow up with that, is there any way within the data that you're providing that it can show that, yes, we have a growth in the CCBHC, the number of people are using it, but how these people might have also been prior ER chronic users, and so that's impacting that cost?
Yeah, so what you're referring to would maybe be like a pre-post analysis, so looking at these members before and after, and then perhaps setting up some sort of control group. So we can delve into the development of any sort of analysis here, but what we've done in the past, what I spoke to earlier, was looking at 2 populations and the year of data, their utilization of inpatient and ED services, and then one population has a CCBHC come online. And we can look at the percentage increase in utilization and cost with them. And then we have another that still is waiting for that CCBHC in their respective community to come online. So similar in that they both had access to CMHCs beforehand, similar access to services. Let's see what the difference is in those 2 time spans. And it's also referred to as a difference of differences analysis. But the point being that we can then monitor with one variable changed, a CMHC going to a CCBHC in one community versus it remaining a CMHC in this time period. That's where we can get the increase or hopeful decrease in utilization of those high levels of care. So yeah, that's certainly possible. It's something we've done. That's what I was speaking to earlier, where we didn't necessarily see a decrease. Instead, we saw the opposite.
Committee. Senator Gossage.
Thank you. I will make this very quick. The difference between, I'm trying to understand what I'm looking at on page 12 and what I'm looking at on page 13. Could you explain that?
Sure. So 12 is the one that's noted as more Kansans reached in every service line. So if we look at peer support, if we go back one slide, if we look at peer support, the number of people, we'll get there, the number of people receiving care increased by 227%. So in a case where previously 100 people were getting peer support in 1 year, once the CCBHC came online, we saw that that there were 337 people. So more people getting that treatment. However, in the previous, before they were getting maybe 30 minutes of peer support, now that the switch has been made to CCBHC, those people are getting half an hour. They're getting 15 minutes. They're getting half of the time. So more people getting less treatment.
I see. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, continue on, please.
Next slide. Next slide. Okay, cost increased substantially, faster than member growth. Total CCBHC spending for United Healthcare Community Plan members grew from approximately 36 million to more than 164 million. Meanwhile, member growth increased about 9%. As a result, cost per member per month increased from about $197 to $834. This is one of the key findings driving our recommendation to evaluate how PPS payments are activated and whether incentives remain aligned with our desired outcomes. Next slide. Major goal of the CCBHC model is reducing crisis-driven utilization through stronger community-based care. In our data, emergency department costs more than doubled and behavioral health inpatient costs increased more than 60%. If expanded community services are working as intended, we would generally expect downward pressure on these high-cost settings over time. In the periods that we studied, we did not observe that pattern. Next slide. The findings we've reviewed lead to several policy areas worth consideration. These recommendations are intended to strengthen the CCBHC model, not replace it. The goal is preserving gains in access while improving value and accountability. Next slide.
Could you back up that slide till we have a chance to finish reading that?
Oh, sure.
Slide. Oh, page 17.
Back up one more. This is the slide.
Committee, any questions on this slide? Well, this isn't the one I'm looking at policy consideration slide.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, and back up to the next one. We need a little bit of a time to back up to the first one.
We want the acute utilization slide.
Yeah, right. Questions on the utilization slide? Okay, continue on.
We'll advance to the next slide after this.
Oh.
Oh.
Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I kind of slow played this one. I'm actually back on page 14, where I'm looking at cost increases faster than enrollment. But just on the previous slides, we had seen that the more involved and the more intensive treatments had all decreased. So how can we rectify those two things happening at the same time? I believe they're happening at the same time. I just don't understand how right off the bat.
So that would have to do with the PPS rate. So in a pre-CCBHC model, you're billing fee for service. And then in a post-CCBHC model, you're billing the averaged daily rate. And so a service that's 15 minutes is the same rate as a service that's an hour.
Gotcha. Okay. I'll bet you that leads to some of the policy recommendations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Continue on, please.
Okay. Refinement of the services that trigger PPS payment is recommended. The daily rate was designed to support comprehensive clinical care, and there may be opportunities to better align trigger services with that objective. Greater clarity may be helpful in distinguishing targeted case management from routine care coordination activities that are already included within the PPS structure. Kansas could evaluate acuity-based reimbursement approaches. Members with the most significant behavioral health challenges often require substantially more resources, and payment models that recognize differing levels of complexity may better support outcomes.
Questions? Seeing none, continue on.
Next slide. This slide summarizes our analysis. Kansas invested roughly $400 million in the CCBHC program during 2025, representing approximately 9% of the KanCare budget. At the same time, nearly 85% of PPS triggering claims involved a single interaction. Taken together, these findings suggest an opportunity to examine whether current payment mechanisms are delivering the strongest return on this substantial public investment. We appreciate the opportunity to share these observations and welcome any further questions from the committee.
Thank you for that. So one of the questions that I would have right off the bat was the cost decrease, or however you want to look at it, if you required 2 services or even 3 services per daily rate. That's one of the things that we had investigated earlier, was that a single 15 minutes deal wouldn't trigger the entire, and we would require, and it might not be in the day, but it would be at the end of the week if they met one person for 15 minutes on Monday, one on Wednesday, because of scheduling or something like that, and one on Friday, and then that 3 at the end of the week build a daily rate. Do you have any cost savings on that?
That would be something I'd have to take back.
Could you take a look at that? I think that would be important for us to know if that would decrease the cost or it would continue or whatever. But anyway, committee, further questions on slide 18? Representative Reeves.
I have a question, but for Diane, if I may. Is that okay, Mr. Chair? Okay. Diane, and I'm going to ask this of all the MCOs. Are the MCOs credentialing private mental health clinicians? So clinicians outside of the CCBHCs?
For CCBHC services, to provide CCBHC services?
Just to provide services. I mean, don't you have the credential?
I don't work with credentialing.
Okay.
I don't work with credentialing. Sam might actually better be able to answer that as the executive director.
Okay.
And the answer is yes, we are credentialing providers for general.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Senator Petty.
This is from United Healthcare, correct?
Yes.
And so does this, is this reflective of the other MCOs having similar data?
They're coming next.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
So we're wrapping up with United very, very quickly. Like,
Sorry.
actually, time's up. Not that quickly.
You have a commercial side to United Healthcare, right? Have you done a comparison between the two to see if utilization has shifted, changed in any kind of way between the two?
That, are you aware of commercial side? So the issue there is that with the CCBHC, the PPS is only for this population, so it doesn't apply to the commercial. Whether or not we see the same utilization patterns for commercial versus those members utilizing the CCBHC through the Medicaid, I don't have that.
Okay, I mean, it's just something to look at.
Sure.
Thank you.
So in full disclosure, some of these figures are industry-wide or all three MCOs, like the last one, 400 million.
Right.
Are a lot of the other encounter figures, are they all three of you, or are they just you?
Correct. So this last slide, the total dollar amount there and the 9%, that is related to the total population. The rest of the figures are United specific.
So, except for this last slide?
Correct, right.
Okay, okay. All right, well, I think we're moving on. Committee, what is the will of the committee to continue to flesh this out or take a lunch break and come back? I don't care.
Lunch and come back.
Is that what you want to do?
Yeah. Are these people willing to wait to come back?
Yeah. What if we went through one more, or this subject before lunch?
I'd say one more.
Could everybody wait? It might take 30 minutes. I think a lot of the same questions that we
We'll
had.
have a lot of the same data.
I think
I'm
we'll have
fine with
same,
that.
if we could get through this and come back, that would kind of leave us back on time, and let's hope it takes 30 minutes. So Sam, thank you very much for that. Committee, we have been drinking through a fire hose here for the last couple of days on this, but I do think that it's a worthwhile deal to flesh this all out so that it's all transparent and we all understand what's going on. So, all right, next we have Sunflower. Becky, thank you very much. Welcome to committee. I think you may be prepared for some of the questions because they'll be the same, or we may not even ask them because we've already asked them. But anyway, continue on.
Good morning.
I might ask you to stop at periodic times
Sure.
throughout there so that we can ask questions. Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you so much for this opportunity to present to you today. My name is Dr. Becky Austin Morris. I am a psychiatric nurse practitioner. I'm a native Kansan. I've spent my entire career either providing or working in the provision of behavioral health care across many populations. Yes. Am I too close? Pull it closer. Okay. We were asked, if you could go to the next slide, we were asked to bring information today on mental health metrics as it relates to us, the MCO, and outcomes, program oversight, and improvement considerations. Kansas has made a significant investment in the CCBHC model. I think we've all heard that over the past 2 days to expand access to behavioral health services. The question before us today is not whether services are being provided. The question is whether those services are producing measurable outcomes, such as a reduction in residential treatment, medication adherence, and overall cost, including emergency department and inpatient service, inpatient services being better managed. These factors will help to determine whether Kansas can clearly demonstrate value for our investment. Today, I will briefly cover what the CCBHC model was designed to accomplish in brief, what Sunflower's quality and performance data show, and what clinical oversight reviews identified regarding implementation and accountability. The discussion is not about access alone, it's about performance, accountability, and outcomes for our Kansans. Next slide, please. So what was the CCBHC model intended to do? It's designed to create a coordinated, accountable behavioral health system that provides comprehensive services to individuals with behavioral health and substance use disorders. Kansas expanded the federal model that requires 9 core services to 11 core services. The model is intended to reduce fragmentation by ensuring Kansans receive the right care at the right time and at the appropriate level of intensity. However, providing a comprehensive menu of services does not by itself demonstrate success. Success should be measured by whether members receive timely access to care and remain engaged in their own person-centered treatment, whether they experienced improved functioning and stability in their homes, in their community, in the school, in their work setting, whether we're avoiding preventable crisis, and that we see a reduction in emergency department utilization and psychiatric hospitalization. The existence of services is not the outcome. The outcome is whether members are healthier, more stable, and better able to function again. The next question is whether our current current performance data demonstrate those outcomes. Next slide, please. So there are 10 core behavioral health outcomes that the MCOs monitor. And these are NCQA, or National Council of Quality Assurance measures. And we measure these outcomes for each of our members receiving care at the CCBHC and other behavioral health settings. We've been sharing this information in the form of a scorecard with each CCBHC since November of 2024 in the spirit of collaboration and working together for our Kansas members. The purpose is to help them, the providers, understand where they're performing well and where there are opportunities to improve outcomes for the members we serve. We've also been sharing with the CCBHCs a financial and claims data scorecard since May of 2025. And that will be referred to in the next MCO's presentation for you today. For the second quarter of 2026, we evaluated nearly 5,500 eligible measurement opportunities across all participating CCBHCs. What that means is these are members that fell into the metrics for each of the measures. So not every member that goes to a CCBHC will fall into the metrics, and we'll talk about that more in just a few minutes. Overall, the performance was approximately, if we aggregated it across all 25 CCBHCs, the performance was 47.5%. What this tells us is that measured success occurred in fewer than half of the opportunities evaluated. While members are accessing services, the data suggests we're not yet consistently achieving the outcomes these measures are designed to capture. But there are some encouraging results. One measure, follow-up after hospitalization, so within 7 days of discharge from a psychiatric admission, did that Kansan, that member, receive a follow-up or a follow-up appointment. And follow-up after hospitalization for mental illness reached 83.6%. It's important to note that this measure is not only influenced by the CCBHCs, but also by the work of the Sunflowers clinical team. We have our own clinicians. As a matter of fact, it is the team I support. There's about 60 clinicians on my team that do those outreaches to our members who've been discharged from the hospital as well and conduct what's called a bridge appointment. So we're working on this measure. The CCBHCs are working on this measure as well. We're also seeing strong results on several measures that rely primarily on provider intervention to close the gaps. So as United mentioned, we did see an increase in first-line psychosocial treatment for children, prescribed antipsychotic medication that did reach 86.1%. Follow-up after emergency department visit for mental illness is also for our members at 78% in that 5,500 contact member group. ADHD follow-up care was at 77.9% as well. These results tell us that some providers are successfully engaging our members at critical points in their care journey and helping them access recommended follow-up services. However, the data also highlights several significant areas of concern. Metabolic monitoring for children receiving antipsychotic medication was only at 30.6%. Mind you, this is tied also as well. I didn't mention to you all, I'm the Director of Behavioral Health and Foster Care for Sunflower. This is tied very strongly to our foster care population and the McIntyre settlement, making sure that those kids are more stable and not having nearly as many placement changes. One of the greatest challenges within this measure is ensuring appropriate monitoring of children in foster care, where coordination across systems can be more difficult. Why I'm mentioning this is as important is one of the core services of our CCBHCs is that primary care screening and wellness monitoring as well. And that metabolic monitoring that is required for children receiving antipsychotic medication falls under primary care monitoring and wellness monitoring. Engagement in substance use treatment was just 12.9%. And antipsychotic medication adherence measured only 1.3%. These are not simply administrative performance measures. They reflect whether members remain engaged in treatment, whether care gaps, these are also identified as gaps in care, are closed, and whether our members, including children, receive appropriate physical health monitoring while taking high-risk medications, and whether individuals battling mental illness or substance use disorders stay connected to the care they need to achieve long-term recovery. The key takeaway is this: access does not automatically translate to outcomes. A member can receive multiple services and still experience poor engagement, fragmented follow-up, inadequate physical health monitoring, or unsuccessful recovery outcomes. As we continue in Kansas advancing our CCBHC strategy, the opportunity is not only to expand access, but to strengthen the interventions and accountability mechanisms that help ensure access results in measurable improvement in members' health and well-being. I can pause here for any questions before I go on.
Any questions at this point?
Awesome.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. Last quarter, when Terry Weathers, our Chief Financial Officer, mentioned the audits that Sunflower is conducting with the CCBHCs, this additional information in my presentation is related to that follow-up that you all requested. Sunflower conducts multidisciplinary clinical oversight reviews through our Partners in Care, or PIC, you might hear me say PIC, process of behavioral health providers throughout the state, including CCBHCs, but not only CCBHCs. So FQs, community-based providers, ABA providers. This team, there were some questions about who's on that team. The team includes licensed behavioral health clinicians, including psychologists, psychiatry providers, utilization review clinicians, and provider relations representatives. These reviews evaluate whether the services our members receive are, first and foremost, medically necessary based on clinical assessment, whether they, on that clinical assessment, receive an individualized treatment plan, whether they also receive coordination of care, which is a core requirement of CCBHC, whether they're making measurable progress, whether the services they're receiving are at the appropriate intensity and duration for each individual Kansan, and whether the clinical justification is present in the member's record for ongoing treatment. Claims tell us that services occurred. Clinical reviews tell us whether those services are medically necessary, appropriately coordinated, and producing progress towards treatment goals. That distinction is important because accountability requires more than just verifying that a claim was submitted. Next slide, please. We can also attest that access to community-based services, community-based behavioral health services has improved, and that there are more services available for our Kansas members. The state has invested in crisis response, substance use treatment, and in integrated care infrastructure, but again, access alone isn't the goal. I wanted to reference yesterday, there was a discussion about PRTF, and I think this is a good example. The degree, it was mentioned that with the CCBHC model, we have seen a decrease in the PRTF waitlist. And that is true. The question, though, however, isn't, did the CCBHCs contribute to that decrease? Because naturally, we assume that they did, right? It's let us consider all the interventions in the behavioral health system of care that contributed to the decrease in the PRTF waitlist. First and foremost, before that, we added PRTF beds. We added a PRTF, so more beds were available. That would translate to a decrease in the wait list. But we've also added school-based services. We've added crisis response. We've added interventions for those crises and follow-up. As I mentioned previously, after hospitalization and ER has improved. Follow-up after crisis has improved as well. That is something that the MCOs are required to do as well. Within 24 to 48 hours of a crisis, we are required to follow up with our member to make sure that they are being wrapped in receiving community-based services. Let me get back to my place here. We must also, I feel like we must also include all of the changes put in place by DCF and the MCOs in care managing foster children with the 2025 KanCare contract. The MCOs are now required to do in-person care manager clinician visits to foster children in our community at a very high rate. Within 48 hours of notification that they've had a placement change, we are required to be in that foster home to, again, ensure that services are in place. A key consideration that I want to point out here too about PRTF is we have found that 99.9% of the PRTF requests that we receive meet the acuity level for the medical necessity criteria to be admitted to PRTF. They meet the acuity level. However, there are criteria within that consideration of approving for a child to be admitted to PRTF or not that is a gaping hole. It's a gaping hole. What we have found is 99% of the kids that meet the acuity level have not exhausted community-based services. So they then do not meet criteria for admission to PRTF level of care until those community-based services are exhausted. Why would we institutionalize a child in PRTF before we try to wrap them in community-based services and divert from PRTF? Every child with a PRTF request receives an assessment for PRTF level of care by a QMHP, qualified mental health professional at the CCBHC 99.999% of the time. There is a provision in the policy where outside of a CCBHC can be done as well, but what we're finding is almost 100% of those are done at the CCBHC. And they also receive a community-based services team meeting at the CCBHC. So they're assessed. Does this child need PRTF level of care by a clinician? And they have a community-based services team meeting where everybody in that child's circle comes together and says, what's going on with with Johnny? And does Johnny, how's he doing in school? How's he doing at home? Is there law enforcement involvement? Is he running away? And in that meeting is the determination, what else can we do? What else do we need to do? And at that point, we feel like the standard of care should be to intervene there by the CCBHCs and ensure that the child and family are consistently receiving all necessary treatment. And we're just not seeing that yet. That's why improving outcomes matters just as much as improving access. I can also share with you that 9 out of, right now Sunflower has just our MCO 27 children on the wait list. And out of those 27, 9 of those children are coming back for a second time and had a PRTF request within 1 month of leaving the PRTF. An average length of stay in a PRTF right now is 158 days. That's up from 126 days in November of 2025. We have seen and we've shared this with our state partners, as the PRTF wait list has gone down, length of stay is increasing. The assumption is that could be more acute kids, and these are acute level kiddos. But we also know that PRTF is the most restrictive level of care for kiddos. Our PIC reviews with the CCBHCs also identified substantial variations in quality oversight, documentation quality, and measurable outcome across providers. At this stage of implementation, the central question is no longer.
Are you on a slide or are you just reading? I'm not sure.
So sorry.
I'm trying to figure out
This
where
is
you're
slide
at
5.
on this.
Did I go?
I'm not sure.
I'm so sorry.
The last we were on was,
Let's go to the next slide just in
there
case.
wasn't
Thank you for
anything
that.
about PTRFs on this slide here.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Okay.
There
was not.
what's
That
working.
was based on the conversation yesterday, and you were asking
so
for
you
some
were
additional.
ad-libbing
So
from
we
yesterday.
added,
Well,
yes.
if you would I would like that in writing, not just ad-libbing. I'm going to forget what you said here in about 2 minutes.
Sure.
So any of those ad-libbing deals like that, I would like the committee to have that in writing.
Absolutely.
so that we
We'll do that.
Just
It
don't
was
have,
solely based on your questions yesterday and asking
and I
for additional
appreciate that,
information.
but
Sure.
I'd certainly like it in writing so that we can review it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Okay. Okay, now I'm not sure. Let me see. Well, I went too far. Let's go back. Okay. At this stage of implementation, the central question is no longer whether the infrastructure exists. The question is whether infrastructure is producing consistent, measurable results. Kansans should expect timely access, assessment, individualized treatment plans, and services that lead to outcomes of improved functioning, like I had mentioned previously. So let's go to opportunities. This is with our partners and care teams still. We have, as of September, will have completed our reviews of all 25 CCBHCs, and that includes requesting records, doing the record review, meeting with them and going over the results, asking them to submit a plan that remediates. It's not at all, it's in the spirit of collaboration and better treatment and care for our members, asking them to submit a plan for any changes that we would like for them to consider. And then we do a 3-month follow-up and a 6-month follow-up and do a re-review with those CCBHCs. Those very time-consuming, and all of the other providers that we're doing the PIC assessments with as well. The PIC reviews have identified several recurring patterns. Services were frequently insufficiently differentiated, making it difficult to determine the distinct purpose and medical necessity of multiple services provided to the same member. Documentation often lacked clear clinical justification for ongoing service intensity, and our members frequently remained in services for extended periods of time without documented evidence of progress, transition planning, or step-down strategies. The internal provider review processes did not consistently identify concerns later identified during external review. So their internal reviews by their quality team did not match with our external review. Their quality teams are part of these reviews as well. These findings create challenges for demonstrating medical necessity, appropriate utilization, and progress toward treatment goals, and a value associated with this public investment. This issue is not simply documentation. The issue is whether the record can demonstrate that services are clinically justified, coordinated, and effective. To strengthen accountability, Kansans should consider clear statewide standards for service differentiation, and we have provided the state with several policy recommendations and the policy language to go along with those. Stronger medical necessity requirements, routine measurement of functional outcomes, expectations for transition and step-down planning, enhanced provider auditing, and greater alignment between payment and demonstrated outcomes. So in closing, and then I will be asking Terry Weathers, our Chief Financial Officer, to come and present her slides to you as well. Kansas has built, like we've been sharing, a foundation for CCBHCs, but there are opportunities for improvement in accountability and infrastructure. The challenge is demonstrating, again, measurable outcomes. And the state's investment should be evaluated not by the volume of services delivered, but by the outcomes achieved. As policymakers evaluating future investments, several questions deserve continued attention. Are members experiencing, are Kansans experiencing measurable improvements in health and functioning? Are outcomes consistent across providers? Are services reducing avoidable crisis utilization and hospitalization? Can providers clearly demonstrate medical necessity and progress? Is payment aligned with quality and outcomes? And can Kansas clearly demonstrate value for taxpayers and Medicaid members? The goal is ensuring that services improve outcomes for Kansans and demonstrate measurable value for the state's investment. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you all today. I will stand for questions when it's appropriate, or I can take questions now.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being here, Becky. Senator Petty.
I just needed some on clarification on those PIC audits. Did you say they're being done with the CCBHCs every 3 months and every 6 months?
So there's an initial audit. We mail them a letter and say, hey, this is what we're doing. We're conducting an audit. We request medical records. Those medical records, and we do a meet and greet. We meet with them and do a meet and greet, and then make the request for medical records. And then those records are reviewed by that clinical team. Then we meet with the CCBHC and give them the results of their audit and ask them if there's anything we're recommending to send us back a plan of how they're going to improve training or improve documentation or whatever it might be. Then at 3 months, we meet with them again to see how they're progressing and making those changes. Then at 6 months, and mind you, these are because there's 25 and we're doing multiple audits across behavioral health, across many providers in Kansas. It's not exactly, but we do a re-review of medical records then at 6 months is the plan to see if the improvements have been made.
Okay, so you said, so is it 3 months and 6 months, or it is 6 months?
Meet with them at 3 months to see how they're progressing with the changes we recommended. Re-audit at 6 months, thereabout.
Actually is 3 months and 6 months. They give you initial, then you meet with them at 3 months, and then you meet with them again at 6 months, correct?
Correct.
Thanks.
Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going back to slide 4, the metrics that you showed there, that's just for Sunflower. Do the other MCOs collect that same data?
They are nationally, they're the National Council of Quality Assurance Behavioral Health Identified Measures. So I can't speak for them, but I would assume that their quality departments are monitoring these same metrics.
I would like to have an aggregate chart, maybe with all 3 MCOs on those metrics, Mr. Chair, if that's possible. My question is, I'm guessing the goal would be 100% on all of those, not realistic. Is there an industry standard, or what would be a reasonable goal? Is there one for each of those metrics to be achieved to say that signifies a quality score on that metric? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm kind of with you as a clinician. I would love it. We would love it if it was 100%, right? But we do target 75% as a benchmark. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On slide 5, yes, slide 5. You're talking about the team that does the utilization review and everything. So is there an audit that comes about because of the review, not like prior to the review?
If we have concerns, is that what you're asking? Yes, we would do a quality audit if indeed we identified concerns outside of the PIC model.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can answer this, but I'd ask this of United about clinicians who are not, they're not employed by the CCBHC, but they are providing therapy, they're private clinicians. Is Sunflower, are you credentialing those individuals as private clinicians?
Yes, we are.
Yeah. And you don't have to talk about it now, but if you could provide what the process is for that, and
We
that
will
would be
do that.
helpful. Yeah, because I'm getting phone calls from private clinicians.
Okay.
Right, thank you.
We'll do that. Thank you for your question.
Committee, further questions? Okay, next we have Terry.
Good morning. I'm happy to be able to be back with you today to talk about our favorite topic. I did want to share a little context, and it ties back to what United was sharing with you. The estimated it's actually $425 million for 2025 CCBHC spend. If we were to go back to the fiscal note, February 9th of 21, the CCBHC fiscal note had a range, and the high end of the range was suggested at $72 million annually. So our 2025 estimate is 6 times the original amount. So when you talk about what did we plan for, we planned for what we understood was the breadth and depth of the program. I think it's important to note that Seth, in our actuarial group from Optimus, said that in 2023, there was an unexpected $39 million addition to the program for funding, $40 million additional funding for the program, and in 25, $65 million. So $144 million of that was unexpected along the way, and that is because the MCOs were bringing to the state and Optimus data early on. We've been doing data analysis since 2022. We immediately saw that the program was ramping up quickly, and I'm going to talk a lot more about that in some of the data. But to put that in perspective, the total behavioral health is $596 million estimated for 25. CCBHCs are $425 million of that. So when we talk about PRTF, that's $65 million. Inpatient behavioral health is $35 million. So this kind of puts in context the magnitude of the CCBHC spend and maybe what was planned for initially. So with that, on the next slide, last time I did bring to you the trends going back to 2021, and specifically the behavioral health overall trend was 25.9. The PRTF trend was 10.4%. The CCBH was 36.5% increase from 21 through 25 projected. I did want to specifically give you additional information I did not provide last time. This is across the entire program, so all 3 MCOs. And the all MCO inpatient mental health trend has been about 7%. And on the next slide, the outpatient ER has also been about 7% increase. So obviously not at the magnitude of the other behavioral health elements, but I did want you to have that context. And just a reminder, these PMPMs mean if you average the total cost over the total membership, what would be the amount per member in each month that you would be expending? So with that.
Say that again, please.
Yeah, PMPM means.
Per member per month.
Right, but it's the total dollars for whatever service we're talking about divided over the total population of the members in that period. So not every member gets that service, but it would average out over every member if they did.
So every member would we would pay $13.37 for every member,
If they all,
regardless, even if they didn't get the services. That would just be an addition.
that would be the average, yes.
Thank you.
So we've talked a lot about data, and I do have a good bit of data for you. And I want to really talk on the next slide about how we have approached the data. So we have been doing data analysis in 22, we began, frankly, and we have had various models and we've continued to refine them. We felt, and in the desire to be objective and to really look at data from the lens of what can we learn from it versus telling any certain particular story. So we have used what we believe are some best practices to design our models that the potential for causation is specifically considered. So because of that, we look at our data across engaged members. We've used this same approach in a lot of analysis that we've provided to the state and various conversations with the CCBHCs as well. So we say, if you really want to see if CCBHC engagement could potentially be driving outcomes, the member needs to have at least seen the CCBHC 10 times and at least 90 days since they began, and if they go off for 90 days, then we say they're disengaged and they have to start again. So we're really looking at members that are actively participating with the CCBHC. We used the same exact methodology for pre-CCBHC engagement. All of these CCBHCs were community mental health centers previously. They were doing some of the same services. So we used the same engaged definition to assess their success prior to this new designation. And remember, these came on at different times, and so that can really distort your data. So that's why I'm kind of belaboring this a little bit. We believe that this is the way to fairly attribute the outcomes to engagement by the members. You can do it other ways, but we feel like this is a consistent population. We're looking at these members pre and post CCBHC engagement, the exact same members. We are not looking at a different group of people that we feel may not have the same acuity. If you do that, you can get answers, but they may not be the answers that really tell what's happening with the members. So that's everything else that I talk about. That's the foundation.
Senator Gossage.
I'm curious why we're using projected 2025 when this is August of 2026. We should have the data from 2025.
So Optimus has the data. The MCO submitted the data in April, and we won't see the data back until we see the 27 rates, which will be in the fall. So we have our own data, and that data I gave you before was everything, and that came out of the Optimus rates for 25.
When you're saying before, what do you mean by before? You gave it to us before.
Oh, at the last meeting.
At the last meeting.
Yes, when I showed you all of that data across everything, not just behavioral health.
Thank you.
Yes. So again, in a desire to truly be objective and transparent, we're looking at 20 to 25 with paid claims through June of 26, so 6 months of paid out claims. And throughout all these slides, we're looking at the month that the CMHC became a CCBHC. Again, these are not startup organizations. These organizations received certification, but they were in process of providing some of the same services prior to this. And we looked at them, obviously, by individual clinic, by member ID, very strict criteria of how we picked up the data. So inpatient behavioral health, these are the diagnosis codes that we use, the bill types that we included. And what is new is, based on some of our conversations with you and other conversations with KDADs, with the CCBHCs, we chose to refine our emergency room data down. So everything I'm going to show you is behavioral health-driven emergency room visits. United talked about total ER, and that other slide I showed you about program-wide results was total ER. But for this, we're looking at behavioral health diagnosis-driven emergency room visits, because obviously that corollary is more direct. So all of that to tell you what we are seeing. So the next slide is really how does a engaged member experience this conversion, if you will. So in order to put this on a basis that we can really compare and aggregate, we took each CCBHC and their data before certification was when they were a CMHC. Because they all came on at different times, we are showing you their data 1 quarter after they converted, 2 quarters, 3 quarters, all the way out through quarter 10 after they've converted. That way we take out the static from converting at different times. So the first data point is visits. As you can see, in general, and this was shared by United, the visits per member have gone up across the entire spectrum of the CCBHCs. And the percentage of what we view as more administrative, assessment, screening, diagnostic, care planning, that has generally remained flat, some decrease towards the end. The average number of units of service the members are receiving at a visit has gone down. Consistently across the period, when they come in, they're receiving less units of service. Not only that, the minutes of service are down quite dramatically that they're receiving. So they're coming in more, the services they're receiving are fewer in number, and the minutes in those services are also significantly less than the minutes they were receiving prior to the CCBHC conversion. In addition, United talked about PPS triggers. Those are the specific activities that trigger a full per diem. You will see that those services have remained flat, 1.0. The stated expectation of KDADS is 1.3, which means you get more than just one service when you come in. None of the CCBHCs from our data are hitting 1.3. No one is providing everyone is providing less than one service plus a third of another, if you look at it across the spectrum. And then, of course, you see the significant increase in reimbursement. I asked Dr. Becky, what would you charge as a clinician for a medication review? And she said $50. That's what she would charge. We heard earlier that some of the PPS rates for CCBHCs are $500. So that exact same service Dr. Becky could give you for $50. If you go to a CCBHC, we're going to pay the CCBHC $500. And that's the program. That's how it's designed. We are administering policy developed, and I will say we are at the bleeding edge of this program in the country. So, some of those averages maybe don't alarm you when you look across the pattern. So we pulled out 4 specific clinics, and I want to point out these are 3 clinics in the first wave of conversion and 1 in the second wave. That'll make more sense in a little bit when I talk about that. But what we see is in these spotlight clinics, the visits per member actually went from 11 to now almost 14.5. And the percentage of what we would view as non-administrative, interestingly enough, or non-treatment or administrative, interestingly enough, in these clinics, it was 7% prior to conversion. But now they're up almost double that. 13% of what they're providing that triggers the full PPS payment are these lower intensity treatments. So almost doubled. The units per visit, again, is almost half of what it was prior to their conversion. The minutes, again, almost half of what they were prior to conversion. And but amazingly, throughout the entire time, they've never moved off that one trigger per full per diem reimbursement. And again, you see the rates. The entire expectation of a PPS reimbursement is that you will be able to provide funding for the organizations to wrap around and provide all of the services that could and should ultimately lead to reductions elsewhere in the program. Otherwise, how can we fund 6 times the fiscal note that was originally approved with this program? I mean, I personally would suggest as a taxpayer that some of these funds could be used for reducing wait lists, for dealing with so many of the other things we've talked about in the last couple of days. So this disproportional increase in funding to the CCBHCs has not been without trade-offs. Questions there?
Committee questions? Seeing none, continue on.
So the next slide is also, how does the member experience this? On the left, you have visits, and on the right, you have that per member per month. And irregardless of whether they were a CMHC or a CCBHC, and remember, we know in every year, different batches were moving on, cohorts. We looked at the members' experience, pre-engagement and during engagement with the entity. And what we see, if you look at before engagement over the time frame, and we've broken out inpatient and ER in the table below, there was actually a bit of a decline in the overall acuity of our population. It's not a lot, but 1.2% decline in their utilization of inpatient and emergency room before engagement. And then if you look at during engagement, so compare the blue bar to the salmon colored bar, the summation of all this data is with engaged members flat. Their inpatient and emergency room visits remained flat when we look at ER defined only by behavioral health diagnosis. There's really no other providers you could ever compare this to because the CCBHC model is extremely unique. There's also not that many other behavioral health providers, or there's not that many other providers that are strictly behavioral health. So we tried to see, could we look at other providers? There's just not a way to do that because the majority of all our engaged members are in the CCBHC models, because I know that was something you had suggested before. So again, what does this tell us? That whether they're engaged or not engaged, the impact on inpatient and behavioral health emergency room has been flat. No engagement or no change. And then you'll see the line which shows the PMPM and how much we have been spending incrementally each year to have really flat results. Again, just for the members who are actively engaged for 90 days, getting at least 10 visits. I guess I would say did you expect that? The answer would be no, we did not expect that. Any questions on that?
Questions, committee? Senator Gossage.
So this is over all of the MCOs again?
This is just ours.
This is just yours?
Yes, everything from my speech on the methodology subsequent is just ours. That's all we see, only Medicaid members. We would have no access to any other data.
Thank you.
So remember I said how the cohort matters?
Representative Buehler.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question on I want to make sure we're clear on the total cost of the fiscal note of this model. I don't think it's 6 times. I was on the Health Committee back when this was created. You might be referring to the 9 CCBHCs that were coming online in 2023. So what I'd like to do, Mr. Chair, so we don't get people thinking and I know it's expensive, but I don't think it's 6 times more expensive. I think we should have KLRD maybe look at what that fiscal note was actually based on, because I don't think it was based on 25 CCBHCs.
So it's SB 138, Senate Committee, February 9th of 21.
21?
That's exactly where we
Okay,
got
so-
it.
And it wouldn't have estimated, but because at the time, we didn't know there would be 25 CCBHCs because they were going through certification.
Yes, certainly correct if that's not correct. I kind of read through it and it talked about in the beginning, we wouldn't have everybody in and then we
Reach full
would.
certification till 2024, 2025, so it's not an accurate statement.
Yes, and I just want the committee to, we need the facts, and that is, originally the 70 million was for 9 CCBHCs. We accelerated that, so, and I'm not making excuses or anything else. I'm just saying that what you're saying sounds like all of a sudden we're spending 6 times, which is what you said, but we're talking about 15 more CCBHCs, so it just.
For sure, double check it. We didn't find another fiscal note, so that was the one that was.
Yeah, but that looks like, that skews the whole thing until you put those facts in. There's 9 versus 25, so Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Then what was the projected fiscal note for all 25 then? If 70 was for 9, do we have a projected for all 25? And what is that compared to what we've actually
I don't
spent?
know
Do
that we
have
did
that?
because it ended up being a proviso that Representative Mason put in the budget to just go ahead and certify. That's the best of my memory, was that he put a proviso in the budget to, I think at that time there was 12 more. So his budget proviso said we would certify the next 12 and just get it over with. And of course, we've added a few since then, but that's my memory and someone can certainly.
So we have 25, and what's the total? Can we just boil it down to we have 25? What's the total cost? 420
million was the estimate for 25. I suggest it's actually more than that, but that's the estimate.
Okay, I just want to know the bottom line where we are. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, send that out to the committee. Okay. Thank you for that, Representative Bueller. We just need apples and apples. It's
agree.
very,
We don't have any other fiscal note ever provided.
okay, but when you say that, it certainly skews that we're all of a sudden spending $330 million more than we were projected, and that's clearly not the case. So we got enough problems to work through without that. Committee, further questions at this point in time?
I had my hand up, but only because I was going to raise that question, so I'm fine.
All right. So continue on.
All right. So this next slide, I really find this fascinating because again, we've been trying to understand how data can be looking differently. And so we decided that the best way to present what's actually happened is to look at the cohorts that came online. So in 2022, 9 clinics came online. Those are the salmon bars. And obviously, prior to 22, in 20 and 21, the salmon bar is those same entities as a CMHC, Community Mental Health Center. And then they became a CCBHC. What that represents is the total engaged members, inpatient behavioral health, and behavioral health emergency room visits. And you will see several things. First of all, the acuity of the members in those first 9 clinics is materially different than the acuity of the members in the subsequent 2 cohorts. So those first 9 CCBHCs had members that were having visits at a much higher level than the other groups. And that continued throughout that time frame. The members that came on with those first 9 CCBHCs were distinctly different than the tranches later. And if you really look across those 9 CCBHCs, you might see a 0.2% reduction of visits. The blue cohort, which came on in 2023, is 11 clinics. And you'll see that their average visits was only 300 versus the first group was 400. So it's a very distinctly different group of members being served by the 11 CCBHCs converting in 23. You might also see a tiny reduction in their utilization of ER and inpatient behavioral health. It's minus 0.3. The group that came on in 24, which is 5 clinics, again, they are very different than the group in the previous 2 years, and they actually started out at about 150 visits per member. So the most acute members came on in the first tranche, and each of the subsequent years, those CCBHCs came on with much less acute members. And that final cohort actually showed a 1.3% increase in inpatient ER and behavioral health. If you net that all together, it's 0. There is no total impact on ER and inpatient behavioral health across 20 through 25, across all 25 CCBHCs when you look at it by group and the nature of their members. So why does that matter? Because I'll show you on the next slide. If you don't do it that way, you will get distorted data. The subsequent batches of CCBHCs were serving much less acute members to begin with, and they remained much less acute. Part of me wondered, was that by design? Were the first 9 the ones that had the most acute membership? Maybe they're more experienced, they're larger, more sophisticated. I mean, I don't know the answer, but there's something very different about the groups that were brought on in each of the 3 years. So questions on that?
Senator Gossage.
Thank you, and I know we're on a lunchtime crunch here, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, so
What
on
lunch?
this, yeah, what lunch? On this slide, can you explain acuity of members?
Really, a proxy for acuity in this case is how much they used inpatient and ER.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, and then if I could go back to something we talked about earlier, if I just extrapolate, so if we said 70 million, right, for 9, and if you divide that by 9, you get 7.777 million, and if you take that times 25 centers, we should be looking at around 195 million. And what you're telling me is that it was 425 million instead. Thank you.
Thank you for doing the math.
Any further questions? Representative Reeves.
When you were looking at the 3 cohorts, is there, did you look at demographics? See what parts of the state? I don't know if it would make a difference, but it might.
We didn't, but I have to imagine there was a method that the most acute came first.
Okay, continue on, please.
So my last slide is I wanted to show you how you can take that data and get a impression that there's been a significant decrease. So on the next slide, we broke out the CMHCs from the CCBHCs. We didn't care about acuity. We didn't care when they came on. We just looked at it aggregated, and you get a picture that's very distorted. It shows a dramatic decrease, but it's not real. It's because we're not looking at apples to apples. So we wanted to make sure that we presented that we know that there are ways the data could suggest something, but we do not believe that is accurate analysis. And we have shared data with the state Our actuaries prepared this data. They're 100% available. I think they're actually planning to meet with KDADs to show them what we did, to give them our data. We want nothing more than everyone to be looking at the same data in the same way. But we feel this analysis is the most appropriate way to really assess what's happening. So in conclusion, we might be spending double what we anticipated. We've added significant dollars to the CCBHC program every year, mid-year, because the MCOs are telling Optimus it's not at all aligned with your expectations. And at best, we've seen flat outcomes on inpatient BH and ER BH over the entire period across all the CCBHCs.
Thank you for that. Committee questions? Senator Petty?
I'll just add that the first 9 were the largest clinics. I mean, that probably everybody is aware of that, but the first 9 were the largest ones.
Well, that certainly quieted down the room. You know, committee, again, this is a fact-finding deal, and this is good information for us to evaluate the situation. There are always 2 sides of every coin. We may hear different things. I'm always suspect, as Senator Owen said, about data. Being a little bit of a data guy myself, I know I can make things happen. I'm not accusing you of anything. We're just trying to get to the bottom of it. You know, when you do things like you're comparing 9 to 25, that kind of throws a little bit of a, you know, flag in there for us. We just want the truth.
Absolutely.
And so, thank you very much for being here, Terry. Committee, so what's your, oh, sorry, what, Terry?
Real quick.
One very quick question for.
And I know you mentioned your meeting, your actuarials are meeting with KDADs. What I would also suggest, and having been a member of Health and Human Services for the last 4 sessions and kind of starting on this certification process, I don't remember what they all are, but I know from 2022 or 3 going up, there were services added to the CCBHC model. I see Secretary Howard shaking her head. So you can't really do a baseline of 2020, 21 to 2025. There were incremental services placed on the CCBHC model. So I would just say, if you're talking about that, please include those incremental changes or incremental adds.
So just so I understand, that wouldn't change the inpatient and ER results, but you're
What
saying
it would change is the cost.
But again,
Because they were not, because if you're making an assumption that here was the pre-2021 CCBHC model, it wasn't fully developed until 23 or 24 when all the incremental services were added to it. Does that make sense?
does, but help me understand, because they get the full per diem, which is based on their cost. You're saying their costs have gone up?
No, I'm just saying if we're evaluating a total cost picture and we're trying to make, is it a 1X, 2X, whatever, well, the 1X or whatever it was would have increased by the incremental services that we placed on the model. At the time, what we were debating, we were looking at the FQs, the CMHCs, who was going to play, who wasn't, and it was a fluid process to get to where we are with the CCBHC model. So I'm just out of abundance of caution, we need to make sure that what we're saying the baseline is to whatever today is, we need to include all of those things that changed over time.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I think some context to this also is there's a lot of states that are doing CCBHCs. I would like to see the model for, say, national data. You know, we've seen a lot of percentage charts or anything. What are the national numbers? Are we, you know, way up here for the national or, so I think that's part of the situation there too. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, you know, we say we want data, and then we question whether the data is valid or not. So my challenge, and I deal with this a lot on school funding, we have to have metrics that we can agree, this is what we want, this is what it means, this is how we're going to measure and hold programs accountable for outcomes. Until we agree on that, we're chasing our tail, and I think that this is just indicative of that, because we can all make it say what we want to say or what we don't want to say. I think we need to say, this committee says, here's the metrics that we can agree are valid, that we want as legislators, that we want to see to hold accountable. Otherwise, we're just, excuse the term, we're farting in a fan factory and trying to figure out what happened. Excuse but it's true. It's true. So we need to decide, what metrics do we want? What data do we want? Can we agree that this is valid and what we're going to use as this committee uses to determine accountability and outcomes? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's a great idea, and much of the next meeting will be taking the stuff that we've gathered this meeting and putting that into recommendations for change or this and that, which would include exactly what you're talking about. So during this time frame between now and October, and I can't remember the date, we've already got the meeting scheduled, but certainly what I would is committee members would forward information that they want, data that they want, things like you're talking about, to Elizabeth and myself so that we can incorporate that and hopefully have that information available at the next meeting. Is that kind of what you're talking about, or?
Yeah, and again, my apologies. I'm hangry. My apologies for the crude reference, Mr. Chair.
Hang on just a second. So Senator Erickson, was that what you were? Yes, thank you, was that kind of what you were talking about, was trying to get this together? Representative
The only thing, I would agree with that, and I think yesterday, part of it came up, whether it was 2 years or whether it was 4. And that was getting to where we are starting with our information and cost. And that's why it was really important. That's why it was confusing to me, because if you're looking at 4 years and you're starting it from the beginning, that's a total different. And if you're looking at 9, moving to that point, then adding all of the different things that we realized needed to happen, then the numbers increase. Now you're getting closer to how the figures came about and then what happened in between. So I agree with you on doing that. And I think it's important that we get to whatever that line is, because everybody has a different impression. Because I almost fainted when you looked at this one and said, all of a sudden you jumped to 500. I'm thinking, ooh, there's no way all of that could get there that quick. So I think we have to really look at the figures.
Very good. Committee further. Okay, so what's the committee's, you want to break for 15 minutes or 20 minutes till 1 o'clock? Go down and get a sandwich? You want to continue on? I don't care.
I say give us to 1:15.
No. 1 o'clock. Be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you, Representative. We're going to go ahead and bring the meeting to order. Senator Petty. Members, thank you for coming back. I appreciate that very much. Conferees, thank you again for sitting through all of this interesting topic that we've been dealing with here today. So I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. Richard, welcome to committee. Thank you for being here. I hope you can shed some final light on what we're dealing with here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson and the committee. Shining light may be asking much, but I'll try to not add any more shadow to anything. Thank you guys. Thank the committee for letting us come today, Healthy Blue. I am Dr. Rich Lillard. I'm a clinical psychologist by training, and I'm the behavioral health director for Healthy Blue. And I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak a little bit about our efforts since we entered the Kansas market, and share an update on the work we've been doing, the collaborative efforts we've initiated with the Kansas Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinics, and then offer some information on the developing the in-progress and development CCBHC scorecard program. So as you all know, Healthy Blue first entered the Kansas market back in January of 2025. It posed a bit of a challenge for us because we lack historical data. A lot of what we've been talking about is the data since the CCBHC model went live in Kansas. We only have that data since our inception in the market in January of 25. But we took this as an opportunity, though. In the absence of that data, we saw it as an opportunity for us to begin building relationships and using those relationships as foundational to the work in the market. We started with a deliberate decision to listen first, hoping that we can learn more about the communities where the members live and the providers who serve those communities. And those conversations have then offered us a chance to ensure that the efforts we undertake truly represent the needs and challenges of the community and our members, ensuring that a shared focus and vision would then underlie all collaborative efforts. Today, we're still collecting that data to allow some discussion of trends. We started the collaborative discussions with providers, and we've worked to develop this scorecard developed by the state and all three KanCare MCOs. So in my time today, I hope to connect three ideas. One is to show Healthy Blue's current behavioral health utilization, both inpatient and outpatient. Two, let you know a little bit about what we're doing in response to those utilization metrics. And three, talk about how the shared scorecard can support more consistent and productive conversations all across Kansas. So I'm going to start with inpatient trends. If you'll go to the next slide for me. Inpatient trends are pretty stable. Again, this is since January 25. But we're going to talk a little about how proactive coordination and early discharge planning are helping us reduce readmissions. Note that when we discuss trends, it's really important that no month be viewed in total isolation. But here with inpatient utilization for the first 6 months of 25 and 26, that's what we're looking at. Admissions per 1,000 members, the top graph there, is generally flat to down across the majority of the period. Several months showed improvement while others remained pretty stable. Length of stay, the second graph at the bottom there, has also been stable. The majority of our months we fall, when members are inpatient, they fall within 5 to 6 days. January 2025 was the one outlier, but let me remind you that was our first month in the market. We were still in that transition of care period where we were finishing out treatment plan that we'd inherited from our predecessor in the market, and that impacted our metrics. Again, we don't interpret any one month in isolation. We try to look at the broader care pathways and the factors that surround each admission. What we are doing, what Healthy Blue is prioritizing is we recognize that care coordination begins on the date of admission. It's not something you start at discharge. Proactive intervention is the most essential piece. So Healthy Blue care coordinators start planning immediately. Once the member's admitted, we start trying to make contact while the member's still inpatient to start coordinating for the outpatient appointments, medication access, transportation needs, housing insecurity, food insecurity, any social determinant of health need, and coordinating connections to their CCBHC or any other community provider. The goal is that when our members discharge from an inpatient facility, an inpatient stay, they already have those supports in place, rather than a list of referrals that they must navigate alone. Too often, people the step from one level of care to another is not as seamless as it could be and should be. And Healthy Blue is working hard to try to offer a bridge for that. I heard someone else speak to the role of MCO as a connective tissue, and I like that as well. Just trying to be that connector between levels of care and services available. So we offer navigation assistance and support along the way. Our care coordinators do. We recognize that the days immediately after a discharge are one of the most vulnerable transition periods, so timely post-discharge follow-up is essential. I am happy to share that as of July 2026, our most recent data we had available, our 30-day readmission rate is demonstrating the impact of that approach. Overall readmissions declined from 19.7% to 17%. That's a 14% reduction year over year. And that was true for both adult and child members. We saw adult readmissions decline from 21% to 16%, and youth readmissions decline from 19.1 to 17.5%. Drawing a conclusion from that, we can say that inpatient care will always remain an important and necessary option when clinically appropriate. There are times when someone's situation or their presenting issue or their diagnosis is going to warrant an inpatient stay. So we appreciate that. But Healthy Blue's objective is to reduce avoidable readmissions or admissions or readmissions, improve the transitions between the levels of care, and expand community-based interventions well before members reach a crisis point. Too often, I think people habitually learn that ERs and inpatient treatment is the most direct way to get some of their behavioral health needs met. And we want to re-educate and be a better coordinator for them. The other side of this is outpatient access. And so if we'll switch to that slide. And as you see here, CCBHCs are serving a growing share of outpatient behavioral health needs and functioning as that central community access point. Again, this is first quarter of 2025 and first quarter of 2026. As you can see, CCBHCs increased their monthly engagement by about 300 members. Over that same period, members seen by the non-CCBHCs declined a little bit by about 700 members. CCBHC visits also increased from 24,000, almost 25,000 to 26,528 per month. Now, we also saw growth in the non-CCBH provider visits as well. We saw 15,400 increase to 16,800. Taken together, what this data indicates is that CCBHCs are serving a growing share of the KanCare members who are receiving outpatient behavioral health care. This is consistent with the intended role of the model, with CCBHCs expected to act as a broad community access point and safety net. The context here is that the increasing role of CCBHCs does not diminish the importance of other behavioral health providers. And this trend that we're seeing should not be interpreted as a competition where one provider type succeeds at the expense of another. The CCBHC model is increasingly fulfilling its intended role as a comprehensive community hub, while the broader provider network continues to supply member choice, specialty care options, additional capacity, and continuity. But also, please note that higher utilization does not automatically imply a negative or a positive connotation there. It could indicate improved access and earlier engagement, but it could also reflect greater acuity or increased demand. The key question that Healthy Blue and all MCOs should be trying to ask is, are members getting the right care at the right time in the right setting? So our response, we're continuing to strengthen 4 different things. The referral pathways. How do we help ensure that members have those referrals that they need when they need them? Post-hospital follow-up. Are we intervening quickly enough to streamline that process? 3, care coordination. Are we acting as that connective tissue? 4, communication with our CCBHC partners and community providers to ensure that outpatient services are available in the community. So if we understand a little bit more how this fully a little bit more, I'm going to have, the next slide is going to look at the type of services that we're seeing delivered in the CCBHCs. So the service mix here truly reflects the CCBHC model and the emphasis on comprehensive team-based support in the community. These services are broken into basically the 3 buckets: community support, psychotherapy, and medical other services. And please note too that, we've talked a lot about how many services are on claims and whatnot, but in theory, these services are not always intended to be provided in isolation. Sometimes they might. A member may only have time. They may only come in for one thing. But in theory, these should be provided, multiple visits, services could be provided during a visit and should be. And it's expected that we'll see multiple services included on claims. The community support piece, the first bucket here. Those are services designed to help members remain stable in the community, improve their functioning, and reduce their reliance on higher levels of care by providing ongoing support and some care coordination. And those services, community psychiatric support, psychosocial rehabilitation, targeted case management. What Healthy Blue, we're seeing those services on approximately 64% of the claims that we process for the CCBHCs. And what that means, that distribution is illustrating a defining feature of the CCBHC model. Care includes more than the traditional office-based therapy visits. It includes practical, ongoing support aimed at helping members function in their homes and communities, remain connected to their treatment providers, and address any barriers that could lead to instability. Our next bucket would be those three therapy bands you see there. Traditional therapy services are present on about 18% of the claims we see. And that includes all the standard outpatient sessions of varying durations, and those are typically 30, 45, and 60 minutes in length. And the other services, these are the other medical services. An additional 18% of claims include those other qualifying services, such as those office visits for medical services, peer support, or more intensive intervention for members with complex needs. That distribution is really consistent with what the CCBHCs were designed to deliver. That comprehensive, team-based, community-oriented behavioral health care. It reflects the true wraparound nature of what CCBHCs are designed to do, because in theory, those supportive services should exist to enhance the therapeutic services, which should exist to enhance the medical services. So we should be seeing a good distribution like this. Now, this data also triggers useful questions, right? Are members getting the right balance of clinical treatment, rehabilitation, case management, peer support, and crisis service? To what degree do workforce issues, geographic barriers affect the available mix? And these are questions for collaborative discussion. They're not just conclusions that we can reach just from percentages alone. But just as the service mix can vary, so do the way services appear in the data can also differ greatly across CCBHCs. Go to that next slide for me. In this scatter plot, you'll see there's a lot of variation here, and variation's expected, and it really should be the start of a contextual conversation, not really merely exist as some sort of a ranking system of individual centers. Each dot on this scatter plot represents an individual CCBHC. But what I would ask you to do is not just see each of those dots as just a CCBHC. I would ask you to see them as distinct Kansas communities being served by a CCBHC. Because each community has sometimes drastically different presentations, needs. There's an old saying, it doesn't matter if you work in a CCBHC, CMHC, or an FQHC or anywhere, that if you've seen one clinic, you've seen one clinic, because there's so much distinction. This chart is not intended, I'm sorry, I should say this. The horizontal axis here is showing cost per visit, where that vertical axis shows average service minutes. The colors provide some additional context about the proportion of claims where we might see something 15 minutes or less. But note that this scatter plot is not intended just to rank centers or identify one model being significantly better or worse than another. Like I said, variation's expected. CCBHCs serve distinct and individual populations and communities, each of them needing to address local member needs, potential diagnostics, geography, workforce concerns, and available services. Metrics can reflect member acuity, the rural or urban geography, again, that staffing workforce availability. You may not have as many providers available in a certain area. Service mix, crisis responsibilities, local resources, and potential documentation and billing practices. So no single dot tells us whether a center is performing well or poorly. It just shares where some variation exists. It does not by itself tell us why. But the data does offer starting points for constructive questions. What services are driving these patterns? What member needs are being addressed? How does staffing and geography affect that delivery? And are there effective practices that could be shared more broadly? Systemically, the goal is not to single out any particular CCBHC, but it's to better understand the statewide service landscape and then identify opportunities for shared learning and collaboration. These next couple slides, I'm going to talk a little more about the CCBHC scorecard and how I think that's the next iteration of this. So the CCBHC scorecard, I think you guys have probably heard a little bit about it, and I think hopefully it'll provide some of the metrics that we're hoping to be able to present everywhere. It's going to give the state, all 3 MCOs, and CCBHCs one consistent claims-based framework. The scorecard is, as I said, it's still being finalized and so it's still in development, but it was designed from the beginning to be shared. I think Becky, when she's up here, she talked about it. Some of this is built on the framework, I think, of what Sunflower had already been doing. But it's not a proprietary Healthy Blue tool, and it's not limited to any single plan's membership. The state and all 3 KanCare MCOs work collaboratively with a shared goal to create one standardized claims-based view of CCBHC activity. What it's going to reveal to us is who receives care, how the services are provided, and how Medicaid resources are spent. It's a universal yardstick. It allows for apples-to-apples comparison using shared definitions, metrics, and reporting context across all 3 MCOs. Each of the CCBHCs will then be able to review their own information alongside the statewide picture, no matter if Healthy Blue, United, or Sunflower is leading that conversation. The benefits of this is it offers consistency. Consistency that hopefully reduces confusion and administrative friction. Providers will not have to reconcile 3 different definitions of the same measure or receive conflicting interpretations from different plans. From a broader view, it also offers the state more of a macro view of the system, not limited to any one MCO, and allows plans to approach CCBHC discussions with greater consistency. For Healthy Blue, it's a natural extension of those relationship building activities and efforts we started back in 2025. Built first on listening and learning. The scorecard will then give those relationships common data foundation to move forward from. So initially, that scorecard is going to exist as a claims-based snapshot, but the intention is it will mature over time through more regular trend analysis, additional benchmarks potentially being added, and quality measures being added. The real value is not just in producing another report, but it's going to be how the state, the MCOs, and the CCBHCs use it together. So if we go to the next slide, this is kind of the intention behind it. How the scorecard is going to turn that relationship building into that recurring cycle of review, discussion, action, and tracking. First, it requires that we're going to align around shared definitions, member populations, and reporting windows. Without that alignment, partners are going to be looking at similar information but working from completely different assumptions. Second is the review piece. Each CCBHC can examine its own results alongside the statewide totals and trends, not just ranking performance, but to offer a consistent point of reference and potential targets for collaboration. Third is discussion. The MCOs will bring consistent information, while the CCBHC will provide that local context. What are the member needs they're seeing? What are the staffing conditions they're dealing with? What are the geographic or service availability concerns? And what are the operational realities of each of these centers? Fourth is action. Depending on what the data would indicate, action could involve addressing access concerns, maybe highlighting or improving referral pathways, addressing service mix concerns, transitions of care, coding and documentation education, avoidable utilization or sustainability. Fifth is tracking. So these regular refreshes are going to allow all partners, the MCOs, providers, and the state, to see whether these trends are changing and whether interventions are having that intended effect. Additional quality and outcome measures can make the cycle even more meaningful over time. How do we know this is going to work, or why do we think it's going to work? I'm going to point back to what I said earlier when I talked about the readmission results that I talked about to demonstrate why this matters. By intervening early, starting discharge planning at the first day of admission, and having enhanced and expedited community follow-up are associated with measurable improvement. Having a shared framework like this will help identify, evaluate, and spread those effective practices. So this brings us kind of all full circle to where Healthy Blue began. In 2025, the priority was to listen, build trust, and establish relationships. The scorecard turns that foundation into a structured, recurring, data-informed collaboration. The goal is not to make every CCBHC operate exactly the same. It's not to make a cookie cutter, but it is to better understand trends, to recognize local circumstances, and then use shared data and information to strengthen access, coordination, and outcomes and sustainability all across Kansas. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions anybody has.
Very good. Thank you very much for that. So have the other MCOs agreed to this?
Scorecard is collaborative. All of us are working together alongside the state, working
Okay.
together on this.
And are you going to have at some point in time?
Hopefully.
When will that be?
I'd love to tell you a definitive date, but I don't want to promise something I can't deliver. But we're in process. We meet regularly, and it's something I would think within the next several months. If it's not within the next month, we would have a finalized version that we could share.
Okay, not 6 months, but.
No,
Okay.
prior to the holiday season.
Not years or 6 months. I'm just trying to, I'm pretty impatient, so.
Well,
Okay.
touche. Holiday season. I don't usually call that Labor Day.
Committee questions. Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to follow up. I think the comment I heard was all CCBs are not the same. Would you expand on that, please?
The basis of what makes a CCBHC a CCBHC is universal, right? The certification process is universal. There is a standard for certification. But what makes them unique is the communities they serve. Each one might be challenged with, one in a rural part of Kansas may not have access to as many providers. So they're forced to find creative ways to deal with some of those staffing challenges. There could be something in a situation where there's a heightened level of a diagnostic condition in one community over another. So while they may operate under the same principles, how they achieve those goals can be radically different based on the challenges they're facing.
Okay, so that would be unique in Kansas because we have 25. And so it could perhaps, if I'm understanding you correct, different if from a rural perspective, our urban perspective, pandemic breakout in one area, a crisis someplace else, they operate under the same principle, kinda, but how they adjust would be how they would handle those situations.
I would say that's pretty accurate, that each one of them is going to have a little bit of their own flavor based on the communities they serve.
And what's the strength of CCBs?
Was the strength, the model is the strength. It's wrapping individuals up in services they might not otherwise have access to. So it's saying that when they come in, they have access to the full gamut of services. They have the traditional behavioral health services, but they also have the peer support. They also have some of those targeted case management services that might not always be available in other centers that are not CCBHCs. So when I referenced how one of the roles I think of the MCO is to help navigate that process from inpatient care to outpatient care. I think the CCBHCs can do that in the outpatient realm. Who needs what service at what time based on their need, their chronicity, the acuity of their situation. Someone may need more targeted case management. Someone may need more peer support. So I think the CCBHC is well positioned in theory, the model is well positioned to address the member needs as they present.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair.
Representative Ruiz.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I like your slides. It makes sense to me, which is good. And you said that all three of the MCOs are collaborating on the scorecard?
Yes.
And what input have the CCBHCs done or given?
The CCBHCs, they have not been part of the discussion to the design of the scorecard. That has been more something that we've worked with the state and the three MCOs, just to look for some sort of metrics that we could track success, utilization, some of the things you've seen before, some of the ER spend in those areas, trying to have just some apples to apples comparisons. But the individual CCBHCs have not been part of those conversations.
Will that happen at some point?
We've had discussions with the CCBHCs and with, Sunflower, as they told you, they've already been sharing a version of this for quite some time. So they're at least familiar with it from the Sunflower iteration of it. And we've had discussions with ACMHCK about this is coming too. So I don't know if there'll be input, but there'll at least be awareness.
Okay, but they're going to be held accountable without their input.
They are. I can speak that they have not been part of the development process.
Thank you.
Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. You made a statement that I thought was very interesting, that the CCBHCs work not to the detriment of other existing providers. I guess my question would be, because I have had other existing providers contact me and say they are having trouble, and you mentioned workforce, retaining staff because they can't compete with the salaries that CCBHCs can offer, and it's depleting their workforce. So I guess I would be curious, Mr. Chair, if we could get comparative information on salaries that, the discrepancy in salaries that are, maybe in the same workforce, because I'm hearing that is becoming an issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Committee, further questions? Very good. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, committee, that completes the CCBH deal. I know it's a lot. Feel free to contact Elizabeth or myself about questions or information. Elizabeth is going to compile a report, kind of a timeline report, and some of the information, spending stuff and stuff like that by, what did we say, October 1st? I'm pushing her to, before the, what I'd like to see is before the next meeting, we would get it out a week before that so that everybody could review the information in there, potentially ask for, new information or different things like that. But, and the other thing I'll tell you is this is going to be a moving document. What we decide here and the decisions that we finally come up to recommend to the legislature are going to be fine, but this will be always an ongoing adjustment until we get, and we may not ever get the thing exactly how we want it, but so just don't think that this is the end. It's going to continue on until we get it adjusted and our citizens are taken care of. So any questions about the CCBH presentations that we had? Very good. I am so happy to move on. Okay, next we have KDHE. Who's up first? Matt, welcome to committee.
Thank you. I believe you guys have my slides. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for having me today. I'm looking forward to presenting on the Rural Health Transformation Program and where we are today. If we can go to the next slide. My name is Matt Lara. I'm the Chief of Staff as well as the RHTP Director at KDHE. Go, I think, two more from this one. There we go. So here's our agenda today that I'll run through. I'll provide a brief overview of where we are with RHTP, where our budget is, as well as where we are in our implementation, as well as provide an update on our recap and RPGP grants, which were two of our largest grants that we put out this year already through the RHTP program. So if we can go to the next slide. So go back one more. So just to provide a little overview on what the RHTP is, to bring it back top of mind, CMS put out 5 goals in their Notice of Funding Opportunity last year for the RHTP program. Those are healthier rural America, sustainable access to care, and a strong workforce, innovative care models, and innovative technology. So we took that and translated it into 5 initiatives in 24 programs for Kansas to cover the rural health Kansans and the needs they have. So we've been setting a funding procurement strategy up for all of those programs, getting revised budgets, make sure we can meet the deadlines for CMS, and we're now finalizing majority of those agreements as we speak. We have regular communications with our CMS team, our project officers. We have 2 great project officers who continue to provide pretty good feedback for Kansas and tells us that we are ahead of a lot of states, which is very exciting to hear. What I want to emphasize and why that's so exciting is how we perform each year will depend how much money we get the following year. So the better we perform, more money we will end up getting. And so we're very excited about that. If we go to the next slide. This is a timeline of how this grant came to be. And so December 29th of last year, thank you, we received our notice of award. And as a reminder, Kansas got $222 million. It was the 6th largest award in the country. So very exciting there. Going forward, we've ran competitive grant processes for over $80 million in grants so far. We've obligated and dedicated most of that money at this point. And we've started on operations for year 2, which starts in just a couple of months. The closest deadlines that we've been really focusing on is at the end of July, we hit our end of the first reporting period, which means all of the work that happened between December 29th and July is what counts to CMS for our year 2. And like I said, we've been doing very well there. We have our annual report and our budget year 2 asks due at the end of this month to CMS. And we're budgeting for the same amount of money per CMS. If they come back and give us more, which we're hopeful for, then we'll adjust our budget after that time period. The first budget period ends October 30th of this year. And so all of our agreements and contracts have to be signed and executed before that to officially obligate that money in Kansas. And then October 31st is when year 2 begins. We will find out what our award is in beginning to mid of October, so we can start making plans from there if our funding amount changes. All the money we do obligate for year 1, we actually have until September of next year to spend. So it gives us a little bit of time to actually spend the money after we obligate it with CMS. So on this one, like I said, we've obligated, over $100 million so far. Over 80 million of that is through competitive grants that we've had. April and May, we signed agreements with our partners at the University of Kansas Health System's Care Collaborative Association, as well as our sister agency KDADS, which pushed our obligation to over that $100 million. May 29th this year, we announced the RECAP, the Rural Emergency Hospital Capital Transformative Grant, as well as our RPGP, the Regional Partnership Grant Program awardees. Originally, we budgeted $60 million for those 2 grants, but we added 20 more because we had such strong applicant pool, and we received about 2 to 3 times the amount of ask than we actually had funds for. So we tried to reallocate funds there to account for that. We have more award announcements coming very soon. Tomorrow, we'll actually be getting ready to announce our Community Health Worker and Accountable Food as Medicine awardees. And then later this month, we will be announcing the Emerging Tech Grant awardees. The Evidence-Based Practices Program, which is one that hospitals and clinics can directly receive funding for, is live. We're accepting providers on a rolling basis. So far, we've had over 60 hospitals and over 150 clinics sign on and start their participation with that. So here is the beginning of our year 1 budget, and this is where we are. Like I said, our 2 largest grant programs were in Initiative 2, the Secure Local Access to Primary Care, where we had about $81 million for those, and that's that regional partnerships and the RECAP grant. It also covers our 2 of our other initiatives, which is around primary care and building a sustainable workforce. And then this is the remainder of our budget for initiatives 4 and 5 about value-based care and technology. This is where the Evidence-Based Practices Program lives. Again, it's about $30 million program, and so we're excited to get those dollars out as more hospitals and clinics sign on. Under the Data and Technology Initiative is where our Emerging Tech Program lives, and we have a pretty substantial $16 million budget in there for that. So just some more information about our largest grants for these on the REH, the RECAP, and the RPGP. Like I said, we originally had $44 million for RPGP and $15 million for RECAP. RPGP we increased to 50. RECAP we doubled it to $30 million to account for the demand that was there. The recap grants were either to help provide funding for hospitals who need assistance in converting spaces to meet the rural emergency hospital requirements, or capital investments they need to better serve their communities. And that's what that fund was for. On the RPGP, the Regional Partnerships Grants, this is one where we're really encouraging hospitals, clinics, providers to build partnerships. And we saw that a lot of them they're working together, getting primary care more ingrained with local public health. We have hospitals and clinics who maybe not traditionally work together, coming together. And so it's very exciting to see this happen and provide better health services for Kansas. This is a map that shows where all of the awardees are for both of those grants. We had 17 recap awardees and 22 RPGP awardees. Those RPGP awardees also included about over 70 partners, and so we have a far-reaching. One of the factors we considered during selection of the awardees was ensuring a broad geographic distribution across Kansas, and we believe this map reflects that commitment. There's some primary RPGP awardees that are not in rural Kansas, but part of their applications and part of the requirement of this fund is they have to only serve rural Kansans. And so when we made that determination, we made sure that that is what they were going to do. The recap awardees are in 17 different counties, and the RPG awardees are in over 60 counties. So we are touching a lot of Kansas, and with our upcoming awards, we'll be even more spots across Kansas. So our next steps and where we're going from here is we will finalize our year 1 annual report, our year 2 budget submission later this month. We'll execute the remaining agreements that are still going through the process. And we'll be soon, in the next month or two, beginning to announce the year 2 funding opportunities. So we'll be repeating a lot of these same grant programs in year 2 to make sure that people have, or organizations have, more opportunities for these grant dollars. And so with that, I'll take questions at the appropriate time.
Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this. I've been hearing good things from DC about what Kansas is doing. I have a question on page 8, third down, behavioral health services program. Since we've been talking about behavioral health all morning, and now we're here on the afternoon, can you tell me specifically what programs this $8.3 million went to?
I don't have that off the top of my head, but I can provide that to you after this committee.
Thank you, that would be helpful.
Absolutely.
The other concern that I have about all of this is that I know you're fully aware that these funds are going to run out. It's over a 5-year period. But it's not that the states then are supposed to continue to pay for all of this. It was to be pilot programs or something that are self-sustainable. Are we being careful that that's what we're doing so that it isn't like, oh, this is a great program, we don't want to lose it, so state, you need to pay for this?
Yeah, that's a great point, and you are absolutely correct. CMS made that very clear that we have to have sustainability plans for all of our programs. And so as we, especially around these grant programs that we're awarding money out, that's one thing we're taking into consideration is, are they going to be able to sustain it? If not, then we should look at providing funding elsewhere. And then the programs that we're administering at the state, we're also having those conversations and looking at what does that look like without having to come to the legislature and ask for more money. And so that could include different things of working with Medicaid and see if we can look at changing some Medicaid reimbursement there, or our commercial payers as well on different programs. So we're taking all of that into account, and I would say we have a lot of sustainability already identified in our programs, and the ones that we may not have, or the ones we have not stood up yet, that we're looking to make sure we do that as we go through.
Some of the examples that they gave to make sure that it is sustainable would be things like helping them set up a database. That's kind of a one-time thing, and then you make sure that you sustain that yourself. You know, we'll help to pay for the upfront cost, et cetera. So we're doing things similar to that?
Yeah, and so like within our evidence-based practices program, that's probably a great example there. We're providing a lot of funding for them to set up the infrastructure they need to be able to track what they're doing and provide that data, knowing that it will help them have better outcomes in the end. And so yes, we're doing that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you say more about the Food as Medicine program?
Yeah, so
Describe that.
that is, we will be working with, I believe, 7 clinics in Kansas to start off for this year 1, and have community health workers in those clinics who have experience with food as medicine. And so what food as medicine is looking at what diagnosis an individual may have, and if they need to alter their diet to help have better outcomes, and that will be prescription, for lack of a better word, of prescribing. We need to have this data or diet. Our community health workers will then work with them to help them source where that is. The downside to the RHCP money is we're not able to purchase food. And so we're working with some of our philanthropic partners on providing the food necessary to help individuals get the diets they need. But that's essentially an overview of it. Yep.
Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Food as Medicine program is exactly the sort of thing that we were just bringing up about one-time expense. I'm guessing the need for those dietitians isn't going to go away as soon as the money runs out. So who's going to be funding that?
So when we work with the clinics to get them the community health workers, there is reimbursement, Medicaid, as well as insurance reimbursement for community health workers. So that's where that funding is. We're in communication with some commercial payers, the large ones, around standing up a pilot to reimburse specific for food as medicine. And so this is where that is coming into play. And so specific to the work the community health worker is doing, we will provide money up front to for the infrastructure for them to set up how to bill for their community health workers. Long term, that funding stream is already there, and so they will be able to sustain those over the next year or 2.
So that's going to roll into Medicaid spending?
I don't recall if it will roll into Medicaid spending. It's already a covered, community health workers is already a covered program, and so.
Sure. These are new community health workers.
Some of them, yes.
This is the sort of thing I'm talking about. When we're talking about one-time expense, that's not a one-time expense. That's boosting the expense to Medicaid down the road. Even though it's an approved spend, it's not a current spend.
Right. Yes, and I right now we don't have the information on who the patients are, and so I can't say that all of them will be Medicaid or if they're Medicaid eligible. And so as we roll this out and we determine where those patients are, I'll be able to answer that question better on how those are being reimbursed.
All right, really suspicious on that. When we get direct information saying, make sure this is a one-time spend, and then here we go. Off to the races with another expansion. It baffles me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Bueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Matt. I'm looking at and I like the way you've laid out the budget, and we've got the 5 initiatives and 24 programs. Just out of curiosity to help maybe ground the committee, are there 2 or 3 that you would consider the top priorities among the ones that are delineated there, and where are we in terms of, call it, budget execution on those ones?
Yeah, so I think the grant programs, which I talked a little bit about, the RECAP RPGP, are one of our largest that we're excited about, because that's the way hospitals, clinics, providers are able to directly get this money based on ideas they're able to implement rather than us coming up with them ourselves. Separate from that, we are looking at different transportation programs, for example, and how to help with interfacility transfers, as well as non-emergent transportation, which will come in year 2. And so we're looking at things along that. that side. We're working with KDADs on behavioral health projects. And so I think those are some of our big priorities that we're working on currently. Within our initiative, I would say every program has already started. We either have the executed agreement for our partners that we'll be giving money to, or we're about to execute it, but that doesn't mean we haven't already started the planning around that. And so we're on track to keep everything moving very quick.
And if I may, one quick follow-up, as I remember the mechanics of this process, we have to demonstrate to CMS that we're going to put our money where our mouth is, basically, or we're going to have to, if it's for this, it has to do a certain thing. Are we thumbs up on everything?
Yep. Yeah, we regularly update them every 2 weeks when we have calls, as well as we provide all of the information around our contracts and everything to them to make sure they're in line with what they believe, and we have not run into any issues at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Matt. What is the definition of rural that is being used for this program?
Rural, and so that is a great question and one we get a lot. And so the quick answer is there's 5 counties in Kansas who are not considered rural. Those are, and I always forget one, Johnson, Douglas, Shawnee, Sedgwick, and Wyandotte, I believe. Separate from that, we use the Federal Office of Rural Health, its definition of rural. And so it depends on the county, the census, it goes down to census tract and where we're looking. And so as we're developing projects or we're working with our awardees, we put it in, there's a website called Am I Rural that the government has, and it provides you that definition. You can put the exact address, the county, it tells you if you're rural or not. But we're using the Federal Office of Rural Health definitions.
Follow up, if I may, Mr. Chair. So what is the breakdown of the awards that you've given using that definition for rural versus non-rural, dollar-wise?
All of our awards will go to rural Kansans. We're not able to spend rural or this money on any programs that will benefit urban Kansans. And so, for example, I know we awarded like Stormont Vale and Children's Mercy some money. The work they'll be doing is in rural Kansas. And so the Children's Mercy is we're working with, I believe, Logan County Health Department, as well as Community Health Centers of Southeast Kansas to provide services for rural children in that area for who have type 1 diabetes, sleep apnea. And on the Stormont Vale side, they are working over in Riley County, where they have the hospital and the counties around them to help expand OB/GYN care, as well as standing up a clinically integrated network with some rural hospitals.
One more quick question, if I may, Mr. Chair. And you also, I see that some programs are getting more than the original amount, and you said you're taking that from other budget items within the 222 million?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Petty.
Thank you. So we were talking about those things that can be maintained long-term. And so what that be, I'm looking at section 5, the data and technology. That seems that would be an area that is one very necessary for our rural partners, and they will help them pass the 5 years that's going to be in place.
Yeah, that's a great example where we provide the money for them to essentially get started or give them the infrastructure set up, which will then be able to help them sustain things long-term through their processes. But as we work through those grant opportunities, but as well as any other emerging tech or technology, we are looking at the sustainability plan for each of them.
So I'm just curious, under that you have emerging technology program, but then you also have telehealth navigator program. Do they intersect at all?
I don't believe those ones intersect. The emerging tech program that's a combination of, we have a grant opportunity, which we'll announce later this month, but as well as we've stood up an emerging technology committee, which is made up of rural providers, technology experts, to look at what services rural providers need, and then we will help fund some of that as well. Yeah, sorry.
And since we've been talking about CCBHCs yesterday and today, I'm just curious as with the rural health transformation, how do the CCBHCs, how they played into this model?
That's a great question that I would have to go back to our team and look into because I don't have that off the top of my head.
Thanks.
Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple more questions, and that is, I'm looking at the big ticket items, which would be like the 50 million for regional partnership grant programs. We saw what happened when some of our rural hospitals collaborated to say, hey, we'll do the ER stuff if you guys do the maternity, or you're only 30 minutes away. Is that the kind of program we're talking about? We saw something like that with Mercy Health in Fort Scott and then the Pittsburgh Hospital.
That is exactly what we're looking for and what we received, where hospitals and clinics were working together to do exactly what you described. If one may stop offering one service because it's offered 30 minutes away, but they'll pick up something else. And so they're working very collaboratively, which is exciting to see.
And then the next would be the REH conversion, Transformative Capital Investment Grant Program. Could you tell us what that is?
So the money was for two different purposes. One was to help hospitals convert to rural emergency hospitals if they'd like. None of our awardees or applicants asked for money to do that this year. The other side of it was to provide money for transformative capital for them to make changes to help them. A lot of them were to expand services. Some of them were to bring in primary care that maybe the local clinic lost at some point. And so we have started that process. And actually, Stormont Vale is one who received the recap money. And so they'll be expanding their OBGYN services as well as adding beds within the hospital to help with deliveries.
And then the last one is the Evidence-Based Practices Program. And we've seen in the past that this is where people or hospitals, providers will turn in, hey, we've done this and it helps saved here, or we've seen a difference in our the patients that are coming in because of this program. Is this kind of what you're looking at there?
Yep, that's exactly right. And so they have practices that we know they're doing or they want to stand up doing. And so this is providing them the money to be able to track that and do some of that work. And then they report that data back to us. So then we can see what's happening and how these practices are really changing the care across rural Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Ruiz.
Thank you for your presentation. Regarding the SNAP benefits and the discontinuation, all the changes with that, have you begun to see anything that they're going to see some gaps in your grant programs?
As of right now, that's not something that we've identified within our program. Yeah, it's not something we're seeing at this point.
Thinking about the food as medicine again. Food's on the brain right now, so. Sure, lunch, yeah. That's our fault. My fault.
Committee, further questions? Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real quick, as I look at the timeline for funding, are all of the, because we are in August, have the 2026 projects, have the agreements been signed for all of that?
Majority of them have been signed. We're actually signing over a good amount of them over the next week. They're in the process. I was approving a lot of contracts before I came over this morning. And so they will all be signed in the next month or so for the projects we've already awarded.
Does that include the PACE? Do you know?
I would have to ask.
It does. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Committee, further questions? I just have, Matt, going back to your map of the locations. Yeah, there you go. So obviously, I think this one's in Sedgwick County. You were talking about rural. What are the blue?
The blue ones are the rural or the regional partnership grant program. So if they're the blue dot, they receive that money. The yellow dot is the REH, the recap money. The red are the partners of those partnership grant dollars.
Well, I'm not sure. Is Sedgwick County rural?
Portions? That's a great question. Wichita makes it, if you're in the Wichita area, obviously not rural. There are portions of Sedgwick that I believe are rural, yeah.
And I see the same thing in northeast Kansas where there's a lot of children's, I mean, I'm not sure that meets the definition of what I consider rural, but who am I? So committee, further questions? Seeing none, Matt, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Christine, you're up.
She's on next steps.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Christine Osterlin, Deputy Secretary and State Medicaid Director, and I'm going to see if I can walk and chew gum at the same time. Okay. And I did, just before we start, Chairman, I did yesterday write down things that were related to KDHE, so I think I have spots in the presentation where there was like a similar topic, so I will try to cover them then if it gets a little schizophrenic, because we might be talking fraud, waste, and abuse for DME, and then I kind of switch topics. We can go another direction, so, just let me know, but I think I found slots to kind of cover those items.
I appreciate that. I've already forgotten what I heard 5 minutes ago, let alone yesterday.
Okay, so we'll start off. I know we've presented this to the committee a few times about the changes to immigration. So HR 1 removed some folks that are in immigration statuses that will now no longer be eligible for Medicaid. That will take effect on October 1. What I really wanted to share with the committee today is, before we had always just kind of given the high level number of, we thought about 3,900 members would be at risk for losing eligibility, meaning they're eligible today, but they might be in one of those categories that they would not be eligible on October 1. So our eligibility team, they started in June, have been looking at all 3,947 of them. The chart below kind of gives you an overview. Again, we are lowering that number, but the number I really wanted to point out on this chart is we will have, it appears, 8 HCBS members who will lose Medicaid on October 1. Obviously, we know these are members with high needs. We are working with the MCOs. We are working with various stakeholders. But obviously, as they move into the uninsured ranks, their medical needs won't change, but they will no longer have Medicaid. So we will be breaking these numbers down even more into populations. We're going to be now doing a review of how many of the 1,650 that are at risk in that top row, how many of those are like pregnant women, how many of those have cancer, trying to just define individuals who may have higher needs that will lose eligibility. So again, we can work together with stakeholders and our MCOs to see what kind of community resources that we can get them affiliated with before that date. Also kind of related to immigration, again, I think everybody here remembers we've been reporting on this, I think for about a year now, that we've been receiving monthly files from CMS of individuals they wanted us to review to make sure that they were in an immigration status that allowed them Medicaid eligibility. Over time, those files have diminished in number. You can see the last one we received in May, there was just a total of 61. With, again, 49 of those being verified as a U.S. citizen. We did not receive a file in June or July. No official word from CMS if they're going to discontinue these files. But again, the numbers over time have greatly gone down. So with that, Chairman, I'll kind of do the same thing we normally do. As I finish a topic, I'll pause to see if there's any questions. So that's kind of the pause of immigration.
Yes, thank you very much for that. Committee questions. Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Christine, on slide 14, is there a breakdown of how many children are going to be affected here?
We can get that to you.
Yeah, if that could be a routine, just separating adults.
Yep. Yep, we can, of the folks at risk is the ones that we'll focus on, because those are the individuals that we cannot identify that they would meet the new eligibility standards. And we can get you a breakdown by ages for that group. And then as we get it more granular by health statuses, we're fine of sharing that as well.
And if I can have follow-up, thank you, Mr. Chair. So you said something about also contacting other, like, for other resources. Is that to help, like, if somebody has, like you said, has cancer, and trying to find resources for that individual?
Yep, so our MCOs, as well as we have some outstation workers for Medicaid, as well as our stakeholders, that's what we'll be looking at, is what community resources might be available that could, I think you have heard, for those that are on Appropriations Committee, I know there's an organization that provides free like cancer treatment and different things. So those are the types of things that we're going to be trying to make those connections so, we can continue some level of continuity of care.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I might have missed it, but what kind of changes were made? You just said, did you say 600, did 1650?
Yeah, so if you look at the chart on page 14, so the changes in HR 1 removed certain immigration statuses from being eligible for Medicaid, like sex trafficking victims, refugees, asylees. There's on slide 13 in the first bullet, it kind of lists high level what those populations are. So then we looked, if you go to 14, we looked at our current Medicaid enrollment, and looking at those categories, folks that would have had those statuses in our system, we identified 3,947 that were at risk. Now, what happens with eligibility is people move immigration statuses. So while when I verified you as eligible, you could have been an asylee, when I go back and look at you in the SAVE system, you could have now moved into a status that is still eligible. So that's the work we've been doing. So if you take that 3,947, you go below to that chart for the at-risk, those are the individuals that we are concerned about that we do not believe will continue to meet
criteria.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any further questions? Christine, I just have one. So on that, you have 86 that were HCBS. So what were they, what waiver were they under?
It was almost all of them. They were kind of across the board, but those 86 actually have changed immigration status and are now in a status that continues eligibility. So they're, I hate to use the word safe, but they're not going to be disenrolled for immigration status. I mean, if at their next renewal, if something else has changed, obviously, that could impact it, but this change will not impact them. It's really going to be those 8. And we can get you, when we send the other numbers, we can do a breakdown of where those 8 are, which waivers they're in.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Committee, further questions? Seeing none, move on.
Okay. Okay, again, continuing federal updates. Provider revalidation, I think everybody is aware that in late April, all states received a letter from CMS regarding provider revalidation. I'm going to kind of start with a little bit of an overview of provider revalidation, kind of where Kansas is and sits kind of in that umbrella, and then some of the things that we included in our plan. So at the CMS level, states are required to revalidate all providers every 5 years. That is a federal mandate. In Kansas, we have a stricter mandate. We do our revalidations every 3 years. So again, we are compliant. During the public health emergency, CMS kind of did the same activity they did on the member side, where they told states, do not revalidate providers, do not kick them out of the program. So we had about a 3-year gap where providers were not going through the revalidation process. States were required by CMS in 2024, as the PHE ended, to revalidate all the providers. Kansas did complete that effort. I do know through this exercise that we are, I won't say we're in the minority, but I think there was a pretty good split of states that did not complete that revalidation effort at the end of the PHE. Kansas was one that did. And in fact, right before the letter was issued in early April, we had a site visit from CMS, which is common, looking at our provider revalidation program, and they actually held Kansas up as a model for other states of a very compliant provider revalidation program. So that set us up well as we got the letter. So again, it was in late April. One requirement for all states, regardless if you were compliant or not, is all high-risk providers had to be revalidated within a 6-month window. I listed here high-risk providers by CMS requirements are durable medical equipment providers, hospice providers, home health agencies, and skilled nursing facilities. We have 152 in Kansas, and we did in mid-June initiate the provider revalidation. I don't know if you've received any complaints. We've tried to really message, since we have a small number, to these providers, because they could have just gone through provider revalidation not too long ago, and now here comes the state again asking us to revalidate. I think we've mitigated that, but if you do hear any complaints, that was a requirement for all states to complete that process. I've kind of highlighted here in the next few slides some of the other things that CMS asked all states to demonstrate in our response. It is, how do we coordinate with other state agencies and law enforcement, which for Medicaid would be MFUCU. You heard the MFUCU director talk about the monthly meetings. We again have joint meetings with the MCOs, KDADs, MFUCU, the Inspector General. One entity that we're adding, this was a good opportunity for us, and I'll get to more of this later, but we use this as an opportunity to say, well, yes, we are compliant. What could we do better? And one item that we identified is over in the Division of Public Health, they do the licensure and surveying of facilities. And how can we better coordinate, so if something comes up in a survey that might indicate there might be challenges within Medicaid, how do we work together better that information is shared between divisions? So that's an add for Kansas. There was questions around the completeness of your provider agreement. KMAP is our specific name, but wanted states to verify. Why this is important is, again, this is where we put requirements on the providers. So if we are doing an audit or requesting records where they're attesting that they are going to comply with all Medicaid rules and regulations, and we had to demonstrate that our provider agreement is indeed in compliance. Some other items that we had to is consistent and accurate provider information. There are federal requirements for the MCOs to have provider directories that are accurate and timely. So we had to demonstrate our compliance with that. An additional step that we do with those provider directories is we compare them back against what Gainwell has. So for a provider to be with one of our MCOs, they have to be enrolled with Medicaid as a whole. So they come to us first, they get enrolled, then they can join an MCO, and we do that bump up to make sure if they're listing a provider in their directory that we can validate they've gone through the Medicaid provider enrollment process and are indeed enrolled in Medicaid as a provider. There's also requirements at CMS around a fee-for-service directory. I think this committee is well aware. We have a very, very small fee-for-service population, but we are in compliance. We do produce and post a fee-for-service directory of providers for those members that are in fee-for-service. Yes.
So when you go through this with the providers now and the MCOs, are they automatically credentialed by the MCOs, or is it they have to go through a credentialing process also with the
Yes,
MCOs?
they'll have to go through the MCO's credentialing process. So they'll go through our process. We will authorize them, open them up as a Medicaid provider. That information is sent to the MCOs so they're aware, and then that would start their credentialing process.
And they have to do that every 3 years, just like you do?
Yes.
Okay.
And we try, the public health emergency kind of messed up some timelines, but we tried very hard now to get back in step. So all of that is happening at the exact same time. So it's not like, well, my provider revalidation for well, I'll say Medicaid side of it, but fee-for-service is going to be in June, and then in, January, I'm going to have to do it with the MCOs. So we've kept those dates aligned. So, and that's why the 3 years makes sense.
Sure.
Yep.
Good, thank you. Many questions? Carry on.
Okay. Other requirements were around the validation of network adequacy. I won't cover everything here. We have a variety of steps that we go through to look at network adequacy. Obviously, the MCOs do some reporting to us. That again, we are kind of looping back and comparing against Gainwell. We also have, every state Medicaid program is required to have an external quality review organization. It's called EQRO. And we also have our EQRO involved in helping us validate that that information is correct. One thing that I will share, and we do some geo-mapping, and there's kind of all the standard things, but one thing for Medicaid that was big for us is we implemented a new data warehouse. It's a platform they call Genius. I always call it Genesis, so if I ever say that, just, it's supposed to be Genius. But it has a lot more capabilities than our previous data warehouse, which is going to allow us to take these variety of reports and kind of bring them together and be able to take like what's in a directory versus what's in the GeoMap and make sure that everything is lining up. It's also going to let us do some more comparison around distances because that's some of the standards is time and distance. So we are excited that we're going to actually be able to do more with our provider networks as we move forward. And then now getting to, so what did KDHE commit to CMS? So one of the big things that we committed to is we felt it was important that we develop thresholds where providers would be either considered high risk or be put under additional oversight. So for the providers I listed earlier, the durable medical equipment, hospice, what happens when you're high risk? There's background screening, fingerprinting, on-site visits. There's a lot more involved in becoming a Medicaid provider. Once they go through that process, they are lower to medium risk. And they don't have to go through all of those standards. But we started talking internally that there's probably times that not only are high-risk providers, but other providers, based on maybe they're an outlier in billing, they're an outlier in some standard, that we would want to do additional oversight. So we've committed to that to CMS. And actually, as we shared that with the Center for Program Integrity up at CMS, they have offered to have a meeting with us on August 27th around a CMS database that may be useful for us in this process. So we're really excited to have that meeting and see what we can do there. We're now implementing yearly training for our high-risk providers, again, just to assure that they're aligned and following best practices and policies of the state. We already talked about our coordination with the Public Health Division. And again, talked too about our new data warehouse, letting us expand our analysis and review of the provider network files. So, and again, my last bullet said we hadn't heard back from them. Of course, as it always is when you submit slides to Bethel, guess what happens? You get your follow-up. Our follow-up was really just asking us more information on these new activities, and we have responded. And now, like I said, we'll begin to meet with the Center for Program Integrity on the provider revalidation effort. And with that, Chairman, that's the end of provider revalidation.
Many questions? Representative Bueller.
Yes. Sorry. Hey, thanks, Christine. So just on the why, so I went back to your first slide. It said in April 2026, the Centers for Medicare, Medicaid Services sent a letter to all governors. Was this in, I'm curious, was it about federal fraud or seeking fraud, or was it just about the processes of Medicaid?
So what we know, and obviously this is intel from our National Association of Medicaid Directors, and I think some of you have probably seen the news out of Minnesota. They were one of the states that had federal dollars withheld because their provider revalidation was not happening. They weren't the only state, so I don't want to just point out Minnesota, but there was enough concern raised for CMS that there were problems that instead of, I think, them going to each state individually and having, it was like, well, let me just send a letter to all the states. Let's get a level set of where all the states are and work with them individually. But that was really what we understand is the reason for this was.
Okay, I
Yep.
kind of wanted to connect those dots. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Committee, further questions? Wow, we made it pretty easy on you today.
Well, that one, I'm sure the rest. So as we start fraud, waste, and abuse. That's all right. This is where I'm going to go off script a little bit, and this will be some follow-up to some of the former things, and then I'll jump back into the slides, because this slide, I'm very excited about this one. This morning, just wanted to follow up. I think Senator Erickson, it was you that made the comment, and rightfully so, of like, how do we know if there's an audit finding? Did the agency follow through? Did they, they said in their response they were going to do X, Y, Z, and have they done that? That was one of the concerns that Steve raised to me as I took over this role. I will say that within KDHE, we did not have any tracking. We do now. And so we are putting together a tracking document. So any finding that we agree with or even partially agree with, and we say this is what we're going to do, we're tracking that, and then we will be reporting not only back to the IG, but we're going to be putting that on our website so folks can follow it, follow it through, and we can close the loop. Now, I think I got a little overly hopeful maybe, because I really wanted to go back to some of those early audits. I know, Steve mentioned some of those that happened before I was here. They may not be as complete as I would have hoped because people have left. No one really, they're gone now and no one really knows, did we do anything? We're trying to track all that down. May have a few gaps in some of those older ones, but some of the more recent ones, as well as going forward, we will be able to track that and report on that. And then the other thing that we've been working on internal, and it's also something that the IG mentioned, and him and I have had meetings about it, is the recoupments. On the KDHE side, I'm going to kind of give a little background of why there's a little bit of a nuance here. So when there's a finding in an IG audit, and let's say it's our policy, and some of those are, or it's an error by an eligibility worker. If I just go and recoup from the MCO, if there was a claim paid, they're going to recoup from the provider. That's what recoupment means. It's not just the MCO. The challenge with that is if I'm a provider and I provide a service today and I look in the system and you're eligible and this is a covered service and I provide that service, I should be paid for that. The mistake is on us or whomever in this ecosystem that error lies. What we haven't had the ability to do, and this is what I believe has been the issue, though I can't speak exactly for prior leadership, but I believe what the issue is we don't have an automated way to do that checking. And so I think they thought it would have to be a very manual effort that, if I said, well, in this finding, there are 50 individuals, in this finding, there's 60, that someone's going to have to go in and manually get in the system and, is there a claim, is there a claim? Well, from a resource perspective, obviously, we're not overstaffed, so I think that was probably the challenge. I think we have found a way to, I won't say fully automate it, but partially automate it, that we'll be able to do that work now when audits are completed, so then we can go in and say, okay, let's throw out all the ones where we can say there was a claim paid because that's fair to the provider. And then these are all the ones where there was no claim paid, which means the MCO got a capitation, they didn't incur any cost, and that should be recouped to the state. So I think we're gonna, whenever we have our next audit, we will do a trial run, but I think we have a process now where we can do that and do that in the right way. Okay, any questions on that, and then I'll jump back into.
Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to commend you for doing that. I know it takes time and effort, but it's the right thing to do. I appreciate you making the effort and keeping us informed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Committee, any other questions? Very good.
Okay.
Continue on.
Another thing that was mentioned, I think it was yesterday, Talking about policy gaps, and I think even the IG, references that sometimes there are gaps in policy which lead to issues. And I will say that we have found, and we'll get into this a little bit later as well, we do find gaps in policy where the policy may be silent. I think this committee will remember when the DME group came and we had that work group, and what we found was, well, this policy was silent on whether this was covered or not. Well, it might be over in this policy, but if I'm looking at this policy, I don't know. So it really kind of got us working on how do we do a better job of identifying those gaps up front when we're writing the policy. Never be perfect, but we can get better. So as part of all this fraud, waste, and abuse and this new system I'm going to talk about, a couple of us went out to Chicago last week, had a chance to meet face-to-face with the Center for Medicaid and CHIP Services, as well as the Center for Program Integrity. I shared with them, we had some one-on-one time, that we do see these gaps and what kind of technical assistance, is there things out there that could really help us do a better job? So they connected us with a organization, and I'm sure they're not the only ones, so this may end up being something we come back and ask for dollars to do a procurement, but there are companies out there that have solutions that they will evaluate your policies and provide that kind of training to help you write tight policies up front. But they will also go and look at our existing ones to kind of point out, here's the things you need to really focus on because you have gaps here. So more to come on that. But I will agree with the committee that there are definitely gaps in policies as they are written, not all of them. Any questions on policies?
Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, so you kind of covered the providers not getting paid section, all right, and I appreciate that. One of the kind of a carryover in the conversations that I've had, kind of a carryover on that is some of the prior authorization stuff, and it seems to me that a lot of that is a communication error. And we have built into our contract that MCOs must be in contact with their providers twice a year. Do we keep track of that at all, or is that just another one that we don't care about?
We track those items, I would say.
Where are we on that then?
Yeah. So what we'll do in those areas, so yes, I mean, if it's a requirement of the contract, we will, monitor to make sure. Now, I think
paying the providers is also in the contract. I'm not seeing that either yet.
Here's the nuance here. If I'm on the MCO side and I say, well, I've had a conversation with you, does that suffice for meeting the contract requirement versus the provider perspective of, I think you should be doing a lot more in this conversation, and I don't feel those are happening. So I think it's more of that kind of issue, which we are aware of, and not just in prior authorization. It's, you have terms in a contract, and what they mean to you may be different than what they mean to me. And so
what they mean to anyone.
Well, some of those are undefined. So yes, we're up, and so we're in that process as well of what terms are undefined. And we also have situations where in our contract where timelines are different. One may say 14 days here, and it may say 7 days for the same type of requirement in another section. So part of it's our contract. Part of it is just expectations of what I think that means and what you think that means. And so as those things come to our attention, and that's why it's really helpful for providers to let us know. I'll talk about that a little bit later, the escalation process, because then that's when we can identify where are we missing each other. And then what can we do to shore that up? Because the one thing we want to have happen is training. And I will say there's a lot more we could do with provider training. Absolutely. I think our contract doesn't have enough in there, which I think causes some of the issues because while we do have bad eggs, absolutely. We have a lot of providers wanting to do the right thing. They have staff turnover. There's a lot of just things that happen in running a healthcare practice that without the adequate training, it's very easy for them to bill incorrectly with the best intentions.
Right.
And so how do we do a better job?
Well, and that's kind of what I was thinking of. If they had a point of contact, as we stipulate in the contract, if they had a point of contact to answer those questions, we might not have some of the stuff flying off the rails 6 months, 8 months down the road. But apparently, apparently that's not happening.
I think in their perspective, it's not happening. I think the MCOs would tell you differently. And I think that's where then we come in, and then you have to parse through all of that and say, the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. And to be honest, in this case, it probably comes back to undefined expectations by the state. Because, we should be setting for the MCOs, this is what we expect, and this is to us what this means. And if we haven't done that, what I've essentially done is let the MCOs define what that means. And I think there's a lot of times that is, I won't say it's entirely on us, because I think sometimes the language is clearer than
30 days is pretty clear.
But again, there is ambiguity, and so it's up to us to eliminate the ambiguity and then hold them accountable for an agreed upon definition of what that means. I'll put it that. How about that?
And if I could follow up real quick, I'll make this one short. Have we ever charged an MCO back liquidated damages?
That has never been done historically. Since 2013, I will tell you where we are at, because that actually you're jumping ahead, but we'll do it. Nope, you're fine. We'll do it.
Caffeine, I'm doing that.
Exactly. No, I get that. I had my Diet Mountain Dew, so we're all good.
Because Louisiana basically plugs up all the gaps in their Medicaid program with liquidated damages.
Yes, and Florida's another model state.
That's another one.
So we started issuing, so again, as we implemented 3.0, we have to remember that Healthy Blue was new. And so obviously for them, there's a ramp up period. And even for other MCOs, there's that period of all the new requirements. We started issuing, step one was issuing non-compliance letters to our MCOs. What they do is say, you are not in compliance, kind of here's your timeline, we're going to give you an opportunity to remediate that. And if you remediate it, then we're good. And so we just started, and the MCOs are aware of this, so starting actually July, so the month, obviously that just ended a couple weeks ago, was the first month that they are now accountable for their service level agreements. Right now we have 10, and I'll get into that in a minute, that are fully measurable. And so again, if depending on as we now get the reports in, how well they performed, if they did not meet a standard, then they would receive liquidated damages. We have another non-compliance letter related to the cap we're on with HCBS. The MCOs had a part of that, and also July was the month for them to start reporting. Yep. We gave them 90 days. I think we issued the non-compliance letter, and my friends at, was it April, March, April? I think it was April. Got to phone a friend sometimes, but we gave them 90 days to get into compliance, and now they will be measured. But what that, and I don't want to steal KDAD's thunder, because obviously a lot of this is their work, but it will allow us to finally start reporting to CMS. We have to report for 8 quarters compliance for us to get off the cap, so big step.
So is Scott going to get paid or not?
So, well, okay, we're going to jump ahead. So we'll just cover all of those now. So when we looked, and again, this is, I'm going to first talk about our escalation process. So we put out fine. No, I'm happy covering them whenever. So we posted in our provider portal a couple months ago an escalation guide, because what we want providers to do, obviously if there's an issue, first stop, absolutely, go to the MCO, try to resolve it. If not, there's a step-by-step process within KDHE of how to escalate issues. That has not happened in this case, so we were unaware. When we went in, because we have access to the same data that he has seen, what we believe is happening, now our team is reaching out to him to get case examples so we can verify this, is that there were claims that we can see that were submitted and they were denied. When a claim is denied, that's adjudication. The clock stops. They were denied within the timeliness standards. Then a few months later, the provider now resubmits the claim. It is now paid. And it was paid, like some of the examples, 8 days, 10 days, within standards. Now, the problem is if you're the provider, you're going back to the initial date of claims payment, but from a contract perspective, that would not be timeliness of claims. Where that's going to fall under is, was that denial appropriate? And so what we do is we do audit those. We do statistically random samples of audits of denied claims to make sure they're within KDHE policy. But we really rely too on when the providers escalate items to us, we actually have a tracking system that they're entered into, because then I can start to track trends. You know, it may not be a DME provider that's complaining about payments being late. It might be a DME provider, it might be a hospice provider, it might be a series of providers, but you know what? They're always complaining about this one MCO. I may not catch that in a random audit, but that's going to give me insight that I need to dig deeper with this particular MCO because I'm seeing some patterns here that, again, maybe wouldn't surface themselves. So we really do use those escalations, and that's why we really encourage providers, let us know. Again, if working with the MCO doesn't work, let us know. We do track and trend those. We are looking at those, and it really helps inform what may be broken in the system.
Representative Sutton.
This will be a short one. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could we get that escalation information? Because I get those those calls too, and I don't know what to do with them.
Yeah, we'll be happy to, and what we'll do is we'll give you the printout from the system, because then they should be able to, from that, also tell exactly where in the KMAP system they would go to find the document.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right.
Any further questions? Seeing none, continue on. I think we've kind of butchered your
That's all right.
presentation.
We're going to jump all over the place. It's okay. Okay. So I'm going to go back to, and I just realized that, oh good, we did put it in the first bullet, because I'm thinking, oh my gosh, did we not put it, what MEVIA stands for, and I wasn't going to be able to remember it. But this is an effort by the Center for Program Integrity. So I think the committee is aware that in Medicaid, we submit essentially the whole set of Medicaid data to CMS on a regular basis. It's called TMSIS. Kansas that's another area we're very compliant in our submission of TMSIS data. So what the Center for Program Integrity did is they took all that data from all the states and they created this system that everybody now refers to as MEVIA. And what it is looking at, it gives each state a dashboard, and it ranks your program areas. Right now, there's 19 program areas in the system that we can look at. Service areas will be ranked critical, high, medium, or low, but you can then dig into all the data behind it. Like, you know, why is this high? You can get into even the provider level data. You know, do you have a provider that's an outlier? So it really is a very excellent data set. The Inspector General has access to it. Mafuku has access to it, as well as KDHE. We will be giving KDADS access, and then we're in conversations with the MCO of how do we extract data from that to share with them. So again, this was actually released about a month ago, so we're all still in the learning process. But the whole idea around this is, again, early warning signals. This will be refreshed monthly, so we'll be looking at, you know, within those service areas, even though someone may be medium, are they trending up? Is it trending down? Is it staying flat? So again, it really is a well-done system. Kansas did not have any critical areas flagged in the first release. We do have 3 that are flagged as high. You see them up here. Durable medical equipment, but it's specific to continuous glucose monitoring. ABA therapies, which we've talked about with you before, and I have a few more slides of where we are. We've known for a while that's a problem. And home infusion therapy. So those are the 3 highs for Kansas. How this process will work is whenever a state has a critical or high, you then have to provide feedback to CMS, Center for Program Integrity, on what's the root cause, why is this happening, what are you doing about it? So there'll be accountability on the state to follow through. As we've looked at our analysis, I mean, ABA, obviously, we were not surprised at all. Home infusion therapy, what we identified is that the reason it was flagged, this shows 3 years worth of, 3 years worth of data. So it's 22 through 25 is what they're showing. In 2022, when we implemented the new KIM system, which is our claims payment system, obviously with any implementation, there were issues. They're looking at it on the date the claim was paid. Well, we had an issue with paying home infusion therapy claims. When that was fixed, guess what happened? We paid a whole bunch at one time, and you should see the spike in the data. It goes off the chart, but then it goes right back down, and it's been consistent ever since. So again, and that's allowable, but that's what CMS wants us to look at. Is this a problem, or is it just some explainable reason? I'll tell you, continuous glucose monitor was a policy change that we made, not our intended outcome of the increase in spending that we've seen. So this is an area where now we're looking at, and we're going to have to make some modifications back to our previous conversation on the policy to correct that. So we're actually very excited about this data set. The other thing it really does for Kansas, I think you're all aware, we don't have at KDHE a fraud, waste, and abuse system. And we've been working with our data team on creating our own dashboards, our own, data sets. With this now, again, it doesn't do everything. We can focus on what does this system not do and not have to replicate what this system will provide to the state. So it really is a win for us, and it will allow us to have a lot broader insight into, into what is happening. That is all on Mevia. Any questions?
Committee questions. Representative Reeves.
I'm just curious what the fraud, waste, and abuse might be around the continuous glucose monitoring.
We believe it's actually our change in policy. We allowed some additional codes for continuous glucose monitors, and it seems that there's some gaps in what we're allowing, that spending went up. Okay. There's a loophole.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Further questions, committee? Seeing none, continue on, please.
Okay. The next area is hospice. We've been working on this for a while. We've been really looking at, so in hospice, first of all, you have to have a notice of election of your hospice when we pay claims. There needs to be a notice of election on file. Of course, hospice is supposed to be end-of-life care, 6 months or less. Obviously, we know that's not an exact science, but once you get beyond that 6 months, every 60 days, there should be a recertification. So there's lots of documentation that are required. So we started looking around things around place of service, length of stay, diagnosis, expenditures. This really came up. It was something that we noticed in some of our spend data, but it was also something, as Mafuku talked about, he meets with all the other Mafukus around the country. We have the same thing with our medical directors. They meet together, and this was something collectively all states were really concerned about hospice. So we engaged with our MCOs, and we asked them to do some of the same analysis that we were doing with the data of are we going to get to the same place? So all of that occurred, and kind of what we've identified so far is there were 3 kind of specific trends, and actually this was data from our MCOs. There are some coding issues around, you'll see there, the actual code, but it's home care over 61 days. There was some system, in this area, there was some system gaps that allowed some inappropriate payment of claims, so those have been addressed. Training given to providers, again, to make sure that they're billing correctly. Again, we're working on improving the hospice data in KIMS, including denying any claim that does not have sufficient data, does not meet the requirements. Front-end edits, we're going to do some post-payment reviews. And again, we are looking at some future edits to continue to refine this area since there's so many requirements for payment. And then the third area that they identified is another code. This is in hospice for folks that are in nursing homes. And again, we've established there's some issues around a particular claim, T2046. So what our MCOs did is they done both some prepayment and post-payment review to really understand. They were temporary, but it was really to understand what's happening here, where are the issues, where are the gaps. And then next steps will be, all of that information has now been submitted to KDHE. Our clinical team is reviewing and putting together a recommendation document around what policy changes do we need to make, are there system edits that we need to make. We'll be working with the MCOs, so now that we've done this, the one thing we want to do is make sure we have the monitoring in place that we don't get back to where we were. And so all of that will be happening over the next couple months. As we get those items in place, then we will be able to share with this committee any cost savings, which we believe there will be, because we do believe we were paying claims outside of policy, and we do believe that there were folks that, well, we know there were folks in hospice a very long term without the appropriate documentation.
So on that subject, are these hospice providers, are they nursing homes? Are they individuals? I mean,
It's hospice providers.
It's what?
Hospice providers.
I know, but are they just individuals that do that?
They're companies.
They're companies.
Yeah, but they could go to your home, so you could be receiving hospice in your home. Some hospices have their own facilities that folks go into for their last days, and then you have nursing home residents that will stay in the nursing home, but they're now considered to be in hospice care, and so the payment changes because they're really now under hospice care instead of the traditional long-term care. So it can be a variety of settings, but yeah, these are enrolled hospice providers.
Very good. Committee questions. Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a clarification. There are some people go into hospice and it's short. Other people can go in hospice, and I've known it to be 6 months to a year.
Yep.
So are there different rates, or does it go by the day? How do you just, it used to be hospice meant that you were almost gone.
Yep.
But now it's not. So how do we handle that?
So what we do is there's a requirement that once you hit that 6-month mark, then you have we call it a recertification. So a provider is now recertifying that indeed you are terminal. It's not an exact science, like you said. I could say you have 6 months to live and you might live 18 months. You might even live 2 years. But every 60 days after that 6-month mark, you should be having a recertification that you still meet the criteria for hospice. And that documentation needs to be in place before we continue to pay for hospice services. Because there are situations where, someone they do believe is terminal. And then they again, I know those are few and far between, but they do get better. But we were identifying folks on hospice for like 1,000 days. So again, we have to tighten up, our processes there.
Does the state identify individuals that are eligible for payment, or can anybody who says they are hospice just present credentials?
It's done by medical. There's a medical determination that you meet the criteria, and then yes, we'll evaluate that and make sure there's a process that you have to select your hospice provider. Oh.
How do the providers get paid?
They bill. So they're going to get paid. Some of it's going to depend if I'm going into the home and I'm doing. The MCOs are going to pay the hospice providers.
I guess I'm not clear.
Okay.
Does the state identify like there's 6 or 10 different companies that are recognized?
They enroll.
They enroll.
Yes.
So anybody can enroll, and then you have to certify them, or does the state certify?
So hospice is unique. In hospice, you are required to be duly enrolled as a Medicare hospice provider in order to enroll in Medicaid. So if a hospice provider came to us and they had not been enrolled in Medicare, we would deny them and they would not be able to enroll as a Medicaid hospice provider. They are also considered a high-risk provider, and so we would be doing on-site visits, background screenings. So they have the elevated protocols, if you will, to become enrolled in Medicaid. But one of the big ones, and so why this is important right now, is Medicare did a 6-month moratorium on enrolling hospice providers.
That's why I asked.
Yeah, so if we haven't, I'm not aware that that situation has occurred in Kansas where someone was not Medicare enrolled as a hospice provider and now can't because of the moratorium. That at least hasn't come to my attention. I'm not saying it hasn't happened, but yes, we will now temporarily be in a position, if they didn't complete that process, they would not be eligible to enroll.
Thank
So,
you. Yes.
sorry for the confusion.
Senator Gossage.
And I'm just going to clarify that. So we have a lot of people that are Medicaid and Medicare eligible, dually enrolled. And they would have to, hospice would have to be approved by Medicare as well as Medicaid. And I'm glad that we are following up to see, because I could just use my mother as an example. While in independent living, we brought, we can't, family, no one else can determine, the doctor. A doctor has to determine this person needs hospice, I approve it. Yes. And then Medicare can approve it. And then once that was done and we realized our mother really needs to go to assisted living. I don't think she's near death. I just think she's not taking her medication properly, et cetera. And in cooperation with the doctor in moving her to assisted living, everything improved.
Yep.
You know, she just got so much better that we just said we don't really need hospice anymore. So you're absolutely right. So it's good to follow up and say they've been in hospice this long. How are they doing? What are we seeing? So we're not, it's very expensive.
It is, it
pay
is.
for
Yeah,
hospice.
you're absolutely right, which is why
Glad
the
you're
due
following up.
diligence.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Committee, further questions?
Okay. I know we've talked about this one before, so I won't go into everything, but obviously ABA therapies or applied behavioral analysis has been on our radar for a little over a year now. It's also been on CMS's radar. The Federal Office of Inspector General has done audits of several states. We've obviously been very closely monitoring those audits and looking at our program and seeing where our program may not align with the federal government. So kind of what I wanted to focus on today is kind of two things that are happening kind of more immediately, and then a new activity that just happened on August 4th. So policy number one of the items from the audits that the federal OIG did for states was that you needed to have an appropriate licensed professional do a diagnosis of autism. So this policy is going to go into effect on September 1st. So currently in Medicaid policy, social workers can do an autism diagnosis. Some what you would consider maybe not appropriately licensed individuals can make that diagnosis. So what will happen when this policy goes into effect and the providers that we have contained in our policy do meet the requirements and audit findings is if you were diagnosed, I'll start there, if you were diagnosed by an appropriate licensed professional that's listed in policy, you don't have to do anything. You're good. If you were not, then we're going to give you 2 years, because again, we understand sometimes there can be a length of time to get into one of these providers, but over the course of 2 years, you will have to go and see one of these qualified providers to have an autism diagnosis completed. During that time, we're going to continue to provide, services, because we won't know until you have that done. So again, that. And you'll see in the bullet there kind of the list of providers who will be able to provide those diagnoses. The other thing we're gonna remove is currently it's every 3 years that you had to be reevaluated. Autism is never been known to be it's a permanent criteria. So again, this will be the first one that will go into effect. It is in alignment with all the federal guidance. The other thing that we did is we did meet with providers and stakeholders. Representative Bueller, you were involved in one of those meetings, just again to make sure that everybody's on the same page. We're not missing anything, and so I think we're in good shape with that one. Policy 2 is around supervision. So there are really kind of 2 levels. You have board certified behavioral analysts who actually kind of design the treatment plan, if you will. And then you have registered behavioral technicians that typically deliver the services. Our current policy is very unclear on the supervision requirements. This is another thing that was in the federal audit. So again, we are doing a better job of defining what those supervision requirements are and making sure that the delivery of, services is to someone appropriately diagnosed with autism as well as under the appropriate supervision to ensure it's the right service, right time, right person. And then new and late-breaking information. On August 4th, CMS issued 176-page guidelines around ABA therapies. So while we have taken some action, I'm sure there is more to come. And there will be, because in that guidance, they do say that they will be auditing states to ensure the state is fully compliant with these new guidelines. No timelines yet. They're going to give states time, but I'm sure I'll be back here. This kind of goes back to another comment that was made yesterday about audits. It's only going to get worse. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. But the federal government, both Medicare and Medicaid, are definitely doing more audits. They're looking at more particular service areas. And when they come out with these guidances, there'll be audits behind them. They'll audit providers as well as us. So the answer is yes. So again, more to come. I thought this might be the last time we'd discuss this until I came back with, are we seeing spending reduce? But I'll be back again. So that's the end of ABA therapies.
Questions on ABA therapy? Senator Gossage.
So quick question, is this 2-year period, is that a CMS or an HHS requirement, or is that Kansas?
That is something that we did. We got a lot of concerns from, and I will say, I always hate to label providers as good and bad, but we really have some ABA providers that are very good at what they do. And in our conversations with them, they had a lot of concerns that to do an autism diagnosis, there's a waiting list with most providers because it's a very specialized, timely diagnosis. And so they were concerned of if you were just going to cut children off, are you going to allow ample time for them to be able to complete that process? And so CMS allows you to have that timeline as long as you have it defined. So they don't dictate it, but that was just something that we, in conversation with them, thought would be adequate because, again, the other side of the coin is you don't want to disenroll a child from ABA therapies if indeed they do have a diagnosis of autism and need those services. So it was really a combined effort, I would say.
So that could be something that we could look at in the future, because typically a long wait would be 6 months. 2 years seems like an excessive amount of time, especially if it was a wrongful diagnosis. It was a bad actor who diagnosed someone so that they could come to therapy with them, and the child never really had this diagnosis in the first place. So I hope that that's something we can reevaluate. Thank you.
Yep.
Further questions? Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On slide 30, third bullet point, if a patient was diagnosed under the current policy by a social worker, is there a distinction between an LMSW or an LSCSW?
They are not in our current list of folks that can do a diagnosis.
Okay, so it didn't matter the level.
Further questions, committee? Okay, durable medical equipment.
Okay. All right, so we will deviate just for a moment. I think the one thing that, I'm just making sure I've got notes all over my page, so sorry about that, because sometimes I have to, what was I saying here? One other thing that Mr. Lopez brought up yesterday in his testimony, I'm assuming he didn't say specifically, I was assuming he was talking about Medicare, because he talked about a reimbursement rate of $34, and that obviously wasn't enough to cover cost, but he also referenced a national plan, so again, may or may not be. If it is Medicare, the challenge with Medicare, and I know this committee has dealt with it for the last couple years, if Medicare covers a service, their payment is payment in full, period. Mobile sedation dentistry is a great example. $250 We know it doesn't cover cost, but it's a period, and that's a federal requirement. I have no flexibility. The only nuance to that is if that service has a copay, so like hospitals, a lot of times you'll see that, Medicare will have a copay. Medicaid can pay that. We can pay their cost sharing, their deductible, their copay, but for the payment of service, which of course goes, to the provider, it is what it is. If Medicare, that's what they pay, then that's what, and they'll get zero for Medicaid. Now, with that being said, if it is a different insurance company, this will be something too that we'll ask Scott about, was he referring to a different insurance company? There are different rules there, so try to, if I have, some other health plan and Medicaid reimburses for that service at $100, and they reimburse at $80, we can pay the $20 difference. I'm just kind of making up numbers, but there's some flexibilities depending on what type of other insurance an individual has. But kind of based on his remarks, I kind of was curious. He was talking about Medicare, and unfortunately, that's a hard stop. Okay, all right, so DME. Again, this is another high-risk service area for CMS. They do have a moratorium at the federal level for Medicare on DME providers. I think the thing to recognize about DME, this is a huge area. It's almost too big, because when you say DME, you could be talking about continuous glucose monitors all the way up to complex wheelchairs. Yes, Representative Bueller's device on his arm. So today it is all one category. And so I always want to say that, because not every area of DME are we talking about bad actors, but this is an area where historically there have been bad actors in Medicaid. So some things that we've been looking, again, you'll see we've updated some of our policies. A lot of this, again, was in the work group that we did with some of the DME providers around where we could have tightened up our policies. So I've kind of listed them here. I won't go through them all in detail, but again, we were able to make updates to ensure medical necessity, to ensure utilization limits were being adhered to. For renting of wheelchairs and other equipment, making sure that we don't end up paying more in rental than we would have if we just bought the wheelchair, and paid for it. So items like that to make sure that we are doing the right thing. And then for CPAP and BiPAP, which is the last one, again, making sure that they are paid as encounters and not as a 10-month rental. We've identified some where MCOs were paying the claims inappropriately, and they should have been paid as encounters. So again, really cleaning up our DME program. Any questions on DME?
Any questions, committee, on DME? I just have one. So is this going to be confused with some of the things that we did last year with the MCOs and them? You'd have to go back and then file for a, I'm brain dead today, but, prior auth, and then go back out. Is this going to interfere with that?
No, because one of the things that we did, that we've done around DME that we don't have listed here, we're working on, and so part of the work that we've done when we got into that whole discussion on prior authorization is working with the MCOs. What are those DME claims that you are paying over 90% of the time, even with prior auth? And which ones of those make sense to get rid of prior auth? Because again, while it's always that right balance, how do you ensure you're not allowing fraud, waste, and abuse? One of the biggest tools you have is prior authorization, but when does prior authorization almost become counterproductive because you're prior authing things and going through that administrative cost and provider burden, and you're approving them at 95, 98% of the time. So we're trying to find that right balance. We'll be presenting more on that, but we are working through that of working very closely with our MCO partners of, can we better structure that? So again, those items that are just always being approved, why should a provider jump through those hoops and then save our prior auth process for the things that matter? Now, with that being said, obviously, once we make that policy change, and I think this was a discussion yesterday, was obviously one of our outcomes that we would need to measure is what would our expectation be around spending? Well, that it shouldn't increase, because if they were being authorized at 98% of the time, you shouldn't see a spike if we remove prior auth. And we have to monitor that, because if we do, then obviously we probably have to go back to some modification. But we are trying to look at that, because we do, and again, I think you've all heard, that's a federal initiative as well as streamlining prior authorization, but it's trying to do it carefully and thoughtfully.
Very good, thank you. Committee, further questions? Seeing none.
Okay, I think where are we at? Oh, in lieu of, well, no. See, I told you I can't walk and chew gum at the same time. Oh, I know what. Okay, in lieu of, oops, now it's going to go way too far. Okay, in lieu of service. So if folks aren't familiar, if something isn't covered in the state plan or in a waiver, we can put it on what's called an in lieu of service program. It's a very tightly controlled program, much more now than has been historically. But what it means is if I pay for this service in lieu of another service, it's actually going to save money. Because this service is less expensive. It's actually an area we're investigating for sedation dentistry. Because if I pay for sedation dentistry under in lieu of, it's cheaper than them having to go to an ambulatory surgical center or some type of facility to have this service performed. So that's kind of an explanation of in lieu of service. What we identified in the reports, and the MCOs do report on this, is we found a lot, unusually high use of private duty nursing by one of our MCOs. Now, private duty nursing is an expensive service. And so we've been working with, we've identified and notified all the MCOs, because we don't want another one to pick up the bad habit. But we've been doing a lot of work around making sure that in lieu of services that we're doing it in lieu of, and not providing a more expensive service, because that's backwards. In lieu of is supposed to be the less expensive service. And so we've seen an improvement in that area, but it's an area that we continue to monitor. Any questions on ILOS? Okay. Emergency services coverage. I think we've reported on this before. A couple new updates that we've identified is, this is just some background again. This is the area where someone presents to the emergency room, and there's a program in which Medicaid can pay up until the point you're stabilized. Now, where that point is probably sometimes up for some medical debate, but we have clinicians that actually look at these claims. We've been really working on tightening this program, because there are federal requirements that it can't be used for chronic disease management. You know, there's requirements of things it can't be used for. Like, one of the things that we've seen recently is people coming and presenting to the emergency room for dialysis. Well, dialysis is a routine for management of a chronic disease. And so we've been doing a lot of work to kind of ensure that what we're doing in this program aligns with that, and that we're putting in the right protocols to ensure we don't pay claims that we aren't supposed to. These are claims that are actually paid for by Medicaid. MCOs do not pay these. In that review of this, what we actually found is under that program, we still had 3,000 codes open. None of them had been used, thankfully, but they were deleted codes by CMS. But having them in the system could have allowed for a bad actor to come in and bill under one of those codes, and those have all now been deleted. All right, that is, I think this is the last topic on fraud, waste, and abuse. GLP-1s. So Medicaid historically has covered GLP-1s very broadly. And of course, I think as everybody's aware, with the change of use of them for weight loss, we saw in early 2023, obviously expenditures increasing, so we put in a prior authorization process for GLP-1s. That curbed it temporarily, but we've seen it continue to increase. We now have a work group with our pharmacy team as well as our clinical team, and we're going to be looking at utilization protocols and other tightening of prior authorizations, you know, other things. We're looking at other state Medicaid programs. There's a few of them ahead of us in trying to control spending in this area. It isn't as simple as just getting rid of them because of the CMS requirements of how and when you cover a drug. So it isn't I can just remove it, but I definitely have levers at my disposal that I can use to control spending. And so we are in that process right now of doing that.
Any questions regarding that? I think that's a fine line versus, obese folks and the
Yes.
health, the savings of.
Yep.
So.
Exactly. When is it appropriate? Because you're absolutely right. There are situations where it is going to be appropriate that they receive a GLP-1, but like the employee plan that we use, they've put in some limits and some new prior authorization. All insurers are grappling with this and trying to find that line.
I get it.
Yep.
Very good.
All right. I hope, for your sake, maybe I'm getting close. You've been listening to me for a long time, and you're very patient. EPSDT, this is a very complicated area of Medicaid. Essentially, what the federal law states is that any service used to treat or ameliorate a condition is covered for children in Medicaid. Period. So the challenge always is what's medically necessary, what treats and ameliorate. Now, experimental things are excluded. I mean, there are some exclusions, but every state has struggled with this for years of how do you put in the appropriate guardrails. So CMS did come out with just recently some new guidelines around EPSDT that our team has worked through and is looking at now our policy changes. A lot of this, we're going to be making revisions to our manual. That's on track to be finished by the end of this year. We're really trying to work with our MCOs on ensuring the other challenge with EPSDT is, are we all applying it the same? Because what you don't want is one MCO says, well, that's medically necessary, I'm going to provide that service, and the other MCO says, no, it's not, and I'm going to deny that service. I mean, again, we'll never be perfect, but we want to be as consistent as we can. So again, changes will be coming in this. Couple things that we are working on is a strategic communication plan. One of the things that we recognize most families are not aware, and it's a federal requirement that we make them aware of what their rights are under EPSDT. Most do not. We also know our providers have a lack of education in EPSDT, so we have, working with a group of providers and stakeholders and others, we've put together a strategic communication plan to increase awareness. We've been working with the MCOs on their handbooks and to strengthen again for both members and providers what is EPSDT, what is required, again making sure we're all aligned and speaking the same language, so to speak. One area why this is important that I'll end with for this area is EPSDT is required to be provided. So any child on a waiver, if that service that they're getting on the waiver should be provided under EPSDT, EPSDT should pay for it. It's at that point would be a non-waiver service. Well, what does that do? That releases pressure on the waiver as far as cost and utilization, kind of back to some of the earlier, conversations of the financial pressure of, wanting to add slots, but there's financial pressure. So KDADS and KDHE, we've been working with a group called BCG to kind of do a whole analysis of our compliance, of how do we ensure that if it's an EPSDT benefit, so means state plan, that is done first. That's a federal requirement. But then the other thing you want to be careful of is that you don't go so far that then they're not receiving any waiver services at all. Because if that's the case, then they no longer qualify for the waiver. So it is still a balancing act, but the more we can get this right, the more we can release some financial pressure on the waivers.
So on that subject, is EPSDT, whatever, I never can get that right. So is it a federal match?
Yeah, we get
So
federal.
the $50 million we put in to get it started.
Yes.
Had a federal match of
Correct.
65 million.
Yeah, 62% essentially, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but gets a standard match.
Because I was just curious if we're paying for it out of state dollars and there's no federal match, that's.
No, it is federal match. It's just we would allow us to pay it kind of out of KDHE's dime, which is where you put that 50 million, and then leaving some, hopefully some additional dollars on the KDAD side that are. Okay.
Any questions?
Any questions on EPSDT?
Representative Bueller has one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Christine, is there like a deadline for when we're going to know either kind of what's in, what's out? We've got a communication team out there. And you said some families may be surprised. I don't know if it's too early to communicate an example in here, but I'm curious. Timing and.
So I will send you actually the strategic communication plan because it has a whole timeline laid out. This will happen over about an 18-month window. It kind of builds on itself. You're kind of starting with, what is this? And then building towards, ensuring people fully understand and then engaging providers. But yeah, we'd be happy to share the timeline with you.
As you were laying this out, I was thinking, okay, what kind of constituent calls what might one of us have?
Yeah.
And it would be better to be well armed with it.
It will be. And the other thing that we'll continue the dialogue on is, again, I think everybody does things with the right intention, but you're going to have individuals and stakeholders that want that definition to be as broad as it can, that it encompasses everything. Well, there's a financial impact to the program. And so we want to do the right thing, but we also want to do it with an eye on the financial element of the program and being accountable to our taxpayers. And it's hard because the language is so vague.
Thank you, Christine.
See, now I'm back to not being able to.
Representative Ruiz has a question.
I should have brought this up at the beginning when you talked about HR1 and the immigration changes. So along the HR1 changes, folks that are going to be coming off of the insurance, through the marketplace, and children, and seeing how many folks have already come off, it's like, I forget what I had the number in my head yesterday. Is it 7,000?
Off the ACA, yeah.
Yeah, off the ACA.
Yeah, it's a big number.
Yeah, and I don't know how many of those are kids, but is there any way to keep the kids on that? No, there isn't.
No. I mean, with the subsidies gone, they pay the, premium. And if not, unless they would, again, now if they've had a change in, circumstance that now they're eligible, for Medicaid or CHIP, CHIP may be an option for, some families, but yeah, a lot of those, if they've lost their subsidy and can't afford the premium and they don't qualify for Medicaid or CHIP.
So if they do qualify for CHIP, is there a way to, I don't know, move staff around so that those kids are prioritized?
So we get, actually, so when someone, and I know Senator Dragosich knows this, when someone applies in the marketplace, the first screening that's done, and it's obviously high level at the marketplace, is do they meet the criteria for Medicaid or CHIP? And those are automatically sent to us on a file, and we do the evaluation first to say, do you qualify for Medicaid or CHIP? If you don't, then you go back as then being eligible for marketplace plans. So that process, I think, works very well. And we do obviously look at those because we know that while we're processing, if someone's trying to get enrolled, I'm sorry for pointing at you, but, getting enrolled in an ACA plan, they're waiting. We do process those, as quickly as we can.
I'm just worried about all those thousands of kids who are going to be left out there in limbo.
Senator Gossage.
I would just be happy to address that. As you know, I help people every day with it going on the ACA. We're not during open enrollment right now, but the subsidies were not removed. Subsidies were still there. The difference is there were temporary subsidies that were added during COVID.
They're now
and
gone.
They already, then they had a sunset.
Yep.
Those sunset at the end of last year. So yes, there were some subsidies that were removed, but the major subsidies have always been there. Also, too, just for this, I always have families who are like, I think that I've heard about this. I'm like, no, you're still going to get this. Like, oh, really? Okay, well, that's good to know. And what I'm trying to explain to them is this, and I hope that this helps some of our listeners. Always go back to look, because maybe they were on the same plan and they didn't go back in and re-enroll. And maybe that particular plan that they were on has gone up in premium. There could be other plans that were available to them that those other subsidies could have more than covered. They just didn't know that, or even a different carrier maybe that was in that area. So it's always good to look at re-enrollment and look at what plans are available during that time. And you're absolutely right. As I explained to them, looks like now that your children may qualify for CHIP, and that application is going in right now for you. You'll hear from them right away. So it does seem to be working seamlessly as it is supposed to.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Sedation dentistry, just a quick update. Last year, a $1 million state general fund only appropriation was made for us to try to provide some increased funding to the mobile sedation dentistry providers. Obviously, this is a first of its kind. We've never done this before in Medicaid. I think I shared that when we were pursuing this road. We made the decision it was not in the state's best interest to try to implement something in the system, because that would have taken the $1 million and reduced the amount of money, because we would have had to pay to do system changes, and this may only be a one-time process, but we still wanted it to be auditable. So we actually, in our STEPS program, have a process, and I know this looks complicated, but we do this really all the time in STEPS. But what will essentially happen is, on a quarterly basis, our clinical team will review the claims to identify a portion of a claim that's to a mobile sedation provider, making sure we're being narrow and it's just the people it's intended for. And then we will do an add-on, and then they'll get a payment per claim add-on that will come from KDHE to them. It won't come through the MCOs. We estimate, based on claims volume from 2025, which is our last most current year, it's going to be about $400 or $500 per claim. Again, if claims go up or down, that could change a little bit. But again, we'll be meeting with the mobile sedation dentistry providers. I don't remember the date, but to walk them through, really from their perspective, it's more understand timing, because they'll bill the MCO like they normally do. It will just be what's the timing of what's happening on the back end before they see the add-on. So we'll be having that meeting with them, but then we'll be able to, again, we have all the audits in place that, again, we'll be able to provide a lot more detail, how much it ended up per claim, how long did the $1 million last, kind of, et cetera.
Representative Bueller.
Not surprising, I'm going to comment on this one. A, I want to thank you for doing this. I know we've been trying to crack the code on this for the last 2 years. Be very interested in the data on this. And then you also perked my attention up when you mentioned you're looking at this for payment in lieu of services as another way to crack the code. Are those efforts running in parallel? Okay.
Yeah, we just have to have conversations with CMS. They, about 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, years run together, CMS really, I would say, crack down on in lieu of services. I think states at that time could kind of do whatever they wanted, and there were probably a lot of things that were being done in lieu of services that probably weren't the intent. So it's a lot bigger process to get something added to an in lieu of service. But yes, we are looking at that as a potential, alternative.
That is awesome. I just know every spring when there's the faces of the kids that could use this service, in the disabled community, this would be awesome. So thank you, Christine, for doing that.
All right. Any other questions? This is my last slide.
Committee, you all have questions?
So I'm going to actually, I know we cover this slide a lot, really not a lot changed, but I did want to use eligibility as an opportunity to go back to the discussion yesterday on what happens when someone's going from the wait list to the waiver. And unfortunately, and we'll still provide something in writing, because I know it's always good to see it. Unfortunately, in most cases, it is not a code change. So think of eligibility. I thought Seth, when he was talking yesterday, made me think of it. So just like capitation rates are done by population, eligibility is the same way. There are different rules depending what category of eligibility you are enrolled in. They have different income limits, some have asset and resource requirements, some do not, some require a disability determination, some do not. So even if you're on Medicaid, it most likely means it is not a seamless transition because you're moving from one category to HCBS category. Most common item will be that they did not have an asset and resource test in their current eligibility category, because those are only in small groups of categories. But depending what, another great example is, some of our waitlist folks are on spend down, which I know you're all familiar with. Well, spend down has a higher income threshold than the HCBS waiver. And so now that would be both income and resources. So it isn't, unfortunately, just because I'm eligible, really doesn't have, it has some bearing. You don't have to do the whole full Medicaid application, but it doesn't make it a seamless process. The other thing that I would say in looking at how do we, I know Michelle mentioned this about having a centralized system. That really is critical, because what happens now is I don't know what's happening on the KDAD side and kind of vice versa. What we're seeing is when someone, and this isn't particular to just the wait list, it can happen at any time, something can be happening on my side that they don't know anything about, or something can be happening on their side that I don't know about. And if I don't get that application in, they could go through the whole functional assessment process. Then it comes to us, and then we start the financial test. Well, now we could have been doing those simultaneously. And so a centralized system, would really allow us full visibility. We can make sure we try to do best we can manually of, hey, we're sending out this letter, but, manual processes are manual processes. If the committee is interested, a couple years ago in the 2025 session, we did ask for money for an ePassR system. That was part of that ask, was to automate this process between the agencies. Again, lots of priorities, not a criticism. It wasn't funded, but if the committee is interested, we could provide the information of what that ask was. I don't remember now off the top of my head. But other things that would, I think, really help in this situation. Right now, Medicaid is a clearinghouse model, which really means it's kind of passive. It requires, if I'm a member and I want information, I got to call you. There's not really people to help me individually. That works for some populations. I would argue HCBS is probably one of those populations that model doesn't really work. We actually had this conversation with Representative Bueller. We're looking at some hybrids because, again, we understand cost. I mean, we can't support a system where we've got workers all over the state and going back to maybe what it was, 10 years ago. But, is there a hybrid approach where we could have a small group of staff that will do proactive outreach to these individuals as they're applying, kind of, help hold their hand a little bit through. These are complicated applications. When you get up into HCBS and long-term care, these are not easy requirements. And so I think there's some things that we could do there. We're kind of putting some thoughts and ideas together. So, I think there's definitely ways that we can make it better, but I did really just want to clarify. Unfortunately, I think with a lot of things Medicaid, it's just not a easy answer to say, well, you're already eligible, let me just move you over to the waiver.
And I can appreciate that, but I do think there are things that we can do to streamline that process.
Yeah, a centralized system.
It's very frustrating.
Yep.
And there are things that we can do to shorten that timeline.
Absolutely. Ensuring, because the big thing with the centralized system is ensuring that they've started both processes at the same time. That functional assessment and the financial eligibility are happening at the same time. Because if they're not, I could get through one, but the other one now, I didn't even know I needed to start that. And those are things that a centralized system could really help us with, of making sure that folks are doing both. And if they haven't, we could give them a call and say, hey, listen, we see that you're kind of completing your functional assessment, this is what we need from you on our side of the fence, if you will.
And on that subject, how long is a functional assessment good for?
A year, I think, 1 year. Yeah, 1 year. Phone a friend.
In this process, a lot of time, they're supposed to be done on an annual basis anyway.
I'll let KDADs respond to that. I think Michelle will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think if they're on the wait list, we do not do functional assessments every year. And that's why if they're coming off, they'll start the functional assessment. What a centralized system would help us with is if we see that that has started, that we can then ensure that we got, because even though they could tell the individual, hey, you've got to contact KDHE because you've got to get this ball rolling, doesn't mean that they did it. And so having a centralized system kind of helps those handoffs, and we can be more proactive in reaching out and saying, hey, this is what we really need from you, and trying to help them so we aren't doing it sequentially, which is what's happening at times, not all the time, but at times.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Any questions?
All right, thank you.
Okay, next we are Secretary Howard. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everybody. I will kick this off with a couple slides, and then I also have some response to some of the conversation yesterday that I wanted to be able to clarify and add some additional information for as well. So in terms of my update before that, it's pretty brief. We've really been focusing as an agency on the priorities of the community support waiver, getting the new South Central Kansas Hospital open, and also successful implementation of the pieces of the Rural Health Transformation Program that KDADS has responsibility for, like PACE expansion and things like that. So, and we've definitely had success in all those areas, as you all know. Community support waiver was approved by CMS on July 1. Definitely an earlier approval than we anticipated for the October 1 start date. So we were excited that we weren't kind of towards that last minute of waiting for that approval. Also, we are successfully managing a number of the aging and behavioral health related RHTP projects, and we're in the final stages of getting all of those signed. I would also mention that in the recap grants and the regional partnership grants that Matt talked about earlier, a number of our mental health IDD, SUD, and aging partners actually were awarded grants through those processes. So again, so some exciting things that are going on out there. We also have submitted to CMS and been approved for waiver amendments that would allow the establishment of wait lists for the FE and BI waivers. And as you know, we have started the wait list on the frail elderly waiver based on the level of appropriation that was approved last year. That started July 9. While we have the approval to start a wait list on the BI waiver, we have not done so, and we are working on mitigation strategies with partners and MCOs, really to sort of stress the rehabilitation focus of that waiver, to make sure that folks don't linger on that waiver past the time of rehabilitation, so we can avert that wait list. And you'll hear a little bit more about that later. So again, so we have the authority to start that wait list, but have not done so. Also, just a couple of things related to maybe some upcoming activities. I think a couple of you may have been at last year's Governor's Conference on Aging. It was the first Governor's Conference on Aging in about 15 years, held in Manhattan last year. We are announcing this year's, and you should be receiving invites if you haven't already, to be held in Lawrence on September 29th to 30th at the new conference center adjacent to the football stadium in Lawrence. So we're excited about that. It'll be a 2-day conference this year, really focusing on strengthening the workforce that supports older adults across healthcare, HCBS, aging services, and community systems. So an awful lot of the things that many of you have talked about and been focused on. And then I'd had in here, but you spent so much time talking about CCBHC, I hate to even say those letters, but again, we are standing up the CCBHC Sustainability Advisory Group that was included within the proviso in House Bill 2513. That will include members of the legislature, some members of this committee, MCO representation, agency representation, CCBHC representation, and other stakeholders. The first organizing meeting for that will be on August 24th. The thing about this, I just wanted to sort of remind this group of is maybe unlike a regular interim committee, the way that you structured that in that proviso, that work will actually continue all the way through next June. And so I think that will be an ongoing group that can do some good work. Many of the things you've talked about, even in the last 2 days, are part of what the charges are to that group, to look at things like, what should lead to a trigger code, what costs should be included, outcomes, and the like. So again, we're excited about that. And the last thing, just as an update from appropriations, there was funding that was put into the budget last year from ARPA funds for Inclusion Connections of Belong KC. And we did not know until end of last month how much money we would actually get from ARPA for that project. And we were informed we would get just over $2.5 million. So we're working to get that executed, and we're excited about that. So, yeah. All right, the other thing I just wanted to spend just a few minutes talking about, I know yesterday, there was a lot of, go ahead. I can take any questions here.
Well, I think it's time for me to apologize, quite frankly. Yesterday, when I talked about the 24 million that was in there for the ID and DD, that's true. What I left out was, and this is also true, is that money was spent on the FE waiver and what other waiver?
Brain injury and
Brain
technology
injury waiver.
assistance, yes.
So although that money was designated for the ID and DD waiver, it was spent, and maybe wisely so. My question is, when was it spent? I get it that it was spent, but there could have been waiver slots, I think. You didn't know at the end of the year or at the beginning of the year were you saving that money for filling those waivers, or I'm just saying there could have been slots that were sent out with that money. Is that accurate?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative. Just to clarify it, what the funding had reappropriated from the prior year, and it was one-time savings. So in the prior year, when the legislature had approved new slots for the IDD and PD waiver, all the people that were authorized for those slots were put on the waiver. That didn't all happen on July 1 of that year. So that meant that we didn't have 365 days of funding for all those folks. So in that year, we had some savings. We were going to spend the whole amount the next year because those folks would continue to be on for a year, but we had some one-time savings because folks were not on the waiver for a full year. So those reappropriated, and like any other reappropriations, right? I think the Legislative Budget Committee meeting last fall, they said, let's kind of sweep reappropriations unless agencies get approval to retain those. We asked the governor for permission in her budget to use those to fund spending, one-time spending on the frail elderly waiver, the brain injury waiver, and the TA waiver because we were over budget and had not gotten fully funded for those. We viewed that as appropriate for one-time funding because you would still be having the chance to make policy decisions for the next year about what level to fund those waivers at. And using the funds that way meant that we didn't have to start wait lists. If we'd not done that, what we're talking about with the frail elderly waiver now, we would have been starting that wait list like last January or February. So again, so it was really one-time money, savings from not having those slots filled for an entire year. So again, that's how we used it. And again, that went through the appropriations process last year, and we were grateful that you all approved us to use the funding in that way. To your question, Representative, about, could you have used that for more slots? The concern about that, like with IDD, is unless
the legislature had approved ongoing funding for those new slots, you know, I could say, well, let me just bring on 200 people just because I'm going to do that. And then I'm sort of putting you on the hook for that. And unlike, say, the for elderly waiver, where people move on and off that, you know, we can kind of bring that spending down pretty fast. Once we commit to folks on the BI, on the HCBS IDD waiver, if I'd said, oh, let me just bring on more people with this funding, but I didn't have any ongoing funding, that really puts you on the hook to fund some things. And I'm not the appropriator, and so I don't feel like I have the ability to do that. So again, we tried to use the one-time savings in a way that wouldn't cause, you know, ongoing commitments, but yet would also allow us to, you know, delay the need to start additional waiting lists and to have a chance for those policy discussions last session in terms of what level to fund those services at. And in the context of TA and BI, we kind of got through the session. We didn't need to start waiting lists. With frail elderly, the program was funded at about half of what we asked for in terms of enhancements. And so that's where we landed on for elderly with needing to start that wait list. So.
Confusion for me is that that money was designated for slots.
Yes, that's correct. And for PD and ID waiver, that's correct. That's correct.
That was the legislature's, you know, whether you were worried about ongoing funding or not, it was legislative intent that that money was used for ID and DD slots. Is that accurate?
It was identified to fund, you know, a specific number of slots, and we funded that number of slots, you know, on an ongoing basis. You know, the first year, they were just funded for part of the year, and that's what led to the savings. So I mean, I certainly understand where you're coming from, Representative, which was also why it was so critical to us that that decision be in front of you last session, and then we were able to say, we have this savings. Can we spend this reappropriations for the FE waiver, the BI waiver, and the TA waiver? And you said yes and authorized that in the appropriations bill.
And a lot of that happened before we were in session, though. Is that correct? The spending for the waiver?
We had requested the authority to do that, and some spending was happening, but certainly if you had not approved that, we would have paused that spending, and as I said, probably then had to start the waiting list on the FE waiver earlier.
Right, but the money was there, and then you were spending it as the fiscal year progressed. By the time
yes, that's correct. That's correct, Representative. Okay. Yes.
Just want to be clear on where we're at on this situation. So, okay. Committee questions. Representative Ballard.
Just a clarification. If I heard you correctly, you appropriated the number of slots we actually approved first, right?
That's correct, Representative. The number of people that were authorized to go on to each waiver went on to those waivers. They didn't all go on for a full year the first year, so there was some savings.
So, and it was those savings that allowed us to fund FE, TA, and PD.
FATA and BI, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah.
Thank you.
Committee questions. Okay, continue
all
on.
right, I will. That was all I actually had, Representative, so I will hand this off to Scott Brenner, I think, for the next piece.
Thank you very much, Scott. No stranger to this committee. You have about 30 seconds. Can you get it done in that?
I prepared 25 seconds, so I feel
Okay,
like
good.
I'm
Thank you.
over-allocated. Scott Bruner, I'm the Deputy Secretary for Hospitals and Facilities. There's, I think, 3 items that I was asked to update you about. So our construction of the South Central Regional Mental Health Hospital, just as a reminder, it's a 104-bed psychiatric hospital, operated much like Larned and Osawatomie State Hospitals. Half of the capacity will be for competency forensic patients, and the other half will be for civil commitment and voluntary committed patients in an acute mental health crisis. We're on a path to be completed with construction by the end of the year and have substantial occupancy as the term of art, which means we can actually occupy the building by mid-January 2027 on our plans to admit our first patient before the end of the month, January 20 in January. The exterior structure's complete. I'll show you a picture here in a second, so I won't talk too much about that. But we're making good progress on the construction. The forensic units, the two 26-bed units for the forensic side are the furthest along because we started on them first. We've got a couple of the patient rooms mocked up, so we've tested the furniture, the plumbing fixtures, the lighting, the flooring, wall protection, things like that. So we've been able to kind of get a sense of how the doors, how the rooms are going to work for patients. And then that gives the construction company the kind of template to follow as they build out the other rooms as well. Our air handlers and chillers are scheduled to start up this month. The air handlers are running, the chillers are not running yet, but that should be done by the end of the month. We filled, tried to give you updates over time of kind of key leadership positions. We filled the superintendent position, our chief nursing officer, compliance officer, facilities director, our CFO, human resources, clinical program administrators, social services director, and training director, kind of all the key pieces we need to build out the program. And as we bring new staff on to get them onboarded and trained, our chief medical officer and some lab positions and infection control positions are posted. In total, by the end of this month, we'll have 30 people on staff to work in the building in and around the Wichita area. There'll be another tranche by the end of September, and then hiring is going to slow down a little bit. But we're on a path again to be ready to open in January. We are working through the process of awarding a contract for a recruiting vendor to help us with some of I'd say the higher volume position, our nursing positions, our direct care staff positions. We've been okay in kind of managing hiring the 30 positions that we've got, but when we're talking 50 or 100 additional positions, we just need some additional help with that. So we're close to getting that contract awarded, and that'll get us kind of through the fall. On the next slide is a photograph. I've been showing you a before and after. The before is really boring, so I just kind of dropped it to the current, or I guess it's not the after. But this is from July 22nd. Again, the substantial structure is complete. There's still some work to do on the exterior with some of the finishes along the upper roof story. You can't really see what's going on the inside in October, or when you meet the next time. I'll bring you some interior pictures so you can get a sense of what the interior layout looks like. But the exterior is in pretty good shape. The other item I was asked to update about is our reimbursement programs for patients that are waiting for state hospital admissions. So over the last couple of years, you've authorized us to try to compensate providers broadly for time that they're holding an individual who would otherwise be placed or admitted to a state hospital. There's two different programs. One, under Senate Bill 228, is targeted for our forensic population, so criminal defendants that are ordered for competency, evaluation, or restoration. They're held primarily in county jails while they're waiting if they need a spot at Larned or Osawatomie. And again, you authorized us to reimburse those county jails for that time that they're holding somebody from when they're ordered to Larned until they're admitted. And I think what you've asked about is how much have we paid out in that program. So that's on slide number 8. And that shows you by county back to the beginning of the program when we started making these reimbursements in 2023. So bottom line, we've paid $15.2 million to counties. That's through the end of June of 2026. And again, this is for time where there's a defendant waiting to get admitted primarily to Larned for competency restoration. The other reimbursement program is on the civil commitment side of the work that we do. So if an individual's been in the care and treatment process, been ordered to be admitted to Larned or Osawatomie or one of our state institutional alternative partners, but there isn't a bed available and they're being observed in a hospital or other community provider, or sometimes in law enforcement custody, not typically, but we can reimburse for that observation time that doesn't have another payment source. So if they're admitted to a hospital or they're in an emergency department and they're getting emergency treatment, that part doesn't cover. But when we go beyond that and they're literally just waiting until we can have a bed available at Larned or Osawatomie, we can reimburse for that time, observation time. We can also reimburse providers for any transportation costs to get them to from where they are to our to one of our facilities. So that's under House Bill 2184, and on slide 10, it shows by fiscal year what we've reimbursed to providers, again, primarily community hospitals. There are a couple of other providers, or in some cases, law enforcement. Local law enforcement is doing that observation on behalf of the hospital. More information than you needed, but whoever is doing the observation is who we're trying to pay. So over the last, the first year was pretty small, but in fiscal 24, 25, and 26 in total, we've paid out a total of $6.8 million to those community providers for observation time while somebody's waiting to be admitted to Larned, Osawatomie, or one of the SIA partners. And then the last.
Hang on, Scott, just for a second there. Or Senator Owens.
It's all right, Mr. Chairman. I'll always be a representative deep down inside. Thank you, Scott. Couple of questions as it relates to South Central Kansas Hospital. This was obviously a big topic of conversation and a big budget item that we had to deal with in this past budget, was what that looked like. If I recall, that was originally scheduled to be open October 31st.
Correct.
And now that's being pushed to January. And you're sure that it's going to be open in January, or is just construction going to be completed in January?
The construction, we plan to be in the building, learning how it works by the 1st of December. And barring any other change in schedule or something that we don't know about as of today, that's the timeline that we're on. So there could be some things that happen that would put us into a delay beyond that. I've been living this for 2 years, so I know that there's something. I don't know what it is, and I don't know what the impact is going to be, but we're within what we know. That's the timeline. We'll be able to be in the building by the middle of January. If we can hit that, we're confident we can get a patient in the front door, the appropriate front door, by the end of the month, end of January.
Okay, very good. And if I may, so the number one issue, and it even made the news again this morning in Sedgwick County, is folks in Sedgwick County Jail waiting competency, right? Can you touch on how this facility is going to deal with that backlog, how that's going to impact Larned, and ultimately, back on slide number 8, how hopefully it's going to reduce some of this $15 million a year that we're paying for jails that are holding these folks waiting competency?
Sure. The $15 million isn't 1 year. That's accumulated back to 2003, so it's roughly $5 million a year. But still, that's a cost that we're hopefully. I would think we'll come back to you and ask if we need to keep doing that once we get these beds open and see where we are with the wait list. There may still be a reason to do it, but I'm not sure what.
And I'm hoping that there won't be a reason to have to spend that money, right?
Me too. So our plan at the moment, and I don't see it changing, is to open the forensic side of the building first, or with priority. So those are the two units. On the photograph, they're the ones on the left-hand side of the photograph. They're the furthest along. They'll be the first complete, and we're going to recruit and staff to have those units open first. And so that's 52 additional beds that we can use that are dedicated for competency work. They're higher security than what we have available at Osawatomie. So we think we can take some of the patients that are on the wait list, or criminal defendants on the wait list that are waiting for restoration, that are waiting to get to Larned because of the higher security level. We can take them in Wichita. So we think it'll have a direct impact on that, on the number of people waiting, particularly for restoration, and that's where our focus will be. It'll take a while. As of the end of June, we've got 230 people waiting on the competency wait list. 201 of those are for restoration. I've got 52 beds. I can theoretically, when I get them all open, I can take 50 people off the waiting list over some time. They don't turn very fast, so it'll take a little while to get through them. But I think we'll see some direct impact. We'll take the highest numbers. We go in order. So we'll take the highest number of the people with the highest number of days that have been waiting the longest. That was the hardest possible way to say that, make that sentence come out. The people that have been waiting the longest, take them off the list. The number should drop. A number of days people are waiting should drop significantly. It's going to take a while to get to all 200 people.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One thought, after reading this article literally this morning, there's one inmate that's been in jail nearly a year in Sedgwick County awaiting competency. So let's get that person taken care of quickly.
I asked to look at that case. It's a special kind of evaluation. It's a pre-sentence evaluation, which we still do. But it's a little, anyway, yeah, I read that article too. And
glad to hear that you're aware of it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Scott. Thanks for your work.
No problem.
Committee, further questions? Senator Petty.
This follows up on the opening of the South Central Mental Hospital. I know last year in the budget, we took out some of the funding that was for staffing, or did we? Did we end up in the end doing that? We did. And the question, of course, was just asked, are you really going to be open, in January? So I'm just curious, is there going to be an impact there with the reduced funding for staffing?
Thank you for the question. So what the base appropriation for South Central has been $15 million a year. Before the fiscal year we're in, that money's primarily gone into construction, and so that will end. What we asked for in the budget process last year was an additional, I think it was $33 million to have, that would reflect our full operating cost, for this fiscal year from when we opened. That estimate, because it was a year ago, assumed we'd be open in October and we'd be a little further along than we are. What you appropriated was an additional $20 million for operations on top of the 15. So we've got a total of $35 million. We're still looking at the hiring, or we're looking at the hiring plan. We're evaluating kind of where we'll be not just in January, but as we're looking at this budget cycle and our revised estimate. I'm hesitant to say we won't have any kind of a supplemental request for this year right now. I'm not quite sure. I think we'll have a smaller enhancement request for fiscal '28 to round out for a full 12 months, all 104 beds open and fully staffed. It won't be another 33 million, but there may be some incremental part there. My goal, I guess I have two. Probably have more than that. Two related to this. One is to get the building open by January. That's number one. And number two is not to come back and ask you for more money to run it in January as well. I don't know if I'll be able to achieve the second one. I feel pretty confident about the first one.
Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Scott, on slide 10, it's the observation transportation for state hospital admission. Who's receiving those funds? Is it categories, hospitals, or?
Primarily hospitals, yes.
Okay, all right. Can you give us a breakdown of which hospitals those are?
I can, and I've tried. It's a little complicated by vendor. So we're paying state vendors, and then we try to match up the hospital names you'd recognize, and they're not the same. Okay. So but I can work on that to get you. A lot of there's a lot that goes to Advent Hospital, Olathe Medical Center, Overland Park Medical Center. So there are 4 or 5 big ones that we could easily identify. A lot of critical access hospitals, you'd be maybe you wouldn't be surprised, but I was a little surprised. But we can do that for you.
No, that's a different. Scott, there's Senator Gossage.
Thank you. We were just trying to clarify, and forgive me if I was stepping on somebody else's question, but on page 10, and then the number on page, sorry, the other, page 8.
Maybe?
So, we're looking at 15 million here, and so I believe the question was, who's this going to? So if this is, the 15 million is going to whom compared to the 6.7 million?
Sure. The 15 million, that reimbursement is going to the counties that are listed on here. Primarily, it's the sheriff's office or the jails, but sometimes it's going to the county treasurer.
Sheriff, the county jail?
Yes.
Not a hospital?
Not a hospital, no.
Okay, and then and on 10, it is?
Primarily hospitals.
Primarily hospitals.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry if I made that
It's all right.
fuzzier than I intended.
Any further questions?
Last item I had, still in my 30 seconds, I think, about the Behavioral Crisis Stabilization Unit. I asked for an update about that. So 2 years ago, Parsons State Hospital brought an enhancement request to develop a specialized treatment unit to serve individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities that are having a hard time staying stable in their community placement and need some additional behavioral support. They don't necessarily need to be admitted to Parsons or the Kansas Neurological Institute, but they need more intensive treatment than they're getting in the community to try to make them more stable while they're in the community. So you provided some funding for us to renovate some space for 3 beds for that kind of intensive behavioral support. It opened in May of 2025. Our first admission was in June. As of July 15th of this year, we had 3 individuals, 2 females and a male. There's 1 person that's waiting for admission to that unit when it becomes available, and there's 1 person who's in the application process. And then we had 1 resident who was placed in the community, so was in a community placement, came to Parsons and completed the program and was returned to a community placement in July. So the program's doing what we intended it to do. We're working within the space that we have, the needs exceeding a little bit of the space that we have, but in terms of the program that we designed, Dr. Dixon and team have been just doing remarkable work for people that otherwise are having a hard time staying stable in the community, and this has been a good respite and then return largely back to the community. So that's where the program's been. There's really no other update that I have other than that, but happy to answer questions.
Committee questions?
Okay.
Seeing none?
Thank you. I think Lacey Hunter's next.
Lacey? Welcome to committee.
Hello. Do I have people here? Okay. I'm Lacey Hunter. I'm the Commissioner of Survey Certification and Credentialing for KDADS. I have a few topics to cover. I'll try and go quickly as well. So the first one is an update to the vacancies of our nursing facility surveyor positions, and then our what we would call our state license only adult care home positions. So here, basically what I have here is the numbers that I've been reporting, I think, for the past 2 or 3 turns of Bethel. These ones are updated to what our most current status is. I am happy to report that while our numbers don't seem to be moving a bunch, what we have hired is our first non-nursing position. So if you all remember the last couple of times we met, we talked about expanding to multidisciplinary teams. We have listened, we have done that, and we have hired our first non-nurse. He starts in a couple of weeks. His background is actually in EMS. I was actually told while waiting for my turn up here that we actually had a nursing home administrator apply as well. We had that application come in this morning. We have an interview set up for next week. A little bit below that. So we've had 9 applications come in since we last met with you all. Of those 9, we've had 8 interviews. We have hired 4 and are hoping to extend an offer to a 5th one. as far as hiring goes, I'm pitching a no-hitter right here. So it's going well. Yeah. So then the next thing on the next slide, I was kind of asked to provide another update to was if there's any staffing requirements for long-term care from CMS, which there still is none at this time, but I did want to provide this opportunity to tell you a little bit about something that CMS is doing. So on July 16th, they issued a quality safety and oversight memo that discussed what's called risk-based surveys. So within the memo, the federal government recognizes that they have had a flatline budget for my work since 2015. And while they have continued to require more of our job, they've given us no more money to do it. And while they continue to, it sounds like, not give us more money to do things, they have come up with this new thing called risk-based surveys. Risk-based surveys are basically an initiative to have a streamlined survey process that permits higher quality facilities to go through a less scrutinizing recertification survey. It would require less survey staff to do it. It requires less staff of the facility to assist while we're conducting it. It would also require, while we're on site, we review not only staff files, but resident files. And the protocol for how many files we review is significantly decreased on these surveys. When I made this slide for you all, we had only gotten the guesstimate, which was that we would have 39 facilities here in Kansas that qualified for that. We have since got the actual list. That list is actually 43 facilities. So we guesstimate with the addition of this allowance, once we're not allowed to begin to do the surveys until September, but once we're allowed to do these surveys, we guesstimate that based off of the system and the program, we should be able to complete the 43 facilities that are allowed to do this within the first quarter of the following calendar year. With that completion, we should lower our annual recertification survey interval, which sits at about 19.9 months right now, back down to around 16.8 months. That is a great number to tell you, and I wish I would say that that number would stay there. But the way the risk-based survey program works is once that facility's had one, they don't qualify for several years again after that. But I would take this time to remind you that those are just the recertification surveys. That does not indicate how often my staff are in those buildings. So to give you a little bit of an example, so for year to date from October 1 to now, to now, we have done 154 recertification surveys, which is that interval we're talking about. We've done 732 complaint surveys. So an allegation came into our abuse, neglect, and exploitation hotline. We triaged it. We went on site to the facility and we investigated the allegation that was brought to us. And then in addition to those two numbers, we also do recertification surveys where we attach allegations, and we had 67 of those completed. That's a little bit, that's all I have though. Tried to keep it short and brief. Happy to answer questions.
Many questions of Lacey. I think that's great news. I just have a question, just very quickly. How do you qualify for this, these 42 nursing homes that don't get the survey? How are they?
There is several parameters that CMS outlined. If it's okay with you, can I just send you the document and you can read it at your own time? I don't know how to short and sweet that one for you.
To Elizabeth and she'll disseminate. But I was just curious how they come up with.
I think it's the amount of time they've had since their surveys, and then a lot of the qualifications are based off of the different rankings within. If you got to Nursing Home KanCare, they have the 5-star rating, and there's 5 different things within those. There's 5 stars, and then there's an overall rating. All of those rankings, and then I believe falls, RN staffing, weekend staffing are all points of which they looked at for those facilities, but there's some really good material that I can send to you so you can get the details too.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Hello again. So we will just start with the waiver enrollment numbers, which I shared with you yesterday. Do I have a clicker here? And as you can see, we serve about 31,000 people in Kansas on our 1915C waivers. We'll go ahead and talk also about our waiting list updates. KDADS has begun the waiting list for the FE waiver. KDAD sought feedback from stakeholders and incorporated into our application to begin a waiting list. KDADS, as Secretary Howard told you, we have not begun a waiting list for our brain injury waiver. We have submitted a waiver amendment to CMS, which puts guardrails around how long someone can stay on the waiver and emphasizes transition planning. KDADS continues to work with MCOs and stakeholders to manage the BI program. So, you know, I've shown these slides multiple times before, but we continue to see that there's growth in people that will be eligible for the frail and elderly waiver as our country ages, and especially in Kansas, we have large numbers of people reaching retirement age.
And
Yes.
so this is the slide that Chairman Bueller and I looked at when we looked at the FE waiver and the potential for a wait list.
Yep.
So if you look at this committee, you'll see that it's not, at this point in time, or at least when we were in session and making the budget decisions, there isn't that big line that goes straight up. You know, it's a lot more gradual and actually flattens out there towards the end. So
right.
That's one of the reasons for making the decision that ended up leading us to a FE wait list is we just underestimated that line. That line kind of doesn't go like, and so when you're looking at the budget, we're like, well, you know, I'm not seeing that. And of course, here we are. But anyway, I just want you to know there was a method to a madness when we were trying to decide whether to fund the
We do
FE
see,
waiver.
yeah, we do see a lot of turnover for the FE waiver, like around 250 people a month on average. And we'll continue to monitor that because as those people go off, then we can bring more people on. So we really want to shorten the time anyone should wait on the FE waiver. And of course, we have a crisis exception process as well. So for the brain injury waiver, we also see that, you know, we predict that more and more people will be coming on. And part of our mitigation strategy is this is a rehabilitation waiver for most everybody on there. They will need to get their, utilize that program for the 4 years maximum that they can be on there. Some will come off sooner. There may be a few exceptions to the 4-year rule, but those would be people who have had catastrophic brain injuries. But the most people will do that, will be able to come off. We're emphasizing, as we work with our stakeholders, that you come in with the idea in mind that you're going to transition off. And you're going to be coming with a transition plan, and you're going to be working on obtainable goals within those 4 years. And then we will be working with them to either move them to another waiver, if that's appropriate, or they may not need another waiver, whatever really meets their needs. But we'll be going to be working really closely with our providers and our MCOs and other stakeholders.
And on that subject, what is the cost per brain injury? Is there the annual cost for a brain injury per,
I don't know that I have that number. I have IDD memorized.
it'd be kind of interesting to see what the cost is on a brain injury waiver
We can get that to you, yes.
per person.
Yep.
Committee questions? Thank you. Continue on.
So here's our update for the community support waiver. As we said, we have gained the ability to start this waiver on October 1st. This is a timeline of the work that we've been doing Right now, we're in August. We're working on training the CDDOs, the targeted case managers, provider education on what the community support waiver is, what its limitations are, doing outreach to individuals who are on the wait list for the IDD waiver to, so that they can know about what those services are and they can make decisions about whether they want to join the CSW because it would meet their needs or if it would not. So this will, this is the process we're in right now, is the education of that.
And on that, we've always had a contentious, and you've had this out. I just think that there's going to be a real lack of people trying the community support waiver because of the ability not to get back where they were or back on the wait list. And while we're talking about that, are they going to go to the bottom of the wait list or are they going to go back where they were?
They would go to the bottom of the wait
And see, that absolutely makes no sense to me at all.
Okay.
I mean, just saying, they're on the wait list, they've been there 5 years. They try the community support waiver. Why do they go to the bottom of the list? And I don't know if it's a policy decision, I'm not sure, but it just makes no sense.
Is that
If they,
Kansas or is that CM?
is it a state policy that they go to the bottom of the list, or is it?
That's how we've interpreted, well, it's not a policy as yet. We are working on that, but, we felt like that if we allowed people to come off the come off the IDD wait list, try the CSW, and then they go back, then we go back to the problem of the whole point of the CSW was to reduce the waiting list. So that's why we're doing so much education up front with people so that they know whether this will meet their needs or not. Now, if there's a crisis situation, of course, they can go back and go on to the IDD waiver. But if in order to reduce the waiting list, we could see people going back and forth, and we would not necessarily reduce that waiting list. If you want to change that objective, we can certainly work on that.
It just doesn't make any sense that they would go, and they're not on the waiver, you know what I'm?
Right.
So that they don't have any designation,
Correct.
except for that they're on the wait list.
Yep.
So it just makes no sense to me that they don't go back where they at least started. I just think people aren't going to try it because why are they going to risk losing their slot, Representative Bueller?
Yeah, and I don't know, Michelle, if you've had a chance to read all of the testimony that was provided yesterday, and both, the submitted testimony and the written testimony. There is a complete lack of faith in the mothers who were here yesterday that they're going to try. There's a lack of faith in the way the process is currently designed. They're not going to try the community supports waiver, and I don't want to speak for all of them, but that's in their testimony. And so to the Chair Carpenter's position, if there was at least a holding spot, these people are not going to jeopardize something that they've waited 8.5 to 10 years for. They're just not going to do it. So I think we need to be open to at least investigating an alternative or a holding spot so that they're not going to go back down and wait another 10 years. I mean, that's the thought, and that's in the testimony, and virtually all of them are here.
I haven't listened to, or I haven't had an opportunity to read that, but I'll certainly look at that. And so are you suggesting that if they go and try this community support waiver, they would have a time period and then they could go back to their...
Some reasonable alternative to do that, yeah. And that's so that they don't have to make that jump off the cliff and decision, which is essentially what they were telling us yesterday.
Okay.
So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, sure.
Thank you. If you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, I was just going to say, I think there's two parts of this that are really important in terms of being able to build a confidence for people to come on. The first is what you were just talking about in the short term. Is there a time period to say, gosh, does this work for me? Does this meet my needs? And I know I've heard both you and Seth talk about that, as that we need to define that better. I think the second piece is, in not wanting to just have folks stay on the the other wait list. I know folks get very nervous about sort of the whole conversation of having to rely on crisis and who's going to decide on crisis. So I think it's going to be important for us to be able to define what do changes of needs mean? You know, someone goes on the community support waiver today, they don't need residential services, right? But I think we have to define sort of the policy around what would change of needs mean that would mean you could shift from this waiver to the comprehensive waiver. So I think those are the two pieces that I think as we work through all the policy and process, I think can help to build the confidence of folks that they're not going to be left out in the cold, either at the beginning if it's just like not a good fit, or, you know, in 3 years because something happened and they're worried about, well, how do I know this will meet crisis? So I think we probably have some more work to do to better define what that transition would look like and the sorts of changes in a person's, you know, circumstances or needs that might mean that one could make that parallel transition. So
Appreciate that very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Gossage.
I'm just curious, you know, we have other states that have the community support waiver. What, did they put parameters around that, or what decision, and what have they seen? You said you're worried about people going back and forth. Have we seen that?
I don't know that we have. I would have to check into that, but I really take your issue to heart, and I'll take that back to my team. And we do want people to try the waiver. We don't want them to use it as a way to subvert, you know, the waiting list, because that's unfair to others. But, you know, we need to look more deeply at that, for sure.
I would think those that who really needed the smaller amount of services, didn't need the full depth of services, would be thrilled and excited about going on. But it's those that are like, oh, you're telling me, should I need this? And I mean, my daughter doesn't right now.
Right.
But could she in 6 months? And then what, I'm put way back to the back when I've been waiting 5 years.
Yeah.
So I think, yeah, it'd be a good thing to take a look at, to be able to see if there would be a trial period of some time. You could try it for a year and see if this meets your needs. But I agree here that people would be more willing, and we do want people to sign up for the community support waiver.
Absolutely.
So for them to be more willing to do it instead of worrying about, I may have to go back to that 4 or 5 years, that's quite frightening. You know,
Yeah.
they're not willing to take that risk. So thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
And just to add to that, they're just on a wait list. They're not receiving any services. So it's just mind-boggling to me that why would you do that? And so, and you know, going back to 3 years ago when we started this process, we heard so much information about people that only needed respite care. You know, I mean, not a lot of services,
Right.
which is why the community support waiver is like that. So, but if they lose their slot on the wait list, I think that's a real detriment to getting to try the community support waiver. Committee, further questions? Representative Rui.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with what everyone is saying, and I think a trial period would be fantastic, anywhere from 6 months to a year at least, because it's going to take a bit to get all those services going anyway, you know. So I can understand families, parents in particular they're afraid.
Yeah.
And if you're an aging adult parent, you're even more scared. So I think being able for them to have some kind of trial period without losing their spot, and maybe what the community also has to get used to the fact that we're not going to see a drop in the on this wait list, because because you're right, if we keep bringing people back into the list, it doesn't really drop.
Right.
But it's going to take a while for everyone on the wait list, all these families, all the individuals, to kind of get used to the fact that there is an alternative. So it's going to take a bit for that to happen. But I think a way for them to keep their spot but have a trial period, I think would work. And then after that, word of mouth is going to help.
And I think to add to that, and we're running out of time here, and you guys are going to be here till midnight, but there are people that are on the that are on the waiver now that really could go to this community support waiver. They're not using the 14 services that we're providing at this time. They're using 2 or 3 that this community support waiver would take care of. So there are those people too that we don't want to forget about, not just the wait list, but actually people that are on the waiver that are using just a few services that the community support waiver would suffice for. So let's not forget that. Representative Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there are some people on that list would be desperate that they would want to try it as long as they knew they could.
They have a safety net.
But they would be willing to try it because they want to come on now, because they need maybe 4 or 5 things immediately. But if you don't offer them that alternative to make it a trial, I think I would take my chances and just stay where I was. But for those people that really need to get off, this would be a perfect opportunity for them to do that, ease that list, and get those services that they need right now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
You done?
Thank you. I appreciate everybody's feedback. That's very helpful. So just giving you a quick update on the settings final rule update. So we have been working on our corrective action plan with CMS for that. We feel like we are on track to close provider-specific remediation by early 2027, and with remaining systemic work tied to the IDD waiver renewal in 2029. Kansas has made significant progress on the cap. We've transitioned to the MFEI level of care tool in July 2025. We've worked some employment first milestone initiatives, exceeded projections. Over 200 Kansans placed in competitive jobs against a target of 20. So very pleased about that. Conflict-free case management framework is embedded in the new community supports waiver with a plan to port to IDD waiver by July of 2029. Person-centered support planning policy and templates have been revamped. Compliance for portal enhancements and updating training and TA to providers. There is remaining systemic work, including full conflict-free case management implementation, unbundling of the services, and rate modernization is tied to the IDD waiver renewal targeted for July 2029. KDAD's IDD waiver system requires IDD modernization. Service definitions, assessment tools reflect current best practices and federal expectations. Key goals: standardized functional assessment. All 3 MCOs are now using the Enter REI with data flowing into the Kansas MMIS data warehouse to inform future rate and acuity work. Service unbundling, conceptual agreement reached on day and supported employment definitions to be undertaken next. Clearer service definitions, improved transparency, billing accuracy, and compliance. Rate modernization. Current rates are not grounded in a contemporary cost study. A rate vendor engagement is targeted for July 2027 to support rebasing ties to the waiver renewal. Conflict-free case management, structural framework embedded in the CSW to be carried out with the IDD renewal again in July 2029. There was a request for an update on our DSW Career Ladder project. That was funded through ARPA funds. We've closed that project now, but we came away with a lot of recommendations. We want to, the recommendations were to strengthen the workforce through DSW wages and improve access to benefits, conduct a comprehensive HCBS rate study, to establish reimbursement rates that support workforce enrollment, retention, and provider sustainability, incentivize DSW certification, and a career advancement through wage differential or bonuses. Build sustainable workforce infrastructure, officially adopt a Kansas DSW certification program, expand partnerships with education and systems and workforce pathways, improve our data and access and accountability, enhance workforce reporting and data analytics, using AuthentiCare, that's our EVV system, and MCO data, address provider network adequacy and workforce shortages, strengthen self-direction through dedicated oversight, matching registries, and streamlined background check processes. Overall, the conclusion is the DSW Career Ladder Initiative provided Kansas with a clearer picture of direct workforce needs and developed the foundation of a career ladder that can help recruit and retain the workforce. Sustaining this progress will require long-term, multi-sector collaboration. DSW Career Ladder final reports highlights training, certification, recruitment, and systems improvement are important. A comprehensive HCBS rate study is the foundational recommendation needed to support the competitive wages, stabilize providers, and sustain the long-term HCBS workforce goals. We did have a question about respite care and our technology-assisted waiver. We looked at our numbers for that. In fiscal year 2025, Kansas paid out approximately $117,000 for services for 69 children. KDADS is focusing on identifying service gaps and will begin receiving reports in November from the MCOs, which will identify service gaps and plans on how to fill any gaps.
Committee questions on the TA waiver? Well, I do have. So a lot of us have been getting questions for people that are being reassessed. Oh, yeah. We need to visit with that. So is there some change at KDADS that involves changing in assessments? Some of these people are being dropped off of the TA waiver.
Are you talking about the assessment that's done to get onto the waiver? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I'm talking about people that are on the TA waiver that are getting new assessments.
No, it's the same assessment we've used for years. So and we aren't seeing data that supports that at this time, but we are looking into that. We've heard some claims from different providers that have said, it looks like, they're not doing it the way they did it before. We've asked them for specific examples. We haven't gotten those yet, but we will continue to work with them to figure out what's going on there. Our data doesn't support what we're hearing at this point.
Well, the people who are getting kicked off of the TA waiver, that's real. So.
But we're not seeing that.
Well, I'll have to get them in contact with you, but
yeah,
this is not.
We've talked to them. We have talked to some, not to the people that they say are being kicked off. None of them have come forward, but we have talked to the providers.
They're on my phone.
Okay, so I would appreciate that.
And
okay.
So.
Thank you.
What I've heard was there's either a new vendor or a new vendor or a new person in charge of the assessments that has, some of these people have been on there for 10 years and then all of a sudden no change and yet they're not qualified. So anyway, Senator Owens, sorry about that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it was actually yesterday, it was Matt Johnston who really dug into this specifically with information. And if I can, I'd be happy to give you his card. He
Matt.
left. You know Matt?
Yeah, I will.
Well, he seemed to have an awful lot of information to be able to share with you about that. So if you could look into that, that would be appreciated because it's definitely a concern.
Yep, we will certainly do that.
Committee, further questions? All right. Thank you. Next and last, I think last,
But not me.
Drew, welcome to committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unlike my counterpart, Scott Bruner, I will definitely be 30 seconds, hopefully. So I think I'm talking to you today about IDD crisis services, kind of an update there. from some of the funding that the legislature gave us, and then our specialty PRTF update. Perfect. So about, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, the legislature appropriated KDAD's $2 million, $2 million and some change to implement some programs within the crisis continuum, specifically targeted towards individuals with IDD and also those that are uninsured or underinsured, not covered through Medicaid for whatever reason. And so for state fiscal year 26, just kind of doing a look back, we partnered with, I believe it's 5 CDDOs to work through programs, through training and efforts to address this issue. Those partners included OCCK, Johnson County, Good Life, Sedgwick County, Twin Valley, CDDOs. Those programs, again, they included training for providers. They also included interventions and prevention efforts, staffing to come on board, some BCBAs through some of the providers and the work that they're doing. And so moving forward into fiscal year 27 at this point in time, we're looking at contract awards, working with some of the providers on that, so more information to come, and I should have more of a robust update for our plans for fiscal year 27 at our next meeting. Additionally, just talking about the Rural Health Transformation Program earlier today, that's been mentioned. So through that program, the Kansas Council on Developmental Disabilities got awarded about $1.46 million through the Regional Partnerships Grant Program of the RHTP to begin START projects. That's a national model, and a START resource center related to individuals and persons with IDD in a crisis or a mental or behavioral health crisis. Moving to the PRTF study update, just to lay a little bit of groundwork there, there was a proviso, legislative proviso, I believe, in 2023 that instructed the agency to utilize funding for funding a study on what the current gaps were in the PRTF system. And so that's on our website. We had that study done, so that's public. It came out, I believe, in 2024. That highlighted some of the efforts that needed to be made, some of the things that we had done, some of the recommendations, some of the things that came out of that was some sort of specialized or specialty PRTF, psychiatric residential treatment facility. We have 10 of those right now in the state of Kansas. So we worked on that, and we requested some funding in Medicaid consensus caseload last year, I believe last fall, I think to the tune of about $12 million to start a project with that, with some of the providers for a specialty PRTF. We've been working on regulation changes, policy changes, any changes that we would need to make in our state plan. And so we've gotten to a good place there. The regulations are still going through the process to update both the PRTF regulations, but also add some specialty requirements, enhanced staffing ratios, some of those clinical processes and providers that would need to be a part of that. And we are in talks right now with a provider to hopefully, fingers crossed, open up a specialty PRTF unit in October. That's our goal right now. So I'm happy to bring that back, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, in October and let you know where we're at in that process.
Committee questions? Representative Reeves and then Petty. Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Drew, with regarding the, I totally lost the slide in front of me. It's gone. The training regarding IDD and crisis services, and that's with the CDDOs right now?
For state fiscal year 26, that was just with the CDDOs. And Good Life was in there, so they're a direct service provider. I may need to look back at Michelle, but I believe that's what they're categorized as.
Okay. Will there be any coordination with the mental health centers?
We, Mr. Chair, Representative, thank you for the question. We have been looking into that for state fiscal year 27, specifically around instances where our mobile crisis teams or response teams are interacting with an individual that primarily may have IDD or also does have dual diagnosis as far as a behavioral health condition and an IDD condition. So I think we are open to that and training for that because they are seeing more individuals, as we've heard, and so that inflection point or that interaction is going to happen. So it's certainly possible.
Yeah, because I think cross-training for those who really are duly diagnosed to be, I think everyone should be open to that. Yeah, thank you.
Senator Petty.
I was just curious, as with the funding for the 26 efforts, did that include, and you mentioned that, you know, Johnson County and Good Life, did that include adult foster care, this population?
Mr. Chair, Senator, let me double check on that. I'm not 100% sure I know that off the top of my head, but I can look into that.
I visited with Good Life, and that was one of the things they mentioned, so I just wonder if that funding fell under there.
Mr. Chair, Senator, I'm happy to bring that back.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Very good. Thank you, Drew. Now they're the last one.
Andy Brown, I'm the Deputy Secretary for Programs at KDADS, and I'm batting cleanup. So I wanted to start just quickly on the community care coordination timeline update. So we went ahead and extended that by another 6 months on the contract waiver, just because we're trying to make sure that we understand exactly how it's going to roll out and what our plans are for it. So that would take it through to end of December before it becomes active in the contract. And then for the autism waiver update, so we have been part of that Kansas Statewide Autism Coalition, which is co-led by KDHE and KDADS. There's an update here about the minutes, the membership of the coalition. Starting in January of this year, they started meeting quarterly for the full group meetings, and they have core work groups that are meeting in between those quarterly meetings. So right now there's an access subgroup that's working to align with KCDD and other organizations to support existing resources and identify where to disseminate materials and resources. There's a policy subgroup. That group's waiting for our autism waiver renewal and going to support that effort. And then our workforce subgroup is looking to define the workforce and come up with additional information around the training and professional development opportunities. So that's sort of layered in with the work that Christine was talking about earlier during the KDHE presentation around the ABA and the work that we're doing there. So we're going to continue to evaluate and monitor ABA and make sure that we're layering all those different things in. So that's where we're at with autism. And then I wanted to take just a minute. In our written only testimony, there's information about the number of people that have been discharged from institutions. And there are, and that's on 51. There's also information on 47 about the average per member per month cost for the BI waiver. I think someone had asked about that earlier. So there are some information in our written testimony that might also help support some of the questions and updates that people were looking for.
Yeah, thank you for that. I don't see the number of people involved in that, but I see the amounts. So committee questions. Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Andy, I'm going to see if you're on your game or not. So I'm assuming you're the right guy, if I remember correctly, that deals with the Meals on Wheels programs. I know you didn't have a slide about this specifically, but I do know that we appropriated an additional $3 million And then made it to where 5 million went directly to the providers. Can you tell me if those funds have been distributed?
So I know that we've come up with a methodology for distributing the funds.
Okay.
Kim, do you know, have we gotten those out to people? Okay.
They're in process.
They're in process.
Okay, do you have, I'm not going to ask you for the methodology unless it's simple, but could I get a copy of the methodology that was used for how that was distributed?
Yeah, I think we can provide that.
If you could, that would just be really helpful. It's just an important project to me. And finally, I had one agency reach out and they believe that they had heard on a conference call that KDADS had indicated that some of these funds could be used for capital improvement and not feeding people.
I don't think that's accurate.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that was the case. This was obviously meant to feed individuals that are in need, and so I wanted to make sure and clarify that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Andy.
Representative Ballard.
And thank you. I'll just follow up on that as well, because I received similar information from it. And that was one that personally I had made the motion of the 3 million to go to them as well. And we've been going around and around about it. And I knew that we did not do anything and alter it other than this should be for food and anything that was related to that area. And so I just wanted to make sure also that we hadn't changed anything other than what it was the intent.
Yeah, it's being used for nutrition services for elderly. Yeah.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Committee, further questions? I just have one. Thinking back to the Inspector General's, wasn't there a comment about a hidden wait list on the autism waiver? Hidden.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know how good of a job we do of hiding it because it's in our slides.
Okay, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Well, they made the insinuation that they had found, I don't know, 600 people or something. Can you address that?
Yeah, I don't know that I can address it right now today, but I do think we could put together something and send it over for everybody to see.
Very good. Send that to Elizabeth and she can disseminate out to the committee. Committee, anything else?
October 6th and 7th.
Yes, thank you, Andy.
Right, thank
Do you
you.
have anything? Thank you. October 6th and 7th is the next meeting. Committee, I want to thank you for your patience and all the heavy lifting that we did today and yesterday also. These are sometimes painful, but they have to be done. We have to flesh this out. And so thank you again. And thank you, conferees, for staying late. And we're adjourned.
Mr. Chair, I have to just comment.